So, Twan, just getting back to kicking off the day with three-man ladder or whatnot, it can be a positive to do well here today. Obviously, that'll carry over. How bad does it beat you up if you don't run your shot here? I mean, again, granted, you have 7 more races here, but can it kick you in the butt as well?
A lot of teams out there, they'll just put it in their pocket, be like, whatever, we missed, we'll see you next week, let's go. But there's always that little voice in your head, oh, what if this was next week?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Especially a team that expects to score.
That's right.
I'm not going to name any towns again,
right.
I always looked at it, if I had veteran guys in front of me or guys that had enough reps underneath their belt, it didn't worry me as much.
Right, you're good to go.
All right, Roslin is actually number 4 on the program, running out of turn.
Oh, this third man is digging hard.
Yeah, he caught the second man, and it's going to really slow him up when he mounts.
It did. He had to pull up, Paul. You're right. He was pulling hard right there, though, for the Roslin Highlanders. It's not going to amount to much, but he was trying hard.
8:43 for Roslin. Fred, did you get that on the score sheet if you're doing it? 8:43 Roslin. They're actually number 4 on the program.
You know what? Go ahead.
Here's a team that during the national anthem we were having some mechanical or whatever audio issues, but I could see the whole Manhasset Lakeville team as a group. We see all the colors of all the different jerseys, but there had to be 15 or 20 guys standing way back by the hydrant, before three-man ladder as a group, as a team. I don't know. It made an impression on me.
I noticed that too as you were looking back. They were kind of behind.
Yep. Manhasset really bonded.
North Merrick, 7:22, 5th place. Here comes the Minutemen. Third man's on. He's got the whole ladder. See if he can catch that 22. I don't know if he's going to do it.
484 in. They're going to be in the high 7s, I think.
$791. That's going to put them out of the mix. So we're looking at right now Bay Shore, West Hempstead, Carl Place, Oyster Bay, and North Merrick, your top 5.
All right, so here's a team on the line, guys, that I would think figures to do well today.
Listen,
and they want that boost.
25 points last week at the Hempstead Invitational, coming in 2nd place to the Northland Lyndhurst Piston Knockers.
This is another team, but they just finished this race. I'm not necessarily saying if they did that in the state tournament they're going to score, but in a tournament like this, they complete this race clean, they're putting up points.
They ran some heavy hose times last week, gentlemen. If they could get some ladder points, then we're talking at the end of the day, the Port Washington Roadrunners, just like last year, will be in a mix at the end of the day.
Looking good in their white jerseys and white pants.
Like a clean start. First man, second man, third man. He's making his way up. Slips about halfway up.
Good recovery. What's the number to get in?
722.
Maybe.
432 to the bottom, but a little slip by the third man. And
might be a high to mid to high 7.
I mean, a good recovery for a slip, but unfortunately not good enough.
All right, another team that if they complete, it's going to put points up on the board, the North Belmore Rinky Dinks, your host for today's drill.
North Belmore Rinky Dinks coming in 4th place last week at the Hempstead Invite with 10 points on the day.
This is a team where we keep talking about it week after week, and seeing the third man make it to the top every single week, you just know they're going to break through.
Yeah. 708 at the Hempstead Invite last week. That'll get them points today. Probably looking to break into the 6s.
Yeah, 676 from West Hempstead should be the number they're shooting for. That Bay Shore is just out of their league.
Third man's out early. Let's see if he can make it count.
First man struggled a little bit, but that didn't affect the third man that much. I mean, it's going to get points. Good finish. What'd you think of that?
Good finish, right?
Paul, that's a great call. I mean, like we said, third man out a little early, but the other guys, they got out of his way a little bit, and they were able to climb tight.
Just edges.
Actually beats out, Carl Place, so every point counts. Farmingville Bandits, your final team, will come to the line.
But they were able to climb side by side. How important is that? Not only in 3-man, we see it in the Bucket Brigade as well, but to be able to climb next to somebody and not lose a half a step or anything off your pace. And really important.
He's climbing next to Sean, who's 6'4".
Right.
He's a big guy.
When I was a rookie, I remember A-Rock and Stevie Rock just practicing that drill, third rung to grab all the time, just bottom to top.
Farmingville, 708's the number. Third man digging hard. Pitter-patter at the bottom. If he gets the ladder, it's going to be close. Hesitation at the top's going to cost him.
Lost his mow. Ass came off the ladder a little bit. You saw him got a butt out, whatever you want to call it.
Had him in at 449. He didn't look that confident, guys. In other words, he was looking around. I thought his second man climbing up, where you want to be looking straight, Twan. Again, you and Artie know better than me, but don't want to be looking out to your right to try and get around somebody. You want to just be pushing and have the confidence that you know that guy's going to be out of your way.
Yeah, I'd rather look at the rungs that I'm grabbing, just look up, and just not worry about the guy in front
So
of you.
Bay Shore.
Yeah, top 5. Bay Shore, I mean, if you couldn't script it better for the Bay Shore Redskins. They've come off some pretty unimpressive tournaments over the last few weeks, and they're coming here today. This is, to me, a huge day for the Bay Shore Redskins, and to start it out like that is really, really, really impressive.
They had a chance to win it all last year, going into buckets. The 6:22 for them, time of the year. I think it might be the fastest time like Frankie Sonnenberg has been a part of. I know he's been on the. Oh no, I'm sorry, Frankie. You ran a 6:21 at the 06 State. Just remember that. But he's back in the 6.2s, even though he's running second. Man, I bet the grab had to be low 6s, maybe in the.
I'm saying it's 5.8, 5.7.
I mean, and that 5.8, 5.7 makes a huge difference for your third man. So.
I don't know if you're getting this. Somebody let us know if you're getting the scoring from the scorers table over the mic.
Put it in the group if you're at home listening.
Yeah. Then we should regroup, do commercial here, Fred. Get the cameras right. We got a lot to talk about.
Okay,
So
come on,
let me just give
Fred.
Fred. Let me give a rundown in case they're not getting that.
And this Fred doesn't do his job.
Bay
I'm
Shore,
really ticked off.
First place Bay Shore, second place West Hempstead. Even though they were a half second behind,
Right.
They're only 1 point back.
Yep.
3 points goes to North Belmore, your host. 2 points, Carl Place, and 1 point for those Oyster Bay Teddy's boys who each week seem to show a little bit more improvement.
Here we come.
I believe if North Belmore is not taking trophies, I would imagine that's the case, then North Merrick is going to pick up a trophy, so good for them.
Okay.
Always a positive. You bring some hardware. Now, Fred, what are we thinking about? A commercial here?
Here we go.
All right, we'll be back. Be louder.
21075 or like them on Facebook.
People are saying that.
The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD racing bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook.
All right, guys, we are back here at the wonderful Five Towns facility. 4 towns? 5 towns.
4 towns, Lenny. They didn't add a town today.
Well, I thought maybe they had it.
Merrick, Bellmore, North Merrick, North Belmore.
We're getting ready for B ladder. Redskins are going to approach the line coming off that heavy 622. So there's a bunch of guys. All the teams in the back can't hear the score, so we got to really concentrate on giving everybody the scores here.
Okay.
All right, so we talk about Bay Shore. They come out with a 6-2, a solid shot at 3-man ladder. And we know they can run some B ladder guys. I mean, they may not be the best B ladder team out there, but they're capable 5-4, 5-3.
Listen, as it is in probably every contest with Bay Shore, if they just complete the shot clean, they're going to get points. Now, out of those 8 contests, their worst one that they can get points at is probably B ladder. And I attest most of that to the B truck because it doesn't stop in B ladder for the Bay Shore Redskins.
Well, I've been telling them to get a new one for years, and they won't listen.
For 56 years, you've been telling them, Lenny.
Oh, come on, that's a favorite truck of a lot of people, gentlemen.
Mine.
That's why you got to keep it, right?
Well, because Paul likes it?
What do you think?
You got to keep it because Paul likes it?
Thinking the 2 front wheels too close together, Paul? Is that the issue there?
No. When they swapped out the old motor and put in this new brake system, it never stopped again. And I'm talking, it's probably been 18 years.
Throw some dualies on the front, man.
Ah!
To do that, you know.
They can run 5-4, folks.
When you think about
they can even do a little better.
You think about the size of the truck. It's small. Here comes Bay Shore. And the brake lets him go.
That was a smooth shot right there.
It's a smooth shot. Lost a little bit of momentum, but...
That's exactly what I said, guys. I got 36. You know, I got a kind hand for them.
But, you know, like we just said...
And for Bay Shore,
now
it's 5.29.
Woo! 5.29.
5.29.
Officials on the top of the arch are liking Bay Shore today.
A lot of
for the Highlanders.
A lot of room for an improvement on that as well. I mean, they floated a little bit with the ladder, but the key was they went in together, and the ladder went up real nice. Didn't look like it had a lot of momentum, did it, Twan?
Listen, it came to the arch. The thrower did a good job of kind of laying it in nicely, and I don't know. I thought the climber did a good job getting to the top.
He really
It was
did.
good
Just a
shot.
smooth run right
Smooth
there.
run.
I had him in the ground at 286. So give creds to Chris Coward on the throw and Skippy on the climb, and making a 5.2 out of that, which
That's
I didn't quite see, but okay.
it's a good line right there. 6.2, 5.2.
Wow.
Picking a good time to start
What a
getting
start.
hot. If you're going to start getting hot,
Showtime.
now's the time to do it.
What'd you think, Artie? You saw it.
And just what you guys are saying right there. I mean, I thought, that one, it's what they need to do. I think that's the one race they really need confidence in. So that should help them right there. And again, it's just smooth. Everybody went in. Everyone did their job. It was just, nothing special. Just do your job. Get to the top rung. We're going to run a decent number.
Functional run, and whether it's 5 or 4 or 3, I mean, you obviously want 5, but give me 3 after a 5 and 3-man. I'll come out of 3-man and be Lotto at 8. I'll be pretty happy.
I mean, how many teams statewide have put it in the 5.2s this year? North
Not
Lindy,
many.
Islip, West Sayville, right?
Here comes
Hicksville,
Roslin.
Was Hicksville might be in the 2s this year? Yeah. So.
Here comes Roslin. They're running number 4 on the program, number 2 overall.
Central Islip, of course. I left out of that list.
They run a 5.2 this year?
I think so.
Roslin's in the break. Lets him go. The guys take a couple steps. Ladder's coming up even, and he completes it. I mean, clean. They took a lot of steps to get into the pit right there.
347 in the ground's going to hurt him, Paul.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But the guys on the
And for Roslin is 6.33. 6.33.
guys on the back of the truck off early, as they should be, maybe
Number
too early.
5, the Bucks from Deer Park.
That run overall needs, I think, a little hotter drop. Paul, would you say? Or?
Yeah, they went. I mean, I don't know what the makeup of the guys on the back is. Maybe it's all new guys or something like that. I mean, he looked like it was real conservative.
It was in control. They all could handle it, which is what you want to see.
But I think those diggers took 3 steps. I mean, if you look at Bay Shore's diggers together went down. Did they float? They floated a little bit. But hey,
Maybe
off the back of that truck, it's almost acceptable because the way it doesn't stop. But then you go to Roslin and you see they take 2 or 3 steps to get in. The ladder went up even, which sometimes doesn't happen when you take so many steps.
Right.
But they lose all sorts of stuff,
So you folks,
including time.
you folks at home, or maybe that aren't as much in the mix of racing, the quicker you get the ladder in the ground, the quicker the climber can mount. Hence, the quicker you run. So you want to get it down. And again, that's something else we've learned from. I think the Patchogue 40 Thieves was one of the teams I learned the most from.
Deer Park Bucks. Man, they went down, but that truck was sliding through.
Yeah.
And they dig it in a legal area, which is in the not outside the safety zone, but it's a straight ladder. And it hit so hard that the climber didn't even bother mounting, but that truck was sliding.
Yeah, maybe a little too much speed there getting off the truck for this team. Want to bring it back a little bit, slow it down, and just be in control.
And I only had them in the ground at 287, guys. You
Yeah,
would think
isn't
that would be
isn't
a
that funny how that works?
2.4, 2.5 flukes dig from back in the day. And it really
for Deer
wasn't.
Park is 11.67. 11.67.
So that's more mechanical, I think. The truck's
Number
just
6,
not fighting
the
down.
Termites from New Hyde Park.
Deer Park this year has had truck issues week after week, whether it's C truck or B truck. They've gone to very few tournaments with both trucks. I think they have both today, and it's one of the reasons they're here, is to get out there and run with both trucks.
Work out the kinks. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, remember back at the Selden Invite, that truck went down before B-Hose, I think it was, and then they lost it for a number of weeks, did some damage to the motor. So I'm sure Derek also just getting used to it again as well.
New Hyde Park, track's been given to him. 5:29 by Bay Shore, lighting up the scoreboard currently in B ladder.
Week in and week out, these new guys on the back of the Termites truck have been doing a decent job.
They go right to the ground. He's on. He's mounted. He's making his way, and he's there.
Thought they gave him a little bit more speed this time.
Had him in the
as
ground.
opposed to the other shots. What'd you have?
Had him in the ground at 304. There should be maybe a high 5,
And for
guys.
New Hyde Park is 5.76.
All right.
5.76.
That's not bad for New Hyde Park. New group of guys back there.
They got to
Number
be.
7
They got to be
is
real
Stump
happy with that
Jumper
shot,
from
gentlemen.
North Merrick.
I got a chance to stop in on Thursday night. I popped into the Denton Avenue track coming home from work. I was running a night job, and unfortunately it rained that night. I got to talk to some of the Termites and some of the Turtles and some of those teams, and Termites they're feeling confident. They know they got new bodies and stuff.
And look at the body language of the climber. clenching that arm out, giving the old yes, that was a good shot.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, your first year climbing, you're in the 5s. Now you got to bring it down even more. Not only in the 5s, in the 5.7s.
Guess what? You're in the 5s
And
a week before the
listen,
New York
with-
State drill.
With a 3 flat dig, you saying, Lenny?
Yeah,
I mean,
3-0,
you take
right?
3
I had
tenths there.
04.
Listen, keep your eye on the new
No.
High Park termites in the next few seasons.
Even though it's an 04, they did not lose any momentum. I mean, the way he dropped them, the way they hit the ground, the Mo was with him.
Yeah. Smart racing. It's a good
Well,
thing to do with new guys on the back of the truck. And
New
progress,
guys and
progress.
experienced drivers.
North Merrick stump jumpers. Ooh, the 3-man ladder line. Oh man, he caught it at first and then he got sucked in a little bit
And he
as the
looked
ladder
like-
hits the arch. But boy, they had momentum. That truck slid right through.
Yeah,
No disrespect for the stump jumpers. They're just not ready for that type of a drop yet.
I agree
it's
with you,
progression.
Twan.
Look at what the termites did. That's the type of drop they can handle right
Time
now.
for North Merrick is 7.76. 7.76.
You look at that.
287 as they slid,
Number 8,
and they did
the
slide.
Frogs from Carl.
But you look at that
Place.
North Merrick shot. I think placement too. I think if even with that same speed, but if they were out 3 or 4 more feet and the ladder didn't hit the arch so hard, that's really when he got hammered into it. He might have been able to steady himself.
Yeah, so he still got on, which is impressive.
But I
with
thought
that.
the truck
Guys,
really slid.
Yeah.
The truck definitely slid, but he was off and going.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
he
that-
was halfway there, and even when he slipped, he had a nice recovery
Well,
and pushed through it.
That
but-
ladder, I don't know about a slip. That ladder pummeled the
Oh,
arch.
Yeah.
You know,
Tough ladder to keep a hold of, and when you slide like that, again, it's just a completely different shot for the climber. You have to kind of slow down a little bit more, take 2 stopping steps, maybe
Wah.
get in and then re-go. Hey, listen,
Tell 'em, Paul.
you don't want the truck sliding, man.
All right, call place frogs. 2 5s on the board. 5-2, 5-7. Sean Brody brings it in. Nice job by Geddes getting to the top, and
Wow.
he's there. I tell you, Crooked Ladder does a nice job staying with it. I thought that truck moved left
Yeah.
coming down the track. And look where he is behind the arch. He's way left
he's
on
way
the street.
left. 3 flat in the ground. Good job by the climber. Let's see what
Time
they
for
got.
call place is 5.95. 5.95.
Right on the 3-man ladder line. A little
Number
bit
9,
crooked.
Hicks from Hicksville.
A little bit crooked, but
I thought maybe
as a
the
climber,
front-
you got to deal with
The
that.
front tires might not have locked together at the same time. At the very least, they locked up a little bit later than usual. But nice job getting them in the patch there by Brody, and 595 on the board.
It just looked like the truck completely drove left.
Could be.
Another team the last couple of weeks have had truck issues. I think they blew the transmission on that truck only like a week ago and put a new one in. So
Well, they're not the. I think Paul Washington's Universal broke on the B truck. I know North Lindy's Universal broke on the B truck this week. There's a lot of, or maybe
Mechanical
it's the C truck.
issues?
Yeah, I mean
Hicksville comes to the line.
that time of year, right?
Yeah,
The issues
I
are
guess
magnified.
do it the week of Merrick, not the week after, right?
Hicksville Hicks. 3 5s on the board. 29 Bay Shore, 76 New Hyde Park, and a 95 by those Carl Place Frogs. Here come the Hicks.
How about a statement shot for the Hicks right now? What do you think?
Digs it if he does it. Does a nice job on a crooked ladder.
That's
That
a
truck-
mid-5. That's a
Yeah,
mid-5 right
they
there.
did a
guys.
nice job handling that, but the truck slid also. The diggers didn't go in together.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to tackle Bay Shore, but they'll be in the money.
Straight ladder, too. That
Time for Hicksville is 5.40.
540.
5.40.
I mean, I think we say this week in and week out. The numbers they get based
Number
on
10,
what it
the
looks like.
Rebels
Yeah.
from Levittown.
Because it doesn't look
It
like a
didn't look like a
540.
540. I mean, Doug Chiz may be using some deceivingly tall speed there from him. Who knows? But great climb by him. That ladder was bouncing off of the arch the entire way up.
Yep.
And when that happens, your momentum goes away. But an experienced ladder climber getting to the top 540, second place for the Hicks.
Yeah, that straight ladder didn't help him much either. I mean,
No.
straight,
Yeah, but
straight and
that's-
crooked.
but you gotta
If
lean
you
on
can have that
guys.
at the same time.
You gotta lean on
straight to the
guys.
arch, but crooked against it.
You got to lean on your driver sometimes. You got to lean on the diggers to do the right job. And sometimes you got to lean on the climber to climb
Yeah.
through something. And Doug's been around long enough and pulled a nice run out of that.
Levittown Rebels.
Wouldn't you like it to be perfect every shot, Paul?
Four,
Isn't it
Driver
supposed
to do it the same
Isn't it
every.
supposed to be?
Well, yeah, okay.
4 5s out of the first 8 shots.
Everyone's
And,
ready.
and we get paid how much to race? I mean, we all do this as a hobby, and you hope with your practice and your efforts.
One thing it never felt like was a hobby, Lenny. Levittown, almost a complete stop. That makes it
the
real
break.
difficult for the 4 guys on the back.
Yeah,
And
two-
as you see, even though he's climbing it, it's definitely a struggle.
You Susskind brothers like to talk about momentum, and unfortunately, Levittown had none right there.
Right.
Jumping off the.
Now,
the
anytime
back.
you're grabbing the rung right below the grab rung, your
Time
momentum's
for
gone away.
Levittown is 8.63. 8.63. Number 13, the Wolves from Islip.
Wolves coming off a 5:08 at CI. Can Josh Kaysen follow it up, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen?
folks, you got to see Twan up here on the arts. He's excited.
Haven't seen a 4 in this event in 4 years.
Who's that jet, Artie? Can't wait.
Only 2 members of the 4 club have run it at Merrick. Michael Mara and A-Rock. Let's see what the Islip Wolves.
498 track record.
Those are the two guys, the 2 4s here, A-Rock and
Michael, yeah. Those are the only 2 guys to run a 4 on this track.
What did Spencerport run here that way?
That was at the state in 01. They put it at 5:0, 5:05 for third.
Okay.
High Park 5:02 for second at the 01 state.
Yeah, 5:16.
They show 5:16 for
Six.
nothing.
15
No, we
for
came in
nothing.
6th.
Yeah,
Sixth,
for
yeah.
We didn't
nothing.
score.
No points.
Yeah, 2 4s
See
here.
ya. Thanks for coming.
How about a 16 today? I'll take it.
Yeah, right. Mikey Merrick
You
did it
get a soda.
01 state. A-Rock doing it back in 1993 at the Merrick Invite. That was
All right.
actually his first.
I'm going to say, guys, this is a big shot for Islip. They're coming here to keep
Huge.
the momentum going. And
Yeah.
after what happened in 3-man, they can't let it happen 2 in a row.
Right.
No, first or second, that's what they're looking at.
Here we go.
In the ground early, Paul.
Oh, that's close to the yellow.
Hella job keeping it out of the yellow right there. That's a nice-looking run.
That's right there. guys.
Nice-looking run.
That's right there.
Heavy.
But I'm talking 6 inches from the yellow up here at the top.
And for Islip is 5.21. 5.21.
That's just going to eke out Bay Shore right there, 521. But that was a good-looking
Yeah, that's
521.
We're saying
Westerners
shots look
from
slow when we get a 5-4.
Hempstead.
That one looked fast. That was only a
I thought it was 5-0.
5:21.
I thought it was 5-0 all over it.
So, Paul, you're talking inches from the yellow, but you're talking on the arch end of things. They were about 2 feet over the yellow line on the track, and the ladder went a little bit crooked. Josh
Yeah.
did an awesome job of adjusting
Let-
his
let me
body
just-
and
Let
having
me just
great
give you a
run.
little situation on maybe the times, and these aren't normally your button guys, and I'm not saying that's a big deal. But that ladder being so far out in the thing, they don't see the climber to the last second, and they may not be ready to hit that button because he's hitting it, and they're not ready. As
Yeah.
opposed to the ladder, when Bay Shore puts it up, they see the end rung, they see him coming, and you can't anticipate. There was no anticipation on that shot because it looked like a 5-0.
Yeah.
Well, they dug in the spot where the 5-0s happen. That's Bay Shore was a little bit inside that.
Staircase.
It's a
Yep.
harder, where Bay Shore was, it's a lot harder to run a 5-0 compared to where
I had them in the ground at 278. A great
Here
run by all
comes West
5
Hempstead.
guys.
Let's not forget about them. Oh, man, they got speed if he climbs this.
Nice job, Craig.
Holy cow, I'm telling you, the speed of this, that was the
Yeah.
best speed of the day on any ladder. It actually got up probably a little bit quickly. Craig
Yeah.
didn't catch that whip, I
Right.
don't know.
I think that's going to slide into third, guys.
And for West Hempstead is 5.31. 5.31.
If he catches that whip, look out.
No doubt
Number
about it. And
15,
I
the
think if I'm West
Buckeyes
Hempstead and
from
Craig,
Merrick.
I think they want to be back a little bit more in that patch. They were a little bit deep there, but Craig doing a nice job. But when you're that far forward, you kind of lose your momentum because that ladder's hitting the arch all the more quicker.
But you know what, Twan? You're talking about the perfect situation.
Of course.
And here is the imperfect situation.
Yep.
They're still sitting with a 5-3 in third place.
I
That's,
thought that
pretty
truck-
good.
I
pretty
thought
good
the
job.
truck
That's
slid
what
too.
separates the good climbers from
I thought
the
the truck
inexperienced climbers.
I thought the truck actually picked up speed in the break,
Oh.
and they just did a hell of a job digging it together and letting it go up straight.
Anybody that's ever been on the back of a truck, when you don't feel it stopping underneath you, and we say push off, and again, unless you've done it, folks, and I'm not trying to separate anybody, but unless you've done it, when that truck seems to slide out from under you and there's nothing there, take it off the truck. Wow, that could be rough.
576, 5th place, New Hyde Park.
Yeah,
right now.
nice beat ladder day for the top 4. 540 is 4th.
Merrick Buckeyes.
They get off with some speed
I
there,
thought he,
Paul.
in a good spot, I thought.
Yeah. They took a couple extra steps, perhaps. It's something they'll have to look at.
Well, it looked like the ladder got away from the climber a little bit. I don't know. He might have been outside the ladder a little.
313 in the ground. I think it could have been better than that
that
had they
climb-
gone right
And for
down.
Merrick is 7.79. 7.79.
They're about a foot shy of the 3-man
Number
ladder line.
17, the Teddy's boys from Oyster Bay.
So I think if they had gone down maybe a step earlier, they would have been out 3 feet further, and
Maybe he mounts that.
maybe he mounts that and they get a run out of it. But good effort there.
All right, Teddy's boys, talking about new climbers. This guy, I thought, out of all the new guys, he looks like the most accomplished so far.
This guy, out of all the new, can you give us a name?
I think,
Paul? Come on.
I think
This
it's
guy.
Steve O'Neill, maybe?
There
I
we
think.
go.
I'm not 100%.
The Oyster Bay guy.
That guy.
but,
We'll get your name right when you put it in
We all,
fives. Come on.
we all do that, folks. And Chris Murphy's giving us sheets, right, guys, for upstate?
We're hoping, yeah. I mean, again, that's a lot of work. So I hope he can get it done. But that is a lot of
for
work.
all those Jill teams out there,
You can
we
log
would
on.
love to give you everybody's real name we can only do so much up
The
here.
one name we do know is Daryl Ronaldo.
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Driver for the Teddy boys.
Let's see. Now you put the pressure on him.
What do you think he was thinking when he spun the big wheel of Whale Hill Drive next year and it landed on Teddy's boys?
That's a pretty good
Nice
drop by
shot.
Daryl
Nice
and a
shot.
nice
Dude,
run.
the
Nice
guy's
shot.
a climber. The guy's a climber.
We said it last week. He's got it.
He does.
He's got it.
And I'm giving Daryl credit here, and hopefully the last time ever.
And for Oyster Bay is 5.57.
Woo! Let's talk about this.
All right, listen. Now I'll learn your name, climber from Teddy's boys. 5:57.
Minutemen.
Let's get
from
that guy. Let's
Manhasset,
know.
Lakeville.
I'm telling you, Daryl's been doing the right thing. It's been baby steps,
Yeah.
and little by
Listen.
little, he's increasing it into what his guys can handle.
I agree 1,000%, Paul. I talked to him briefly before this drill. He said the same thing. He's like, listen, I have to drag them along. They're new, and he's doing it safely.
Yeah.
And that's what you want. You want an experienced driver that doesn't say, hey, we're going out to win the state drill this year, guys, with all
Yeah.
you new people.
But
He's
these-
doing it safely, and that keeps guys on the team.
All of these comments don't go with the name Daryl Ronaldo, so it's really
No,
strange.
I tell you.
he's got it going on.
Manhasset's coming up here getting the
And
white
you see who's over there. Joe Boyman and Cozy
Yeah.
slapping 5. Now, for those of you thinking that might be a Teddy Boys team record, not even close.
No.
Joe
Five-
Boy in the
and-
early 90s
and,
put it
right?
in the heavy 5-1s. Yep.
But look at the hugs and the appreciation they all have for each other. The driver congratulating every guy on that team.
Yep.
Congratulating the coaches. Joe Boy over there congratulating the guys on the back of the truck.
Lot of
Saying,
hype.
wow, we
Manhasset.
did something.
Stan bringing him in. Hard break. Ladder looks in the ground. Looks like he got caught in the ladder rack a little
Yeah,
bit.
I think the truck didn't get out of the way.
That's
Then they
right
finished
on the
contest.
three-man ladder line.
I think the boys are ready to go and put it in the ground, and the truck was still hanging out
They're
underneath.
still
it.
hugging over there at Teddy's Boy Camp, ladies and gentlemen. Are you psyched for the Teddy's Boys in the
I am.
future? Come on,
Freaking
man.
awesome.
Got a new ladder team on the course.
And for Manhasset is 6.34. 6.34.
Just I'm in the rotation of
Number 20, the Roadrunners from Port Washington.
video texts from Daryl and the weekly update of the Teddy Boy runs. And I tell you, every time he sends me stuff, I send back. I'm extremely impressed, and it looks better and better.
Yeah.
Each week, it's been about 4 or 5 weeks now. He's been sending me videos, sea hose, sea ladder, and just all the speed contests. There's nothing negative I can say. I'm like, guys, you look awesome.
Yeah.
Right,
And
and
each week it gets better.
we all have a rooting interest in our hearts, whatever, for different teams, but that's a team. It's just fun as announcers to see them progressing.
All right,
Going
now,
the right way.
Oyster Bay's 557, currently fifth in,
Right.
in a really good B-ladder day. And Port Washington comes to the line, a team that can top that.
Always good to just, we're saying Oyster Bay's racing again. That's a good thing.
Yeah, right. And competitively in B ladder.
Yep.
Love it.
All right, so Port Washington, the window is open. See what they can do with it.
Couple years removed from a 5-0 at this track.
I like where they dug.
That's a shot.
Oh, he
almost
gets
the grab,
it. He
but
caught
got
it. He caught
Way to
it.
stay with that, Kyle Lewis.
Got almost a
missed
little
it.
facial on the facade of the arch.
Yeah.
That's
That
going to be a
could
nice
be
shot.
first place,
That's
guys.
a heavy shot for Port
That's
Washington.
right
And
there.
for Port Washington is 4.99.
Wow!
4.99.
You want to see some happy?
There it is.
I'm on the microphone for a 4, ladies and gentlemen.
Twan Simone, there it is. Dan Salerno jumping out of the B truck down there.
Ladies
Oh my
and gents,
goodness!
the 12th member of the 4 Club. We've been talking about this since 2004.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the next guy to join?
Wow!
The name, Kyle Lewis of the Port Washington Roadrunners, is that man. The first man since Billy Moon ran a 4 for the first time. We have a new member of the
You
club.
know what? They've been having problems with the B truck, and Danny, it was a universal issue.
Converter.
And they've been
They told
talking
us we-
Number
about.
21, the Rinky Dinks from North Belmore.
We've been talking about with them getting that truck out from underneath the diggers. They're ready to go. Trust them, and he trusted them right there, and the diggers stuck it, and in a perfect spot to run a 4.
You know, guys, I had 2:53 on the dig time, but I was a tenth off on the overall time, so it might have been better than that. I had a 5:1, but right there, very impressive. Port Washington Roadrunners with a 4 in B ladder.
More on that after the North Belmore Rinky Dink shot, ladies and gents. Stay tuned.
And this race ain't over. North
right,
Belmore can
North
run some
Belmore.
numbers at the home track, no less. North Belmore in the break, off with speed, puts it in the ground. Finish it. That had a little wiggle at the bottom, and it really threw off his mount.
Yeah, a little late in the ground, 292. That should be a low 6 for
And for
Belmore.
North Belmore, 6.09.
Just to go back
6.09.
to Port's run, Paul, and I think I made the observation
Number
early.
22, the Bandits from Farmingville.
Where they put it in the ground, where they dug the ladder, I think had a lot to do with the overall
They
time.
were right over that yellow line, man, and Kyle just on and gone.
But
Beat
it's also Danny put him there. I mean, there's times when you drive that truck, you'll be outside the yellow line. Now you got to lunge. Now you got to run. But with the truck working the way Danny wanted it, Danny trusted the guys on the back. He got out from under them. They just went straight down, and there's your number.
It was sweet. It's fun to watch a 4.
Port Washington, the 11th team in history to have a climber run a 4, number 11, although Kyle is the 12th. That's because West Sayville's got 2 climbers in the 4 club, Billy and Michael.
We don't see it that often, Artie. How exciting is it to watch a 4?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, listen, this is a great B-ladder day. I mean,
Yeah.
right now we're looking 5th place is 540 from Hicksville. And you're talking, CI's not here.
North
Linder's
Linder's
not here.
ladder team.
North Linder's not here. CI's
Point
not
Pleasant, Henrietta.
Yeah.
here.
This guy doesn't drive shy either.
No, never.
Well, he knows he's got to beat a 5-4 to get in the game
Little's
today. Jets.
coming in 283. Eddie driving like he had to, but
I'm giving the diggers credit there. The diggers were ready, and they wanted it. It just looked like the back of the truck wasn't ready for
Yeah,
it.
a little crooked. Farmingville not gonna get a shot out of that. They're a little ticked off, but Eddie giving them everything they had to have to score.
So Port Washington's going to end this contest with 5 points on the back of the 4.99.
You heard it, folks.
And
$4.99.
Farmingville is 10.08. 10.08.
Now,
Second place, Islip's 5.21, which we thought was probably a little bit better than that. Then you got Bay Shore's 5.29, third place. West Hempstead 5.31, fourth place. And those Hicksville Hicks with a 5.40, fifth place. After 2 contests, Bay Shore jumping out in front, keeping the points going. As we go to the third race of the day, they're standing with 8 as they're going to come to the line when we come back for C ladder.
Twan, give us some 4 stuff right now.
go ahead, man. For those of you
He
wondering,
loves his 4s.
For those of you wondering,
pay attention, take notes.
If this is a track record, it is not a track record. It is 1/100th of a second off of the track record of 498 held by West Sayville at the 2001 state drill. It is
Results of motor hook and ladder.
We'll get the results. I'll give you a little bit more, and then we'll
5 points.
Bite your tongue, Twan. Bite your
Washington. Second place, 4 points. Number 13, Islip. Third place, 3 points. Number 3, Bay Shore. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 14, West Hempstead. And fifth place, 1 point. Number 9, Hicksville.
I said it before. There have only been 2 climbers to put it in the 4s at this track: A-Rock and Michael Mara. You could add Kyle Lewis to that list. He's the 3rd climber to do it at this track. 499, the 2nd fastest shot run at this track. That's what A-Rock ran with the Piston Knockers back in 1993. Mikey Mara and company running at 498 at the 01 state.
I like the way you said with the Piston Knockers, with the West Sayville Flying Dutchman, and with the Port Washington Roadrunners. Good job by the whole team right there.
So, we talk about fastest 4s by climbers. He ties Todd Stubman, who ran a 499 for your Bay Shore Redskins, guys. That's Todd's fastest 4. That's actually 11th on the list. So Kyle, obviously, a lot of career left ahead of him to move a little bit up higher on the fastest 4 list. But I'm sure he'll be happy with being climber number 12 to get into that 4 club, ladies and gents.
Did you hear that, Paul? Your Bay Shore Redskins.
Yeah, all I heard it was Todd. I thought there was some other guys on the truck, but
And Paulie Susskind.
no, I was only one other guy. There was more.
Well, fill in the blanks.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Hey,
I remember me and
that's a
Todd.
big diss
Oh, we
right
were
there.
rotating like crazy, man. It was
That's a
just
big
different
diss
guys.
right
I think RJ's throwing.
And
Is it all?
and Mike Dance.
No, is it all? I think it's John.
RJ will let me know if he's listening, if he was in on
It's either
that.
RJ or John.
Now
Mike
listen,
Dance, I think, might
we've
be
been waiting for a 4 in the sport since 2012. West Sayville was the last team to do it. The last new guy to join us at Islip Wolves, Billy Moon, back in 2004. Think about that. It's been 12 years since we had a new member of this club. And now, one final thought before we get ready to go to C Ladder. Only 4 times in racing history has a team run a 4 in B Ladder and followed it up
With an 8?
with it. Hold on. I'm
All
sorry.
right, Twan's working his phone.
I'm
folks.
sorry. No, I read it wrong. My bad. Only this is what it'll be.
It happens every time.
Only 4 times in history has a team run a 4 and then followed it up with a C Ladder state record.
Oh, Jesus
That's
Christ.
what we're,
Jesus,
so we
that-
took-
so that's all he has to do
That's all
is
he's
run a
got to
state
do.
record?
There,
Oh, wow.
there is a chance for the
Holy.
5th time in racing history for
Nope.
that, just because
All right,
of
what's the
four.
record in
No
C
pressure.
Ladder, Artie? What's the record? You got the notes in front of you?
871.
Oh, so
71.
all Port has to do is run an 870.
And take about 2
yeah,
tenths
and then
off that team record.
Twan will recognize you.
I'm going to give you this. If
Michael
Danny,
Mara, Preston Hicks, the only 2 guys to do that. But go
if
ahead.
Danny drives the C truck and gets out from under them like he did the B truck, I believe it's possible. I believe it's possible.
I think they could run an 8. I don't know.
I'm telling you,
Yeah?
the way that truck runs.
Well, they've run 8s. The group is running 8.
If he could give him the mow he just did with the B truck, that's the key. He's got to let them have it.
You're putting a lot of pressure on those guys.
I'm not putting any pressure. I'm saying it's possible. That's
Danny,
all.
turn the radio off right now.
No.
Listen, I mean, to me, we saw a 499, a 521, a 29, a 31, a 40, a 57 by Oyster Bay.
Yeah.
And it is Steve O'Neill is the name. Steve O'Neill.
Yep.
Then a 576 by New Hyde Park. Got to be very happy. Carl Place in the 5s, 595. So just an excellent B ladder day.
Yeah.
All right, awesome B ladder day, but I think Fred needs us to pay some bills, guys. So we'll be back.
All right, go ahead. No, go ahead.
All right, Twan's going to leave everybody hanging. We'll be back after these words.
I don't want to
go
to
to
commercial.
Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information.
All right, we're back getting ready for a little sea ladder. Bay Shore's on the line. Looks like we're almost ready to go. Twan, we left you hanging. What do you got? Hurry up!
I'm just saying last 4 by a guy not named Michael Mara. Who was it in sport? What do you think?
Hold on. Don't yell out the answer right away.
Kyle Lewis?
Well, before. Good answer.
Winner.
Billy Moon.
No. But he was the last guy to
be
join
run
the
is the
club,
motor, hook
but
and
not the
ladder
last guy to
Class
run a
C.
4 other than Michael
State
Mara.
record is
and West Sable.
8.71 and is held by Central Islip.
So why don't we give our listening audience a chance to think about it, right?
Well, they can
Don't
look.
need
They're
to
going to look it up.
Redskins
Well, some
from
of them
Bay
will, but
Shore.
those that are on the road or whatever may think about it and
I'll give
let
it
it swirl around in their heads a little bit.
I'll give it to you after the Redskins shot if you want to.
Bay Shore off to a good start here.
Yeah, 8
out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
What do you, we got like a landfill right over here?
Yeah.
Stinks, right?
Because I think people need to start cooking. Since the breeze is blowing our way, we need to get
Now,
the grills going.
there was some talk Bayshore wasn't going to be here all day, guys. They may not race the
well,
whole
there's
day.
the town of Islip parade tonight in West
they
Sable.
gotta
6 o'clock.
stay now,
No,
right?
they'll make the
you
whole
come out
drill. This drill's moving along. As long as there's no problems with the water, I can't see them not making. Especially running number 1, they don't even have to run out of turn to finish the day.
Anyway, we cannot unfortunately do the sunshine and the lights. We will not be able to give you a.
Here comes Bay Shore. coming in. He's approaching the cone. He's off about 10 feet in the break. It's a good one. Nice. They put it in. This is going to be an awesome run for them if he gets in. He gets it.
The climb's on a mission.
The
Yeah.
momentum was awesome. I mean,
That was a great job putting
think-
it in the right spot right there. It's a hell of a
that
shot.
could be an 8 right there,
I think
guys.
it's an 8 as well.
What?
What's the cone?
Was that cone?
That's cone. It's what did he say?
67.
And for
I thought
Bay
he said
Shore is
67.
9.03.
Okay.
9.03.
And I see Skippy shaking his head, the climber, not happy with it. Maybe feels he didn't get the
to the cone?
buttons at the
61?
top.
67.
Oh, 67 to the cone.
Highlanders from Roslin.
All right, so 67 to the cone. They might have lost a little something there, but boy, he gave him some good momentum, Artie, as they came in.
Yeah, listen. I think they were hoping to hear the 8 after they got to
Yeah.
the top rung.
But
But again, let's look at the cone time. It's 67, so the momentum's all fine. The drive's great. It's just
But
maybe the truck with the
let's-
heat today.
Yeah, I'm about to say, let's watch everybody else's numbers on the cone right now.
Because they're typically a 54 in ladders and right there in hose. So again, we're talking. It feels like it's 100, probably 120 degrees on the course. So what's going
right.
to is it going to play? With the carburetors a little bit, and we'll have to go and see as the race goes. 67 to the cone. That's the difference in the shot.
But the big picture,
Right, look at the
them
line.
setting
Oh,
the
tw-
table.
22, 29, 903.
There it is.
Bottle it up and take it with you.
There it
You
is.
know they're scoring points here.
6-2-5-2-9-0.
I
Nice
doubt
line.
5 teams are going to beat them in C.
No.
So they're going to keep scoring.
That's in it to
and-
win it, as far as I'm concerned. We'll see how the
Yeah.
C trucks react. But let's all say, we look at their B ladder shot and we say, I don't know if that was a 529. And then we're going to go the opposite and C ladder say, I don't know if that was a 903.
Right.
That looked like 8s all over it.
Yep.
Smooth, great momentum. Mole left them with great momentum. Maybe the truck didn't do everything it could, but they handled the momentum, and they got off with speed, folks.
Yeah,
Listen,
I-
they were
he-
moving.
It can't look better than that in the position they were in.
You only can talk about the 67. The way he drove it, start to finish, was excellent.
I mean, he got off at the right spot. The
Yeah.
truck broke down beautifully. Here
Okay.
comes Roslin. He's off way before the cone, cruising in. Hard brake, gets out. Flat ladder.
About 2 feet over the 3-man ladder line.
And they should have been about 5 feet outside the 3-man ladder line. And when they came off the back of that truck, that ladder sat flat with the thrower and the climber.
Yeah.
And those diggers had to probably run another 3, 4, 5 steps because of it.
And when Paul says flat, folks,
And for Roslin is 10.53. 10.53.
the two guys
me.
in the back,
Group me's blowing up, by the way, but go ahead.
the
After
two
this
guys
thought.
in the back,
Number 5, the Bucks from Deer Park.
the climber and the thrower need to both lift that ladder, and that helps the diggers to push down. I mean, they got to push down, but if the two guys in the back don't lift it, then you will get what Paul's talking about, a flat ladder, and might cost you an extra stride and
Just-
time getting it in the ground.
Just got a text from Johnny Salerno out in Nebraska saying congrats to the Roadrunners and their 499. Good luck the rest of the day.
And not only that, but you're getting Group Me is blowing up. Robbie DeRoche, a longtime thrower for Preston Hicks, and the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen just saying congrats, Kyle and the Roadrunners.
Billy
Welcome to
Moon.
the club. Now, Billy Moon followed it up with a post saying congrats, Port Washington Roadrunners. Welcome to the club, Kyle. Finally not the junior guy anymore after 13 years, Billy Moon.
That sounds like a special club to be in those fours.
And then a funny post by Rob after that. He said, oh, thanks, Billy. Funny how my first 4 was ruined by the guy that just posted the message. Rob, of course, referring to the 498 that the Minutemen ran at the 03 state, only to take second place to Billy Moon and company with a 495. So a lot of jabbing going on Group Me. Keep it going, guys.
Deer Park Bucks. Approaching the cone. He's out about 10 feet before doing a lot of steering under the arch. Truck goes a little sideways. Now they're deep.
They are deep, Paul, about 2 feet shy of the plumb line, but I thought they handled it well.
They did. I tell you what, driver did a nice job. That truck started fading west towards the west side of the track right here. He did a real good job steering, and it keeps them at least
And for
within
Deer
the
Park is 10.24.
legal part to put the ladder.
10.24.
They barely caught the patch on the left side. As you said, it drifted a little
Number
bit.
6, the Termites from New
But
Hyde Park.
we talk about it all the time. You have to make up sometimes for someone else's minor error, which may have been a drop.
But now
on that.
let's just go back to talking about how the C trucks are running. That truck runs a 64.
Yeah.
They sure ran a 67.
Wow.
He
That's-
took it. I mean,
that's-
he took it a little bit deeper than Mole did.
I don't know. I thought it kind of looked the same.
He was deeper. He was much deeper.
Yeah, I thought Mole was
Much
at
deeper?
I thought Mole was at like 165.
That's
He
what I
was
thought
off
too.
about 160. But again, you just have to see how the day goes.
Preston Hicks chiming in on Group Me. Congrats, Kyle Lewis. Everyone's coming out of the woodwork today to give congratulations to the Port Washington Roadrunners and Kyle Lewis on that 4 club.
They do have 6 more races to run, don't they?
Listen, I'm ready to call it a day. Let's go have some drinks and.
Good drill so far, guys.
New Hyde Park on the line.
I'm also a little jealous, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
We are being wildly entertained here with some great shots so far.
New Hyde Park. It's just over the cone right now. Now he's in the hard break. Lets him go. They go straight down. Oh, ladder climber stumbles at the bottom. Doesn't ever get the mount down. Now he's at the top.
Yeah, New Hyde Park just out of the money with a 576 and B ladder. Was looking to follow it up. Looks smooth, but like you said, missed the mount.
Too much helmet going on there for me, guys.
Well, you know,
He's
it's
got the
funny.
motorcycle helmet with
Yeah.
the
for
map
New Hyde
card.
Park is 11.19, 11.19.
And the visor, and I'm all for safety. Don't get me wrong, but
Number 8,
I don't know.
the Frogs from Carl.
I just
Was he
Place.
wearing
just
the
think-
visor?
Yeah. You'll
'Cause-
see it.
No, I don't think he
It's
wore the
just-
visor.
No, because I remember
No, you
earlier-
told him to
Well,
take those visor
the
off.
shield. I'm sorry. The
Yeah.
eye shield. No, he's got the big shield coming.
But
up the
not
front.
over his eyes. Coming
No,
out
not
like,
over his eyes.
Like a duck bill. He's got a
think
duck
it's
bill
just-
out there.
A little bit
Just
more
looks
him
like-
probably getting comfortable on the back.
Too much
You know what I mean?
helmet to me.
Yeah, I hear you.
54 to the cone for New Hyde
But
Park.
safety first, comfort.
No, I agree.
Never go-
And if
never
that's
go
what
from
you're
there.
comfortable running
Yeah,
with,
right.
but that's one more thing you may have to.
How about this question?
overcome.
North Merrick, they breaking out the C truck for the state trail or no?
We can only
Have
hope.
they been practicing? Does anybody know?
I do not know. I know that South Hempstead Rascals old C truck, formerly of the Hempstead Flukes, so that's a C truck that North Merrick has purchased. Is it here? I don't see it on that trailer.
I don't see it here either, but just curious. I
Yeah.
know upstate, the Carthage drill team, they just purchased a B truck from Brentwood.
B truck.
The
Oh,
B
yeah,
truck.
I
Now
saw
they
that.
had Oyster Bay's old B truck that they've been running with, and they just purchased another one as a new team. 2 B trucks in.
You talking about the Rough Riders old one? Or the-
Yeah, and I
what,
know.
Teddy Boys
Yeah, I
old
think it's
one?
Teddy Boy. I'm not exactly sure. Here comes Carl Place. He's fading a little left. Brody bringing it in. He brings it almost to the cone. He's in the hard break. Really has to stand on it. Lets him go. Nice job climbing by Mike Ged. Whoa!
Baby, and we're doing that because the climber lost a hand that you need to hold on to that ladder before you grab that top rung.
Come on, tell us about that.
why
You
they-
got 2 or 3 fingers on there, and you just
Ooh,
can't
baby.
quite hang on and do the grasp and hold, which
Oh.
is required.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see if
mean,
we can get a
frustrating.
time on that, though.
I don't think
No time for call, place, fade, a grasp and hold,
We-
rule 13-0.
we might be able to get a
Ooh.
maybe.
I'll tell you what, I wasn't really looking at that grab rung. I thought he kind of had it, but listen, I didn't really give it a good look. The officials have
Number
a better balance
9,
point.
Hicks from Hicksville.
Grasp
Time,
and hold
time.
is the rule. We
Right,
all know that.
I was looking more at it.
Not tap, not
Yeah,
touch.
right.
Grasp and hold, and that's folks. If you've never climbed,
What?
now again, I haven't done a lot of it, but
997?
Tuan can tell you that's a heck of a thing. At the very end of the run, you got to grab
Yeah.
it and hang with it for a good second.
Yep.
So they know.
Word on the street is that was a 9.8.
Wow.
And
okay.
he had to really park it. I thought he took it deep to the cone. I mean, that's probably what you got to do with that truck. But then he was standing on it trying to get it stopped. And then when that happens, it doesn't get out of its own way a little bit.
Yeah.
Hesitation. But a great mount by Mike Geddes.
Yeah.
And he was good climb
Yeah.
all the
Come
way
on.
to the end.
Tuan, what leads to a miss on a grasp and
It
hold?
could
Is
be-
it at the final jump? Your
Yeah,
momentum?
it could be a momentum a lot of times. Sometimes it could be going too fast and you just kind of palm
How
it and you
about-
go right off of it. But
How
in
about
that
the
case,
fact it was a straight ladder? It's a little bit more than normal.
I think that case too, he lost his bottom hand. He lost a hand that's holding himself onto the ladder. That hand went, and then it's just a matter of don't fall off the ladder. You know what I mean? So
And that's what it looked like.
yeah, right. And that's what.
Here comes Hicksville Hicks. Wide open, only 1.9 up on the board. Heavy 903 from Bay Shore. Hicksville in the pit. Oh, he lets it go with Mo. And they're going to finish it.
All right, Paul. I don't know if you saw it.
Yes.
The climber's head was way outside the
Way
ladder.
outside.
Like, as a climber, folks, you want to be pushing that ladder up out of your face, and you want to be centered as most as you can
And
to
for
mount.
Hicksville is 10.69, 10.69.
But it just was
To mount
very
it.
unlike him to be that far out. To me, like, did something go wrong at the end? And
It's
I don't
possible the truck's
Number
maybe got
10,
a little
the
squirrely.
Rebels from Levittown.
But if your head is outside the ladder, outside the rail, as you will, you're going to have a hard time getting on and making a real run out of it. Artie, I'm sure you did that plenty of times.
I thought the truck faded on him a little bit at the
Yeah,
end.
and I'm telling you right now, he's walking away awfully gingerly. So it almost is like, he stepped off and he wasn't feeling it.
Right.
Like he was just done. Like the ladder caught him like he wasn't ready. He went that far past the outside of the ladder with
once,
his head.
Once your shoulders, your head to start, but once your head and your shoulders are outside, you're going to have a tough time mounting and making a competitive run.
No dig time on that, right?
I
I thought he drove the race, better than we've seen.
the
in
best
last
he's
couple-
done with that
yeah.
C truck. I agree.
Thought he drove from the cones in nice.
All right, Levittown has the track.
Just faded a little at the end.
Group me still blowing up with congrats to Kyle. I'll fill you in a minute.
Wow, he's popular, huh?
We've the president of the 4 Club has chimed in with a message. We'll get back to that in a moment.
President. That must be MM.
That's the phrase he
Fun
used.
alarm. All right, Levittown bringing it in. Approaching the arch in the hard break. as you could hear, came to a full stop. It's just like B ladder, and I know they're trying to maybe save new guys, and these are a group of new guys on the back of the truck, but it makes it so difficult.
They just barely saved the run, Paul. Again, about 2 feet shy of the plumb line, and whether he didn't want to drop them too hot for fear they couldn't handle it, but definitely a little bit deep for the Rebels, and it's going to show in the time.
Time for Levittown is 13.20, 13:20.
With that, we're going to go to the Islip Wolves. Islip second place with a 5:21.
Number 13, the Wolves from Islip.
In B ladder,
Yeah.
they need to keep their momentum going. They're one of the teams that could play with that 9:03 that Bay Shore's run so far.
Yeah, a little bit of a mishap in three-man ladder. Came back with a 5:21, and what was a big shot for them to get back in this tournament. C ladder definitely a shot that they are looking to take some large points, not only today, but next week.
What are you thinking, Artie? I see the wheels turning there.
No, I've been reading some of the group me
Okay.
posts, and Jay Podolsky just said North Merrick has not had the C truck out so far practicing. So
Okay.
I doubt maybe we'll see that upstate next week if they haven't gotten it out yet.
All right, track's been given to the Islip Wolves.
So we have Islip with 4 points. Right after them, West Hempstead with 6. Trying to keep pace with Bay Shore, who put up a nice shot.
We
So-
haven't really talked about the state drill much, but when you think about what's been going on in the state of racing in terms of injuries and everything, Islip's got to be right there on the top of your list if we get to talking about it.
Without a doubt. They should be in the conversation for one of the favorites, I would say.
2 weeks removed from the CI invite, right? Won the whole thing.
All right, here they come. They leave the start line. They're running it on a rope. Approaching the cone, he's off. Gives chirp, he's in the hard break. Lets him go. If he climbs this, they are going to be thrilled. And he does!
Nice drop
There, I
by
think
Mike.
that's going to be close, if not topping that first place shot. Think it's an 8?
Right on the 3-man ladder line, guys.
59.
Smooth, momentum.
Cone or overall? Oh.
59 cone.
Time for Islip is 8.78. 8.78.
That's
And
a
you just
shot.
said, Twan, that there was somebody, maybe Lenny, that they're going to be a player, not just this day, but a
Yep.
player of state. Now look at the difference. They just ran an 8.78. The record's 8.71. It's business. Look
Number
at that.
14, the Westerners from West.
They're not even that
Hempstead.
excited. They're like, okay, that's what
Oh,
we
no,
do in
I-
practice
I think
every night.
They're going, that was only 700 from the record. We were so close. Where could we have made it up?
700s from the record.
I think I saw a high five. I just saw
Yeah,
a high
right.
five.
But a full 10th away, 1,300ths to be exact, from the track record
Yeah.
of 865. Preston Hicks and the Minutemen back in 01 at the invite here.
But again, guys,
third
that's-
best run ever in this drill also.
But that's
Yeah.
it just tells you that's what they do in practice. In other words, they're not, they didn't pull that one out of their butts. They do that weekly, and they're used to it.
Don't blink. Here comes West
A
Hempstead.
decent line for the Wolves, 521, 878. You
Yeah.
know they could run three-man ladder, so see you next week.
59 to the cone, so
67 Bay Shore, 59.
I mean, we're splitting hairs,
For
but
the,
okay, shave a,
Wolves?
900ths. I mean, come on. 900ths we're talking about. We're talking practice.
Three-way tie in the Olympics last night.
that was unbelievable. Here comes West Hempstead. Approaching the cone. He's out of the gas. In the hard break. Lets him go with Mo.
Nice shot.
There's a hell of a run. Back to back. I'm going to say 8s. That was a hell of a run. Left him with great momentum in a good spot in the pit.
And Brome went rolling off the bottom of the
As
of
you
the
would
ladder.
think. With that
And
speed.
for West Hempstead is 8.88. 8.8.
The dreaded
Snowman.
The dreaded triple snowman.
He planted the ladder. They all did together. Again, one digger rolling off the ladder, but giving him enough, and the climber doing his job. And
50
again,
I think you
now
said
now they're really.
Rome. It's Doherty and Rizzo.
Yeah,
I'm
Doherty
sorry.
went
I'm
rolling.
sorry. My bad. It was Doherty.
Number 15,
Doherty
the
and Rizzo.
Buckeyes from Merrick.
58 to the cone, so they're in this. I mean, you could almost put that mirror image with Islip right there.
Yeah.
I think Josh just gets up the ladder a little bit quicker, catches that Mo better.
I just want to bring, all right, so we looked at an 878 and an 888. One was a 58 to the cone, one was a 59 to the cone. Kenny Brome and Mike Welton drive that race so different.
Yep.
You couldn't look at a guy drive the race completely. They drive it so different, but you almost get identical runs.
Well, at the end, when they got let go, it looked identical. You know what I'm saying? With the type of speed and the guys coming off the back of the truck.
Yeah, all that's but I'm saying just you look at it from when the truck takes off with the way they get on, get off the gas and start to settle the truck down. It's two totally different looks.
Yeah.
But you get the same result.
And back-to-back weeks, West Hempstead putting up a decent line in ladders. Last week's a little bit better with that three-man ladder, but today 676, 531, 888. Of course, they'd like to lose 3-4 more tenths in a three-man ladder shot. But
And that's the way
888
to start a drill.
888
to win a
is the
drill.
number. I
Yeah.
feel that might even be their team.
All right, here comes the Merrick Buckeyes.
I feel like it was an 889 that they just improved upon.
Chuck fades a little bit left. He's in the hard break. Lets him go. They're deep straight ladder. Does a nice job mounting a straight ladder, but the second half of that climb is going to be awfully difficult.
I'm with
Man,
you,
move
Paul.
that out about 6-7 feet, and they're going to be happy with that run.
I'm with you, Paul. They're about 2 feet shy of the plumb line. The truck slid a little bit, but a nice mount. Good job by all 4 guys getting off the back. And a straight ladder, let's face it, folks. A straight ladder up and down, that's tough to climb.
Time for Merrick is 11.20, 11:20.
Talk about that, Twan.
Number
Finish.
17, Teddy's Boys from Oyster Bay.
Would you rather have the staircase where you
Yeah.
know you're going to take a beating now there at the yellow line, which again, folks, is a major angle on the ladder, or straight up and down ladder? What do you like?
Staircase.
Yeah.
You know, let me put my trust in Zudi to hold me from not getting back.
What do you
off
think,
the thing,
Artie? You
know?
climbed a couple of them in your day.
I'd rather have a staircase as well. I don't think anybody likes a straight ladder
No.
besides
Yeah.
Squirrel from Sayville.
Yeah, we saw him run a lot of runs, a lot of good runs.
But
So, did we ever talk about who was the last 4? Because my wife chimed in for
Yeah.
some reason. She thinking she knows.
Wow.
Why they're listening, A.
I feel like
He's listening?
I don't know.
The last 4.
But listen, you got to hear the names she throws out there.
Oh, go ahead.
I think she knows 3 names in all of racing history.
Metzi.
No, Chuck Doyle.
Not Chuck Doyle. No, his one
Wow,
and only
we're
was
old.
in 1993.
Thank
so.
you, Meredith.
She was really
listening.
scrolling through the Rolodex a long time ago.
The last 4 by another man other than Michael Mara was John Short, Spencerport Red Onions,
I was
back
gonna
in
say that.
2006.
Here comes Steve O'Neill and the Oyster Bay Teddy's Boys. Darrell off in the hard break. Lets him go. He's going to have a straight ladder, tough ladder to climb. I think his strap on the back of his thing came off as well.
Yeah, and a shoulder pad a little
Big
bit.
ups to Meredith for even paying attention to
Let's
us.
end
How
that.
about that?
Let's end that now. Oyster Bay.
Yeah, they're going to give that time
Time for
here.
Oyster Bay is 12.22, 12:22.
Next up's going to be Manhasset. We've been excited. Let me just give you a rundown of the top 5 because we still have about 4 teams left to go that can get in the mix here.
Number 19, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
Islip's 878, number 1. West Hempstead followed that up with a triple snowman, 888 is second place. And then the Bay Shore 903 hanging in there for 3rd currently. But after that, you jump down to a 1024 by Deer Park, currently 4th.
Wow.
And Hicksville, and then 1053 by Roslin.
Yep.
So that's a
So there's your top
1-second
5.
gap. Yeah, you
Yeah.
have 3 teams right there, and then you have a 1-second
But you
gap.
got some players left. You got Port out there who just coming off a heavy number in B ladder, and you got North Belmore.
And you predicted they're going to break the state records.
Well,
I didn't
listen,
predict it. I
I'll-
said
I'll
if
get to
he
that in a
gets
minute.
out of the way.
Didn't he say it's one? I heard it.
I didn't say. I said it's possible to run an 8-7 if he gets out of the way. You need to
Sounded like
listen.
a prediction
you need to
to me.
listen, my friend. Here comes Manhasset. He's about to hit the hard break. He does. Lets him go gingerly. He's on the ladder. All right, nice job. There's
Yeah.
a smooth run. Stan knows his team, and the
Yep.
guys that are on the back of that truck. He held that brake a little bit, knowing it'd be good for them. And overall, they worked real well together. Good climb.
Yeah, not a whole lot of momentum.
Time
went
for
through.
Manhasset is 10.10, 10:10.
Not a whole lot of momentum in through the patch.
Fourth
However,
place.
that might be what they
Number
needed.
20, the
Fourth place right
Roadrunners
now.
from Port Washington.
Manhasset's going to go back and look at the tape of that one and say, hey, that's our best sea ladder of the year, and it's a huge improvement, and they got an opportunity to squeak a point out of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, they just seem pretty excited going back to the truck that, they heard the 10-10. And, again, it's relative to themselves. Again, it's a lot of times you're racing against yourself and what your numbers are in practice. Can you run that shot? Can you improve off what you did? And it looks like they probably improved on what they've been doing in practice. So it's the step in the right direction.
Or they even ran their practice shot already,
Yeah.
and that's what you want to
And,
do
and
on,
they haven't
on
brought
Saturday.
it up. And I know they've had, I think their climber's now back. Their main climber was away.
All right,
He wasn't
Twan,
here
give us a
for
little
couple
Paul
weeks.
Washington stuff as they're on the line right
Listen,
here.
only 4 times in racing history has a team run a 4 and then followed it up with a state record shot in sea ladder. Manhasset Lakeville, Preston Hicks 02 at the Nassau County Drill in Oceanside. West Sayville 05 CI invite. Preston and the boys again in 05 Labor Day. And the last time that happened, Mike Mara, West Sayville, 2008 CI invite. 487 and 846. We have a shot. The Roadrunners got to break
Guys
that team
are
record.
setting your
Like
goals
I-
high
71.
here.
Yeah, like I said, I think Port's just got to go through the motions correctly. If Danny can get this truck out from under them, like he did with the B truck, might not be a state record, but they're going to be awfully happy with the run. That's going to be the key right here. Watch how the truck reacts if he can bang them out hard so they can get into that pit with momentum.
And they're not thinking state record, obviously. Just like we said, they're thinking
that's just me.
practice
That's
run,
just me. You know
which
what I
is
mean?
probably a high 8 or a low 9. Let's see what the Roadrunners have for us.
Preston and Michael listening eagerly to see the new member for their
Here comes
club.
Port. Breaking in. He's at the cone. He's off. He's in the hard break. He's got to let him go. He's got it. That ladder's going up a little bit to the side. He comes to the top, and he's out there.
Wow.
I don't know if it's going to be. He probably could have let him go a little bit.
Paul, what is that? 6 or 8 inches from the safety zone
Yeah,
on the arch?
on the west side of the track.
But this, it's a shot. It's not it's not a record. But
No.
And for Port Washington is 8.88.
Oh, it's high with
for
the dreaded
second.
triple snowman. 888.
We
But I'm
can't
gonna
make it up.
wait a
folks.
second. I'm gonna say this, Lenny. I'm gonna say this. That if they can improve on that, they have 8-7 written all over that. They come straight down the track.
Ratings from North Belmore.
Do they have the? Are you asking me? Do they have the potential to break the state record, Paul? If that's what you're asking me, based on that run and what they could do to improve it, I'm
What's
going to have
cone?
to say it's a
What was
possibility.
your cone?
So a 4.99 for Port Washington. They follow it up with an 8. Not too many guys have done that in the same day. A 4 and an 8 in the same day. I'd have to go back and look.
That was my, like you were
Yeah.
saying, break the record. My thing is,
Right.
how many guys have even run a 4 and an 8?
Right.
It's
That's
got to be
what
less
I
than,
was thinking of.
I mean, obviously,
A-Rock has done it. I know Michael has done it.
Preston's
has
done it.
Right.
I don't know if Johnny's done it.
No, in the same day or in
It's same day.
Yeah, no, not too
No,
many.
no.
JoJo didn't run 8s. JoJo maybe. I got to go look at the
Boy.
archive.
And and Billy Moon, any of his 4s followed up by 8s on the same day.
Let me look that
I mean,
one up
Billy,
now.
if you're still listening, you can chime in. Did you follow up any of your
But boy, let
4s
me
with an
say,
8?
This is setting up an unbelievable state drill right now.
Awesome.
We threw down 3 8s and a 903 in this little tournament where we already talked about the heavy hitters we're missing. This is setting up for
some
some.
of the heavy hitters.
Yeah,
The
we're
other-
missing them.
Some
The
heavy
other-
hitters here.
The other thing we like to talk about in ladders, B and C ladder combined. Now, can you do under 14 seconds? That's always been a number that we've talked about here and there. Port Washington doing a 13.87 today. Heavy stuff.
North Belmore in line, 10-10, currently 5th by Manhasset.
You give me a 4 and an 8 in ladders. Let's
Here comes
go.
North Belmore. He's got it on a rope. He's in the hard break. Man, did they have momentum.
I think they're on
Man,
the plumb line.
how you do
Paul.
that on your home track? I don't know, but he was deep
Yeah.
on both B and C right there.
Very deep there. Oh, I shouldn't say very deep. They did put one set of spikes
No
into the
time
plumb
for
line.
North Belmore outside the safety zone rule 13-0.
You could see where he brought that deep over the cone before he ever and then got on the hard break. It was
Number
too late.
22, the Bandits from Farmingville.
Could it be, Paul? I mean, it's showtime. It's Saturday. It is your drill. I know this track. Let's go. You know, there's
But you're also running it- you're
get a
also-
little too hyped. Anybody can get too hyped. We all know that.
Got the answer to our question.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, JoJo 4.98 in Hagerman in 03, followed it up with an 8.88 in C ladder.
Nice.
Billy Moon 4.95 at the 03 state, followed it up with an 8.91 in C ladder. So what is that? About 5-6 guys that have run a 4 and an 8 in the same day.
Well, welcome,
so Kyle Lewis entering
welcome
himself into
Kyle
another
and
club.
the Roadrunners. Yep.
Yeah. And I don't know, is that 8.88 also a team record for them? I know they've run 8.9s.
I don't think so.
And
I think they ran a lower 8, I believe. I could be wrong.
I'm not sure. And West Hempstead might have just broken their team record. I
Oh,
believe
yeah?
that was 8.89.
You,
I think.
you were
I'd
just
have to go
saying,
back
too,
and look.
below 14 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, there's 2 teams below 14 seconds today because Islip's below 14 as well.
There you go. And
What a
13
day. Who expected
13.99.
that today, right?
Farmingville 10-10 is the number to beat for the Bandits.
because of that
This
heavy
truck
C ladder.
motivates. Heavy break. Lets him go. If he climbs it, he's going to beat it. Nope, straight ladder, and he gets hit against the arch and doesn't get the mount
Yeah,
down.
it looks like he went right through on the mounting rung, Paul.
Billy Hothan just got in, too. 499, 878 West Sable in the 2012
The fastest
town drill.
The fastest ever is 13:33. West
Time
Sable
for
obviously
Farmingville
doing it
is
again.
11.10, 11-10.
Think about this: 4.87 and an 8.46 in the same day. That's the best there, right?
That's when you drop the microphone.
Yeah,
Done.
All right, so Islip's going to come out of that with that first place shot. 5 points. They're going to give them 9 on the day. A tie with the triple snowmen, West Hempstead and Port Washington.
There's a tournament that's going on, Paulie?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
We're having a lot of fun up here, folks. Yeah. I mean,
3.5 each.
we're being entertained.
West Hempstead going to go to 9.5 overall. Third place that tie was Port Washington. They're going to go to 8.5 overall.
2.5, you mean, dude?
No,
oh wait,
three
they
and a
tied
half.
for fourth. They
It
tied
was-
for
it was second and third.
Yeah, you're right.
And then Bay Shore is going to keep their streak going of getting points in each contest. They hit for a 2 right there. It's going to give them 10 overall. They're still going to have to lead in the drill. And then in 5th place is that Manhasset Lakeville shot that we saw the guys real happy about, and they should be. They're going to leave with a trophy for it. They have 1 point overall. So after the ladder events,
Move the equipment.
I'll come back and tell you in a second.
Results of the motor hook and ladder Class C.
Motor
First
hook and
place,
ladder.
5 points, number 13, Islip. Second and third place, each a tie, each get 3.5 points. the West Hempstead Westerners, and the Port Washington Roadrunners. 4th place, 2 points, number 3, Bay Shore. And 5th place, 1 point, number 19, Manhasset, Lakeville.
So, guys, we're being entertained here at this Merrick
Yeah,
drill.
total
like
points.
You said, there's a handful of teams that aren't here, but wow, the ones that are here are doing a great job.
And it's a 4-horse race right now. Total points: Bay Shore 10, West Hempstead 9.5, Islip 9, Port 8.5. So we got a little bit of a dogfight. You can't get a race off. No taking races off. If you're one of those 4 teams.
Can we take a break to catch our breath? Man, I don't know. Oh,
We
man.
will.
That was entertaining, ladies and gents.
We're going to go to a commercial. We'll be back for the host portion
Listen,
of the day.
I still got this date in racing history.
We're
We got
getting
to
there.
talk about the state drill lineup.
Stay tuned, folks.
They got the water.
Twan will be back after these words.
The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga glass cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga glass cutting kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com.
Okay, guys, we are back here in Merrick.
Yeah, we're
How about
back.
those ladder contests, huh?
That was a pretty fun way to start the day, ladies and gents. Only 1 week away from the state drill, and boy, are we off and running. Had to catch our breath a little bit there, guys. We doing all right here?
Yeah, we are.
Ready to play the rest of this game here today?
Before we're
Can't
going to talk a little bit about that upcoming state drill, but I think we got this day in racing. Fred, we have a new production for it, don't we? Maybe not. We can sing it. What song is it?
For those of you just chiming back in, we're going to go a little this date in racing history.
We did have a production end to this, or at least we thought we did.
Fred's rocking out to Rod Stewart.
Oh.
Give him a break, will you? You get intro music now, Twan? That's awesome. Here it goes.
Live on top of the arch at the Merrick Invitational Drill. This is this date in racing history.
History.
All right, first of all, give us the date. It's August.
August 13th
Okay.
of 2016. So this date in racing history, we're not going to go back way back
Wait.
into the archives.
Let's just give the year first.
2011.
Okay.
5 years ago today. 5 years ago today, we were at the North Belmore Invitational Drill, and in case you weren't there, it was a great day because a new motorized team, won its first ever major motorized invitational drill.
All right, so slow down a little bit.
Go
you
ahead.
say a new motorized team.
Yes.
Meaning that was their first year out?
No,
or?
meaning
All
that
right.
it was a team to win a major motorized for the first time in their history.
So their first win. Okay, so
That-
we're talking 2011. Okay.
Care to venture a guess?
Patrick.
Can you give us one color that they wore?
Yellow.
Was it yellow?
Well,
wow.
that doesn't help. It's probably the most worn color or accessory to a uniform.
Paul's wearing yellow today.
Not-
we know he won a drill a long time ago.
Not only
Come
did
on.
they wear yellow, it's also part of their name.
Oh, now we're down to really yellow
Oh.
Hornets,
No.
yellow submarine.
This date in racing history, ladies and gents, the Copeg Yellowbirds
Oh, yellow birds.
win the North Belmore Invitational and their first ever major motorized win.
Twan, correct me if I'm wrong. And
Go ahead.
I was looking at. I think you put it up that some of the track records. They ran a hell of a pump shot here. I think that day. Did they tie the track record?
They did.
Yeah.
579.
Yeah, I saw that.
Was it still is the track record to this day. Yellow Hornets ran a 579 at the 09 invite. Copeg running it at the 11 invite. This date in
So,
racing history,
that's
en
a-
route to winning their first ever major motorized drill. Now, if you look at that day, I mean, and I was texting Vinny about this last night. It was Copeg and East Islip head to head all day long that day. I mean, if you just look down the line, Copeg. Well, first of all, we talk about a great ladder day. Copeg could have played today 642 in 3-man, 511 in B ladder, and a 925 in C ladder. This date in racing history, they got 12 out of the first 15 in a battle all day. Like I said, with the East Islip Guzzlers. East Islip that day having an okay ladder day, 644, a no time, and a 903 to give them 7. But as I was texting with Vinny last night, Vinny Bogart, of course, now the North Londonhurst Piston Knockers. He was saying the one thing he remembers about that day is, after ladders, Copeg would score large points in a contest, and then they would miss in the following. And then East Islip would kind of follow along with the same pattern, where they would score big points but then miss. And just to kind of fill you in on the numbers there, so C-Hose, it's 12-7, Copeg over East Islip. East Islip runs a 12-16 track record. And Copeg misses 14-67. So we got 12-12 going into B-Hose. And then Copeg wins B-Hose 8-27. East Islip misses. So now 17-12 going into efficiency. They both missed in efficiency. And then the Yellowbirds, kind of put it away with that 579 in motor pump that day. And
That's a matter of one team, well, both teams having an opportunity to grab it and,
Yeah.
and not necessarily doing it.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was other teams that inched their way into contention.
And actually, I read it wrong. It was 17-12, but then East Islip won efficiency. Copeg missed. So it was 17-17 and then finally with that pump shot, and then following it up with buckets 23-87 to get a point, and the Copeg Yellowbirds' first ever win this state in racing history. So
There you go.
All right.
Yeah.
Congratulations
5
to the
years
Yellowbirds.
ago, this very day.
One thing I remember about that day before we go, Yellow Hornets. I'm racing that day. We had the scoring streak going back to 1978. We didn't score a point all day that day until buckets.
That's
We're
right.
on the line of buckets, bone,
That's
and we're
right.
saying, is this it? Is
And
our
that's like
streak
a
over?
curse
Yeah.
to a team like yourselves who are so proud in scoring in every drill.
At that point, us and North Lindenhurst had the two longest streaks. North Lindy's obviously, that's still an active streak. Ours was lost somewhere in 2013 with the merge team, but we ended up putting up a 21 that day to get on the board. But man, it was a scary feeling. But Copeg Yellowbirds, if you're listening at home, you want to chime in some thoughts about this date in racing history, let me hear about your first ever major motorized win.
Twan, you're talking about a scary feeling.
Mhm.
Of course, the Hempstead Yellow Hornets have a long, rich history. Why was it scary? You felt like you were letting down yourself, or all the guys that came before you,
that
or,
streak
or a little bit of both?
That streak started in '78. Tommy Abramski joins the team in '79, and we kind of go on to new heights. Obviously it's before my time, but when I joined, everyone kept talking about, hey, listen, we've scored a point in every tournament since '78. That was always kind of in the back of our heads to keep that going. Obviously, we wanted to win drills, come down top 5, but
that
if not for anything else, let's score.
That bonds you with the guys that came before you too.
Yeah,
that laid
exactly.
the foundation and said, hey, don't screw it up.
Yeah, exactly. And so,
So, all right, are we done?
one other
Go ahead,
final
go.
thought. Yeah, Copeg,
Ugh.
they were the last new team to win their first major motorized. Still to this day, they are the most recent team to win their first major. Any thoughts on who the next team could be? What teams are out there that haven't actually won a major? I don't even know how many teams are out there that haven't won a major motorized. Most of the teams here today have probably won a major somewhere along the line. So I know before Copeg winning, I think it was the Roslin Highlanders winning their first drill in 2000 at the CI Invite in a tie with you guys. But anyway, food for thought. But go ahead, Paul. Let's move it on.
No, I'm just saying, if you're looking at what's going on right here, they're having a tough time getting the hose to lay 144 feet before they test it. They're in their second set of hoses right now. And I don't know.
Do I need to do a second to state and racing?
No, but, I don't know who's running it down there, but I don't know if it was done the way it's normally done. But they got it there after a hefty pull, so now maybe we'll be able to get a water time. But if you're sitting back at your camp right now, by the time the water runs through this hose, it's probably going to be 142 feet, so something to think about when you're putting your hose in your truck. This hose is going to be probably on the number when they call it, but by the time they test it, it's going to be less than that.
All right, Paul, expand on that a little bit. What do you mean if you're sitting back at your camp?
Well,
and the hose length change? What are you saying?
99.9% of the teams aren't going to take out different hose based on this, but whatever you're putting your length of hose in the back of the truck, you'd like to match it up to what they got out here at the water time. This is going to be a little short, so the water time is going to be faster than probably is going to go through your hose, which actually could be a little bit of advantage to good hose teams.
So again, you're
Break out the good hose, what I'm saying, Len.
thinking outside the box a little bit.
Break out
and
the good hose.
You're stating a way in which you think your team might be able to gain a few hundredths or a tenth or two, and maybe gain an advantage on the competition.
Break out the good stuff.
And that's what it's about. This is a thinking man's game. There's no
competition.
doubt about it.
The game inside the game type of thing, right? A lot of that goes on.
I don't want to quote Artie Suskin, but if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, right?
So we were going to have a conversation.
That actually goes.
Not when he was on Bay Shore, just so everybody knows.
No,
Well,
that goes for every team out there. You're trying.
Right,
Let's put it that way.
exactly.
You're trying.
We were going to have a
Pushing
conversation
the
about the
envelope.
state drill where we have a little bit of time as they're still trying to do the water test. Now, we talked about Islip a little bit, that Islip's definitely going to be in it to win it. And by the looks of them today, if they can keep their momentum going in hoses, it hasn't been their staple. When you think about Islip, you're talking about ladders. They can run some
Right.
fish, they can run motor pump. But B&C hose is going to be key to if they're going to be victorious at the state drill. So Islip's one of them that can do it.
That's one of the reasons why they won the CI Invite. Heavy C hose shot, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
right? Like a 12.4. I want to say Heavy's bit fastest time as a hydrant man over there.
bet
So
it is.
he's coming into his own a little bit. But they need these ladder points. They are a ladder team. I agree with you. They're a heavy ladder team, and they need.
And
the
a motor
points
pump team.
coming
They
out
can
of
run
it.
motor pump.
And that's good to close out the day, or
Yep.
begin to close out the day.
Buckets, they can run a bucket shot. And the way buckets is being run these days, 23 at the state drill could place the buckets in reality. And, Islip can run that. But if they have to their day has to be saved by running a great bucket shot, I think they have to be pretty ahead by that point, if you ask me. And they're not the only team you can say that about.
And if you remember last year, they put up a 21.99 in buckets to close out the day. Didn't get them enough to first, but at 21.99 will take some points again this season.
I think, Twan, you just brought up the running order there.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're looking at the running order, who's the team at the bottom that can play the racing game?
Yeah, the old Monkey Wrench team.
Well, you got Point Pleasant running
Point Pleasant's
last.
running last. I mean, that's going to come into play early on in the day, with ladders.
They run a lot of races well.
Yeah. What else do they run? They're doing
they have
well
a 7 and B hose. They run a 12 and C hose.
Right.
And they can run a 5-4, 5-3 and B ladder.
They've shown that they can run
6-7 and 3-man, right?
And I think Pump they've run a low 6 this year.
You got Henrietta at 54.
But give us that little murderer's row of teams.
So listen to this. So, we got the second half. The second half after the post entry starts at 36.
36. Pretty deep.
So you figure you got New High Park 36, Lindenhurst 38, East Islip 39. But then if you listen to this, if you go into the mid-40s, ready? At the state drill next week, 44, we got West Hempstead. Following them, 45, CI Hobos. Following them at 46, Islip Wolves. So right there you go Westerners, Hobos, Wolves. Then you go Bandits, Rebels, back 49, West Sable Flying Dutchman, 50, Hicksville Hicks. So you got 5 teams that can score, and you got 4 teams, I'd say, there that could win the whole thing, running only 5 apart at late in the second half of every contest, almost like Joe Hunter style. You know what I mean?
Right. It's going to be great. I mean, don't leave your seats during that portion of the contest, no matter what contest it is. Now let's just take the team. So let's just talk a little bit. You had East Islip, Lindenhurst, both teams that I believe are going to be a player. Maybe not to be the winner of the drill, but both are going to be a player in determining who wins the drill. East Islip's going to run 2 races that day. 2 races, maybe sneak in a third. I don't know if it's going to happen.
But they could affect the drill.
They could score 10 points and go down the track at the end of the day. And don't be kidding yourself.
It's happened with less than 10.
It's their goal. It is their goal to get 10 and go down the track. They are fired up for it.
We've had teams with, I think, 8 and 9, right? Ball finish in the top 5 in the state
well,
drill.
If you go back to the 60s, the Hageman Gamblers placed, I think, 2nd in the state drill, and they didn't have any trucks. They ran just the old-fashioned. They ran 3-man fishy buckets. They scored, I think, 13 points.
That's all they ran, though.
That's all they ran.
That's impressive. I mean, we placed top 5 only scoring in those 3.
Yeah, we're probably the same.
Scoring in 2,
but we ran the only.
We tried 8. Yeah.
New High Park scored a couple years ago in single digits.
Yeah,
but think about that.
6.5.
6.5.
Let's just think about that Hageman thing for a second. How difficult it had to be. They sat around all day long, and that's when the state drill was 70 teams.
Right.
You're sitting around for 35 right now, and it stinks when you don't get in a contest.
You know what year that might be? I want to go check that out.
60,
not sure. Oh, it's
late
in the 60s.
It's in the 60s.
We're not really full with the 60s there in terms of the scorecards.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
It's a top 5. I believe it's 2nd or 3rd, 11 or 13 points, and they scored in those 3 races.
The fewest points to come down the track, Lindenhurst Snails, 6 points, 1979 state drill, come down 5th.
And Lindenhurst was a heck of a lot better team than that 6-point shows back in 79.
But 6 points, folks, that's what it tells you. I mean, scoring 2 races, you got a shot at being on the track at the end of the day.
Well,
an outside shot.
Okay, so let's go back to East Islip, like you're saying, Lenny. They know, and as we've seen the way racing has evolved into what it is actually right now, compound that with the injuries that teams are having, 10 points could get you down the track without a problem.
I mean, you could be 4th, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And again, for some of our new listeners, getting you down the track means you're in the top 5 at the end of the day.
So then
last year, you're 4 points away from the win.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow,
it could be this year as well. I mean, it's going to be spread out.
Yeah.
You're missing some big players today, and the points are coagulated around these 4 teams, but you throw in the mix some others, and that point starts to come down a little bit. But let's go to Lindenhurst now. The way Lindenhurst has been running lately, I think Lindenhurst is going to have say, not that they're going to win the state drill, but who wins the state drill?
Right. And that's what makes the state drill so great. We call them those monkey wrench teams, maybe like a tier 2 team, a team that probably isn't going to win at all, but they're going to score somewhere along the line and ruin someone else's day or make someone else's day great.
There you go.
Williston Park Woodpeckers.
There you go.
Way back in the day. That was a team, maybe not known for running the motorized contest, but could run efficiency with anybody, Twan. And I'm dating myself. I don't know if you guys even remember how good they were. But an efficiency team like you could not believe. And they would take points, and it would take a point away or 2 away from another team, that kind of was banking on it.
Go ahead,
one thing I think that's a little different in state tournaments we've looked the last number of years. More teams score.
Yeah.
You go back 10, 15 years ago, it was 10 teams
Time
max.
of the water is
We're spreading
4.61 through 144 feet, 3 inches of racing typos.
racing type.
That's going to be 461 is going to lend itself to some pretty big numbers, if you ask me.
Artie,
Because
finish what you were saying, Art.
Yeah, so just, again, you go back into the 2000s, early 2000s, there would be 9, 10, 11 teams maybe score points. So to get into the top 5, you typically had to score 11 or more. And that game has changed because we're now seeing about 15 teams score in a state drill. So the fifth place point total typically has been down the last number of years. We're also not seeing, CI had 31 a couple of years ago and ran away with it.
Right.
But, you're just seeing the points get spread around a little bit more than we used to see.
Which makes it
I like
heck of a lot more fun at the end of the day.
I like it.
So.
All right, so now let's talk about teams like from the western area. We talked a little bit about Point Pleasant. You got Henrietta. What's the prognosis for them also having an impact on who wins at the end of the day and for their prospects of maybe sneaking into a fifth with 10 points? I think it's an outside shot for both of them, but they
what's
have
Henrietta
the potential.
Running? What are they running? B ladder? They could maybe take a point or two here or there?
Both of the
can run
teams.
most of the races.
I know that, yeah. They definitely can. I was
Both of
talking
them
about
can
Henrietta.
run 6s and 3-man.
Yeah.
But they're going to be on the tail end of the 4th, 5th place number if they get in. Both of them can run sub 540 and B ladder. Are they going to get under 525? Probably not. But they can be in the 25 to 40 mix.
Right.
C ladder, they're going to, if they run heavy, they're probably in the teens.
Right.
To 20s.
But all of that creates pressure, Artie, as you know, and
and they're running at the end, so they're not going to put up their shot up and see if it gets beat.
Not that team per se. But
They're coming in the other way where they're going to be the spoiler if 540's 5th and B ladder at the end of the contest and they put up a 535. Well, what happens if that was Islip, who Josh had a little bit of a stumble, just say hypothetically, and he ran the 40, and that's the point they're going to need at the end of the day.
and they can jump in there.
That's where they come into play.
Yep. The other thing we got to talk about too are the teams at the front of the pack. We haven't really mentioned them.
Well, let's before we get to that,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want to also mention, just to get everybody involved, you have a couple teams in Northern that have the outside shot of actually scoring a point, which would be a huge in a state drill. It's been a long time since a Northern area team scored a point, but you look at what Ellesmere, I believe, they broke the Northern B-Host record this year.
Okay.
I know it's a high 8 or whatever, but they have the potential. You never know what can happen in one of those contests to actually score. And I wonder if anybody's on the group in Ellesmere, but I believe, because Ellesmere, believe it or not, used to be a member of the Suffolk County Drill Team Cap Association.
It was a short amount of time, right?
And they used to come down when they first started racing. They actually had a mini pumper. It wasn't even a B truck, though. They turned it into the B truck now.
Them in bout.
They ran a mini pumper, and
on.
I remember them coming down to Terrace every year and running in the Labor Day drill. But I believe they did score in a state tournament in BOs back in those days. And I'm trying to remember if that time when they scored there was better than the record time that they set in the Northern area this year. I think it was, but it's not a Northern area record because at the time they weren't part of Northern.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm sure you're
I
talking
think
early 80s when
they scored
do
with,
that.
I believe, an 8-3 at the state drill somewhere. Ellesmere.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I
That's a
believe
good
so.
one, yeah. Okay.
Which would best the Northern area record today. All right, so there's the Northern area flavor. Twan, you're talking about the top of the scorecard. What's it look like?
Yeah, well, look, Ellesmere 18, so we'll keep an eye on them. They're right before the post entries. But, you talk about, teams running in the top 5. Bay Shore is it's good that they came today and that they're running number 1 because next week they're number 5. So they got to get ready and get going early. And it changes
so
your
they
day
can
up,
set the table as
I
well.
believe it's a perfect location for the Bay Shore Redskins to be running in the state drill
Yeah.
for their mentality and their type of team.
Just go put up your shot.
I really
sit
believe
back
it's
and watch.
I really believe it's the perfect spot for them.
Yeah.
And I'll go out on a limb. They're my pick to win the state tournament.
Bay Shore Redskins.
Yep. And I think that after today, the confidence they're going to have, it's better late than never. But I've been saying it for a couple weeks now, and you look at the injuries that are around, that are really wreaking havoc on a lot of teams. Bay Shore doesn't have those injuries.
Okay.
They go to state drill and they just complete contests.
And they could run buckets. to
You
close
might
the
go
day.
down the track with everybody following you.
And you're
Right.
setting the table
And-
right now, today, 1 week in advance. Now, that being said,
And you can
I
run
think
buckets, you got
our
it.
public address announcer wants to let us know what's going on.
Well, they want to start this
So,
tournament?
yeah,
Come on, we're having fun.
They actually want to run another race. We can't be BSing, so we'll leave it to them.
Oh, we appreciate them checking in with us. So.
Yeah, no, that was very
That's cool.
respectable. Come on, Dudley. You waved at me.
The track has been.
Yeah.
Well, he's not over
Go
there
ahead.
talking. We go. How about North Lyndhurst?
I was just going to say
Hard to
this.
shut up, Paul, isn't it?
North Lindy's in the 8th spot. I like top 10. Man.
I like North
running
Lindy
early.
to win the 2. If Bay Shore doesn't win, Bay Shore North Lindy to me, I think one of those two teams have a great opportunity, and a lot of it's based on where they're running. I think it works to their advantage for both of them to run up there.
Yeah, so
I think North Lindy's got as good a shot as Bay Shore.
Yeah.
Those,
So what
those are
num-
my two teams.
What number is North Lindy?
8. So
8?
look, you got
Okay.
you got North Belmore Rinky Dink's running 1. Bay Shore 5. Then you got North Lindy at 8. You got Manhasset in there at 13. Copeg 14. and then Port Washington at 19, and Roslin at 20. So that's
Yeah.
a top half.
And
the
the
lineup.
way Port's running today,
Yeah.
you got to count them in the mix.
Yeah,
not just for top 5. You got to count them in the mix for winning. Let's see how the rest of their day goes. But they're in the mix for winning too, because if they just complete contests.
Their hose events have been strong this season.
Yes.
Ladder has been okay until today.
Mhm.
Now today was a statement day for the Port Washington Roadrunners. Hey, we're here.
Well.
Don't forget about us.
We're
here
They
again.
need to find a race out of the last 3 that they can be real confident in getting 3 or more points.
Right.
And
Right.
efficiency, they can do it in. We've seen them run great efficiency in the past.
Heavy number last week at Hempstead. I believe it was an 8-7. But, I think Port Washington, they want to put up a monster bucket shot.
Ugh.
They got athletes on that team. They
Yep.
have the capability of
Yep.
doing it. When do they get that, that
You know what,
20?
Paul? You used a big word there. Artie, you chime in on this. Confidence. You want to be confident that you can run a certain race, especially late in the day. Confidence goes miles.
And Bay Shore's got that huge in buckets. But I think Port Washington, they don't have to run a 21 flat. I think at that time of the day, if things fall the Port Washington's way like they want it to, I think if Port can run a 21-9 or a 22-1, that could still be 3 points this year at the state drill.
Yeah, it could be.
You got the new barrels, which I think are a little less forgiving than the old barrels. You're not going to get that 20 or that close to
Next
19
contest
shot.
we run is the Motor Hose Class C. The state record is 11.93, as held by East Islip.
So again, it comes down
Number
to
3, the Redskins from Bay Shore.
comes down to hanging in there all day, being a survivor.
Okay. I was going to say, before you do that, of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the CI Hobo's going for 4 in a row, gentlemen. I mean, that's an all-time
It's
type of
almost
thing,
overlooked where
you know?
they switch climbers and stuff.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be, because they can play in all 8, and they got a shot for 4 in a row to tie the Rough Riders of the 50s and the Piston Knockers of the 90s. But go ahead, after the shot, you can plug it up. Can they survive and make it 4 in a row, Lenny?
Keyword there, survivor. More to come later.
I got to fill out my sheet, by the way, before I leave today. I want to get in the mix there.
So what we're touching on as they just do the finalizing rolling at the hydrant as they wet the area, so it's the same for all teams. The Wildcat Survivor Pool is up and running. See either myself or one of our top officials on the track with the prettiest hat that I've seen out of anybody, Billy Etzel.
Look at the flare with those flags. It's
Look,
like
he's
batons.
got
It's like
one going on each way. Look at him. I think he's going to land a plane.
All he needs is a shimmering outfit, and I'm sure he has one of those in his closet at home.
So
Thank God
anyone,
Kennedy's going a different route today. They would have been landing right
right?
now.
We're close.
Is it true that no one's made it past motor pump in that pool?
That is what I understand.
So we've never had a perfect sheet.
I think getting the motor pump's incredible on its own.
Oh, no doubt
Especially in
about
a year
it.
like this.
Yep.
And we joke around and stuff, and we kind of think we know what we're talking about up here, but none of us have ever gotten that far. It's been people that are bystanders that put in their application and fix nothing.
A couple of those people won that night. I think they put it in after the drill. All right, here comes Bay Shore.
But they still didn't make it through motor pump.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have to. They want to make it obvious.
Just because Tansy's wife won.
Exactly. Well, you know where I'm going with it.
Bay Shore's got 10 points.
All right, Bay Shore, Mo bringing it down. We'll see what the cone time is. He's a little squirrely at the cone. Now he's over it. Into the hard break, off, back, out. He looks got water in the hose. Going to be about a target hit right here. Drops him real nice, running in. Water's on him. Oh, my God.
Double swipe.
He had a shot at it, didn't he?
Missed it once, guys. Took a second swipe, didn't get it on in time. He had time for 2, I think.
I agree.
They set their team record here a couple of years ago. Bay Shore did with this similar team. So
Yep, 2014. They
63 to the cone, so something's going on. It's very similar to the sea ladder.
20.66, 1866.
So that's a tough start here in Seahawks.
Well, we just
Redskins.
said this, Lenny. With these 4 teams, it's almost like if you can't miss a contest right now.
From Roslin.
Yeah, you can't
Take one off. Chris Etzel, he fumbled that a little bit. It looked like he had a little panic after he missed it the first time. Artie, what'd you think about the run? Did you think he ran a little bit too much? I mean, they got there in time. The water was up on him quick.
I didn't think he got off with a lot of momentum. So I thought he had to work himself to get there. The hose did go yellow to red on him on his approach just as he was going down. That's still not an excuse. You still got to put it on whether the hose flips on you or not. I just think it wasn't the normal shot he expected, and kind of looks like he maybe handcuffed himself a little bit.
But that's something we talk about, Artie. If the driver doesn't deliver it to you perfect, Chris has
it
got a
doesn't
lot
matter.
of experience.
There's no doubt.
He's got to make up for
Absolutely.
the driver or whatever.
Are you able to get any numbers like water on there, Lenny?
Nah, we
Can't
can't
see
see
that
the
light?
light, Paul. It's not working
Bright.
out. Not working out.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna pop over there, maybe, guys, and call from over there, and see if I can get it off the Now, don't eat all the brownies when I'm gone.
I'm gonna hit one up,
Did
man.
you give a thank you part?
I didn't yet. Just gonna work my work my way over.
Lenny,
here.
You can thank her, Lenny. You've already had 6.
Lenny, you
I had
mentioned the Bay
one.
Shore heavy shot 2 years ago at this drill. 12-18.
Yep,
Sure.
2014. So that's a team record, you said, right? So
All right.
same group of guys.
All right, calm down.
See them next week.
Calm down.
Oh, that's not, that's
Paul
not,
don't
you're
like
not on the
hearing
record
that.
anymore?
All right, Roslin.
He does
Roslin
not
Highlanders.
like hearing that, Twan. Don't bring that up.
What was before that, Paul?
I don't know.
You're so
There you
full
go.
of it.
1170, but it got erased, I think.
Practice don't count.
Somebody
Paul.
forgot to write it down.
Practice don't count.
We broke the record, but for some reason they let us have it. All right, here we go. It's like 12:05 or something. At Riverhead, they said, no good for you. I don't know what the wait is right here. This track's been waiting for them.
Thought you going down, Freddie? You all right? Scared.
All right, Roslin. Track is theirs. I like his lineup if he fades in a little bit. We're in the catbird seat today, ladies and gentlemen. We have a beautiful breeze up here, and it is hot down there. You can see it. Roslin a little squirrely. Now at the cone. Brings it in tight to the hydrant. I like the little drop area. Off on. Oh, he really puts about 4 turns into that before he puts the stick down. Up at the top. Nozzle on, and boom. It's a good thing. Oh, now he loses the nozzle, but it's a good thing he put the 4 turns before the stick because they never would have got it on down here.
Okay, so the nozzle man jumped up a little quick. That was after the target was tripped. It really didn't mean much. But Paul, you
Time
talk.
for Roslin is 13.83. 13.83.
Formerly a solid shot in COs. 1383. Go ahead, Len.
Number 5, the Bucks from Deer Park.
You talked about.
785 handle.
Okay, you talked about where he was dropped, Paul. That looked like a spot that you would love. He was a little bit deep, a little bit tight, not as much speed maybe as you would like.
But you know what? Sometimes when you got to make that right-hand turn, it works out better. And when you're at the hydrant, whoop, right-hand turn, water on, it's just as good as running in hard. The number comes up the same, you know.
So the truck got you there as opposed to
Absolutely.
2 more steps.
It's actually, you know, there's been times when you had to take a half step backwards. You actually jump off the truck, and by the time your feet land on the ground, you're actually reaching backwards. Those are some of the best numbers you'll ever see. Not that that's the way you want to do it, because you have no room for a miss.
Do not be on the grass area on the hydrant side where there is no guardrail.
Maybe.
Everybody off the grass area.
Just don't have time to think, right? And sometimes.
Yeah, well, you're playing. I'm talking about playing on the edge. When that happens,
Yeah.
it's a mistake.
Right.
You're just making something
So
out
what
of
are you
nothing.
saying, Twan? If Paul has a chance to think, then we're
Yeah.
in trouble?
think
I will say
I
that.
think that
Lenny.
goes for anyone.
I would say that. Less think is better. Don't think at all.
There were teams that put that on the back of their B truck. Don't think, just do.
It's actually on the back of the scorecard.
You know what?
Rinky Dinks have it on there.
It always
go.
it always comes back to the famous saying in Caddyshack.
There it is.
Be the ball. That's how I always say it.
Be the ball.
Be the ball. Don't think.
Overanalyze, whatever you want to call it, folks. I
Who-
mean, as
who
an
thought
nozzle man
Caddyshack?
for years, I get down there, you know, boom, he breaks it, click the nozzle, look up, hit it. You don't want to be sitting there waiting for
How many
water. You
nozzle
just
men have
don't
had
want
their
to.
best shot ever and they hit the target before
Yeah,
they looked
bang,
up?
bang. You weren't even looking up. You're
Didn't
right.
even look up.
You're right.
I feel like
You're-
the Flying Dutchman set a CO state record that way, right?
Exactly.
First in the 12 threes.
We have
Back in the mid-90s.
Jack Cloudman up here standing by.
Deer Park Bucks approaching the cone. He's out. He's in the hard break. He's at a nice spot. If he gets, and there's your example. On a situation like that, he dropped him right next to the hydrant. He couldn't get back to grab that coupling up at the top. And now he's fumbling with the nozzle, and he's on the target.
Looked like he tried to plan his plant foot a little too hard, Paul. He stumbled a little bit.
We talk about it often. Track sense. When you know your truck's going to be that deep, you got to push off heavy and go backwards and get your arm out and catch yourself.
5.75, 15.75.
360 cone. 644 when he bailed and
Number
went for it.
6,
Yeah.
the Termites from New Hyde Park.
You got to know how fast you were going and where your speed is and your location and how to push off. You know, maybe even ride that truck 1 split second and get off with nothing and go back and hit it. You're still 6'9".
Yeah.
You don't think you are, but you are.
But again, Jack Cloudman up
Attention
here.
if you are behind the guardrail on the hydrant side and you are not an official or the local committee, find a seat in the stands, authority of the host.
Jack kind of helping us out as a little bit of a spotter, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to chime in on the air in a little while. But you know, we talked about don't think, just do, and he pointed out North Belmore's B truck. We can see the back of it from here, guys. Don't think. I mean, the letters are bigger than where it says North Belmore or Rinky Dinks, right? I mean,
That says-
don't think.
It said don't drink.
Oh, I thought it said
Somebody,
think. Oh,
somebody
okay.
messed with it.
There's duct tape over it with a
Totally
with
says
a
don't
TH, right?
think.
Well,
But,
half of the game's 90% mental. Someone once said that, I think, right? About
Sounds
that.
like the Yogi
Yogi
Berra.
Berra.
Yeah, there you go. So,
It's getting late early. Is that another one?
yeah, that's another one. Yeah. Still getting some text about this date in racing history. I'll fill you in on one of those after this shot.
New Hyde Park's been given the white flag up at the top of the track, currently sitting with no points.
Correct. 576 B ladder took 7th place today in what was, at the end of the day, a pretty decent B ladder day. From 1 through 5.
All right. He's got it on a rope coming down, steeping it now. He's starting to inch in towards the hydrant. Oh, he gets a little squirrely away from the hydrant, and they're going to be deep. Makes the right-hand turn now. Coupling gets ripped out of the hydrant man's hand as the whole thing was deep down the track. He had a split second to maybe make an attempt on it. Now they come back, water in the hose, and they're going to complete the contest.
Got a lot of new guys on that team, and they're working their way through things. I like the fact that the breaker chased down the coupling even though it was 15 feet over the nozzle line and did his job and broke it.
357 to the
Time
count.
for New Hyde Park is 22.42. 22.42.
He looked a little upset, like, what do you mean? I did my job. What's everybody else doing?
Number 8, the Frogs from Carl Place.
You look at that shot by New Hyde Park, and Mike was bringing that truck in as he started to fade to the hydrant, which is what you want to do right here. And at the last second, I thought the truck straightened out and actually went to the middle of the track a little bit. And if you're going to be that deep, you're just making it even harder for your hydrant man to be able to get over there and get a little metal on metal. And that was obvious right there. So we're seeing a lot of deep shots.
Yeah.
If you're here watching, actually, Bay Shore is the only one who really let him have a nice little run at it. And it proved that, that's the way to go.
Now, what causes the hydrant to be pulled out of your hands, Paulie? Is that the anchorman's job? I mean, that's the type of position.
Well, yeah, you know what?
You're the goat or you're no one.
No time for New Hyde Park. They broke the couplings across the nozzle line.
Take it easy, Fred.
That's a no time.
Fred is a little upset. That I made a comment that he did break the coupling because he did his job.
Right.
I didn't realize that was a rule violation to break the dummy length, even if it's over the nozzle line. That's a surprise to me. I know, Paul, you seem a little puzzled on that one as well.
I am. Very puzzled.
The guy has one job. He's the only guy in any motorized contest that gets to hang onto the bar with 2 hands.
Yeah, right.
He's got one job to do. Turn this coupling a half a turn. And he did his job.
And it happened ahead of the nozzle line, they're saying?
Yeah, I gotta research that a little bit. I've never heard that call before.
But if it is a rule, I mean, you guys are 2 really experienced guys that run this contest. Kudos to the officials for noticing that.
Absolutely, but I've never heard that call before. Here comes Carl Place.
If it's a rule, right.
Carl Place out in the middle of the track. He's got to have to bring him in a little bit. He does, but I don't know if it's enough. Nice job like that, but it's too late. He bailed out knowing he was going deep, but it was just too late. Now he's back at the hydrants, go to water hose. So we're seeing another team that's bringing that seat truck too far in.
Could he have made a stab at that, Paul? I'm not sure if he had a chance.
Lenny, I thought he was way too far on the track at that point.
Okay.
But good to get off the truck. Good track
Mike
awareness.
Geddes does a nice job saying, you know what? I got to get off this thing because we're going by anyway. And still, by the time he was able to get his hand out, he was past.
18.69, 1869.
363 to the cone.
I remember JoJo would always say, you got to know
Number
your spot
9,
on the track.
Hicks from Hicksville.
And get off the truck. You know, at least give yourself a shot if you're going past it.
I say that all the time about the state tournament. If you're going by, you're getting off.
Yep.
And you tell you it's slackman. When you go back to what you were saying about losing that coupling, there's a couple ways to go about it. Normally, the slackman, is just giving you that little bit. If you don't hit it by then, the race is worthless anyway, whether you lose the coupling or not.
Right.
Very rarely is it ripped out of your hand before you had the attempt. So if you make the attempt and get it, nobody's ever going to notice the slackman did his job or not.
Right.
But that's the slack man's job, is to give you a chance
Split second.
and then get it down the road.
Yes, and
so he's got an A and a B to do.
Absolutely.
Just because you didn't complete A doesn't mean he's not working on B.
Absolutely. Greatest teacher that I ever saw, Johnny Mays, North Belmore Piston Knockers, man.
Yep.
He took it like he was the hydrant man. He ran it like that was he was going to be the best. Give him the job. He was going to be the best at that job, bar none. And he was. He was amazing at everything he did in that job.
Hose down the track. I mean, laid it on a line, basically.
Yep.
Johnny did a great job with that. Other than the one year, and I don't know if it was him or Kevin, one went under, one went over with the coupling and the brake. I think it was CI.
Yeah.
And that didn't work out so well.
No, I don't think that was them.
You only do that
That
once.
wasn't them. That was
I
them. Believe it was Pete Meslinski. No,
okay.
no.
All right.
I believe. I could be wrong.
Okay, I'm sure we'll hear about it.
We're looking at the Hicksville Hicks right now. Thought he did a nice job. Best job he's done with this new C truck all year in C ladder. Now he brings it in nice and tight. Let's see. Gives him room. Oh, but they're deep. Uh-oh. Let's see if he gets back behind the line. He does.
So the hydrant man and the anchor man went past the hydrant. Coupling went over the nozzle line again. I think those guys thought about breaking it, and then they dragged it back, right, Paul?
Yep. I'm telling you, what's going on? You have to be out here watching. You got to be out here watching, saying, give my hydrant man a shot, because everybody's going deep.
371 to the cone. It looks like a lot of. I mean, I have a different angle than you guys, but it looks like a lot of guys are
And for
deep
Hicksville
and
is
tight.
21.55, 21.55.
But there's advantages to running early in the pack.
Number
And there's
10, the Rebels from Levittown.
advantages to running deep. And just what Paul is saying, you need to watch and see what other teams are doing.
Normally, if you're tight to the hydrant, I disagree. And Artie's not at the angle we are. We're straight dead on. I think if the guys are tight, you have an opportunity. Like that shot right there, if he sticks his hand out and he catches the coupling correctly, he'll hook up. He might not get the stick, but he'll hook up. I think the trucks are also out in the middle of the track when they're coming in here as well. So, hey, there's only 113 on the board. 1383. Roslin's leading the pack right now. Back it up. If you're in Levittown, throw down a 13. Back it up. Give your guy a shot at it. Deliver your guys up top. Hit the target. We're going to be in first place this far through the race.
What are the scoring times right now?
1383 Roslin, 1575 Deer Park,
Wow.
1866 Bay Shore, 1869 Carl Place, and a 2155 by Hicksville.
So Bay Shore.
little discrepancy
Sitting in
over here,
third.
too. Guys. Just a little
Go ahead.
discrepancy with that rule with New Hyde Park.
I'm
So
going through it myself right now.
All right, sorry to make you use your races. New Hyde Park will get their time, 22:42.
And I called you guys
You
experienced
two
racing
point
men
two.
for a reason, and there it is.
Now, I've never heard that rule before
You
in
can
my
blame the
life.
guy in the straw hat.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
Oh.
A St. James guy, no less. You think these St. James guys, Mickey Mustapitch is turning over right now. He's rolling.
Sorry, Mick.
Rolling. You could be kicked out of the Wildcat Association, my friend.
Right,
Well,
he's the president.
so he's
the president.
He's going to be eliminated. What's
Secret ballot next Tuesday.
what?
Secret ballot next Tuesday. They're gonna have vote.
What'd you do something special today? You want to be interviewed?
Kyle Lewis on top of the arch over here trying to grab a microphone. I'll give you one if you want. You know,
He's holding up a big sign that says, "Look at me."
Is that a number 4 in his jersey?
Look
at
what I can do. Yeah, he's got a new number on his uniform. All right, Levittown. They're going to go deep. I mean, he's going right. Oh, he catches it. Yes, and he hits it. Water is on. God, finish this race, please. Oh, he was so close.
Broke it himself. He tried to put it on. He
Oh,
couldn't get
my
it.
God. This is what I was just saying. If you're in tight and you're deep, you have a chance to hook it, but you might not get the stick. He hooked it and got the stick, but he just didn't get it on
I
at the
thought
top.
he was a little late on the stick fall, and then the breaker man didn't help the nozzle man at all.
Lenny, he was happy his arm didn't dislocate from his shoulder.
He got it hooked up, but he didn't have the stick.
Time for Levittown is 24.98. 24.98.
Nozzle man broke it himself. Went to put the nozzle on, but he never turned.
Number
It looks like
13, the Wolves from Islip.
Big shot by
tried
Islip
to-
coming up. Go ahead, Roy.
he just tried to hold it on. He got half the battle done. I mean, the toughest part's breaking it yourself. He got that done when he put the nozzle on. He never turned. Which the tough part is too. If that comes up straight and you have to come back down on top of it, it's a little bit easier when it's upside down and you break it because you can come across. So, but yeah, that would have been a
Heavy number for
heavy
Levittown
number.
if it can hit the target.
Everybody knows. Everyone loves their hose. So.
As we're waiting for Islip, just to go back to that time with the New Hyde Park, man, there are certain times when you break the coupling that it is illegal. One of the time is you can't, if it's broken, you can't hit the target before it's out of the C-truck. If it breaks on its own upon hitting the ground, that can't happen. But I've never heard of it being broke past the nozzle line.
Yeah, I don't
Being
know.
a no time.
Right.
We would have to check, and I know that guy with the straw hat a little bit, so I'll see if I can get a
Clarification.
a call on his call.
Check in on his dementia.
He's usually pretty good with his rules. I don't know where he pulled that one
Yeah, I'm
out.
shocked. All right, so let's get back to Islip. Islip right now, 9 points on the day. 2 heavy ladder shots, 521, 878, the winning shot in C ladder. Now, you said this earlier, Twan, that C hose shot really catapulted them to their victory at the CI invite.
12:37 was the number.
And,
Probably the fastest time of the year. I don't know the stats on that. I'm looking for it.
13.8 is the number to beat right now. And I know Mike is a great driver and a smart racing man. He's got to give him room right here. He's bringing it in. He's over the cone. If he got to get in the hard break, Heavy's out in the middle of the track, makes right-hand turn, water in the hose. It's going to be all about the top. Mike drops him in a perfect spot on nozzle target. That's a heavy shot.
Pretty.
Ooh, that's heavy.
That's heavy shot for Heavy. Islip's going to be thrilled about this heading into next week.
Clockwork.
And for Islip is 12.45. 12.45.
7:03 on the handle.
hookup?
Cone time? No.
Hold on. Pete's going so fast, I can't keep up.
I like to use the term textbook, and that's what Sea-Hose
Number
is right
14,
there.
Westerners from West Hempstead.
57 cone, 703 handle, 1245.
And you said it, Lenny. Textbook. Where, if you're another team that's going to run this contest right now, where are you making up that time? Yeah, you can make up a 10 for 2 maybe at the hydrant. But hitting the target, I don't know. Can you find any on that?
Yeah, a couple
Water
hundredths.
through the hose. I thought the hose was right up on him.
I'll tell you, the last couple of weeks, the best Tommy Butler's looked.
I agree. And Heavy's looked great the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, 12-3 and a 12-4 under his belt now.
Both guys look like they're running with more confidence.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you look at guys run, you can tell they're a little apprehensive. Both guys look very confident getting off the truck and doing their job.
I mean, Heavy, what's his third year running hydrant? Third, fourth year? Been
at least.
taking over. Yeah, right.
He's got at least that.
He took over for Patrick?
Yeah.
Oh, so at least 4, I would say, right? Yeah.
West Hempstead's been given the track. They're second place at the after ladders, 9.5 points, half point out of Bay Shore's lead.
And they're jumping up and go, watch me run this race.
Absolutely,
And Pat Cobb running hydrant for them, 12:59 last week.
Yep.
Backup climber.
Backup
Johnny
hydrant
Perot's
man.
still getting well. Oh, sorry. I never call these contests.
If he's the backup climber, they better hope Craig's real healthy.
12:59, pretty good for a backup hydrant man, though, huh?
All right, here comes West Hempstead. Kenny Rove got it on a rope. Now he brings it in at the hydrant. He's deep. Water in the hose. He's still in a play for points. He's got to hit this target because the numbers overall aren't that good. And he's a little left to right and then back and hits it. But it's still going to be in the money, I believe, by the end of the race.
I thought a nice recovery at the hydrant. He was a little bit by it. He was able to step back, still hook it up. They might get a.
And
couple
for
points
West
out of this.
Hempstead is 13.07.
Wow.
13.07.
Nice save.
I think that's points. Yeah, you had to. You good track sense right there because he knew he had to get back. There's no good numbers that's outside of the winning number.
Number 15.
This is still 3 points.
Buckeyes from Merrick.
Nice save.
53 cone, 747 handle with the deep hookup.
Now, that 3:53 cone, that's one of the fastest I've heard. What was Bay Shore's? That's the only number I don't have.
61, I believe.
All right, so then we got 57 by New High
63
Park.
Bay Shore, 63.
So 63 by Bay Shore, 57 to the cone, New High Park, 57 the Wolves, and now that 3:53, fastest cone time I've heard.
Take that
in this
4
contest.
tenths off, and they run a 12.6, which
Yeah.
based on that target hit, that looks like a 12.6.
Yeah. Second place right now, that 13:07, gentlemen. So 12:45 Islip, 13:07 West Hempstead, 13:83 Roslin, and then a big drop off after that.
So that's
Hey,
second. Wow.
You got to give a little props here to Pat Cloudman, too, because
Yeah.
he's now doesn't run hydrant every week. He's 2 weeks out here now running hydrant. That's deep, knowing when to bail and made the hard right turn and salvaged the shot.
I think he still had to go back one step,
Yep.
Artie, to get to the hydrant.
Yeah.
Great job.
Listen, again, you said the name Cloudman. It's a lot of racing going on in that blood. So they've been around the sport a long time, but still running there and having the knowledge and experience to say, hey, I got to bail and get
Track
back
awareness. You
Yep.
talk about it all the time, and he had it right there. They made a real fine adjustment to save the run.
Merrick Buckeyes staring at a good 12 and then a low 13 and a high 13. So this is a possibility for Merrick here at basically their home track, not their drill today, but their home track to put up some points on the board.
Just one more thing on that West Hempstead shot. They're a half a point out of first right now. Bay Shore is hanging on for a point or two. I don't know if it's going to hang in there, but that was key that he was able to get that done and still, salvage a couple points here, presumably, in Sea-Hose.
Yeah, Bay Shore's 1866 is 5th place right now, so I'm probably not going to hang in there, gentlemen.
All right, here comes Merrick. Approaching the cone. Driving it in. He's got to give him a chance. He goes by. What is going on? Somebody moved the hydrant last night. Somebody snuck in here and moved the hydrant last night.
And we had a little bit of a
Yeah.
hand fight down here at the nozzle end.
They didn't play nice, as Kevin
No.
Connell would
Everybody
say.
was kung fu fighting.
390 to the cones.
High for Merrick is 15.81. 15.81.
Good for 5th, though.
Number 16, Turtles from West.
All right, Westbury going to make an appearance after not running a B or C ladder.
Again, good for Merrick, not so good for Bay Shore, who gets bounced now. That was our tournament leaders. So they are on the outside looking in here in the Sea-Hose event.
Don't
Yeah.
count out Westbury for sneaking up at the state tournament in a point in Sea-Hose. Kenny Gass and Danny Cornell going to be running up at the top. They have the potential to sneak in with a point.
Last week, 13:26 in Hempstead, so no doubt.
You got a lot of the key factors that you need, Paul. You've got a good equipment. You've got a good driver. Got a really good hydrant man. And the nozzle man knows how to get it done as well. So can you tie all that together and the other guys fill in and be adequate to run a 12?
Has anybody ever seen Darrell and Merrick at the same place?
No, they're like.
Are they the same person?
I think Danny Cornell's on the sideline right now.
Is he?
I think so.
Who's
I don't know.
following who? Is Darrell following Merrick or is Merrick following Darrell? How do they do that?
The old chicken or egg question, Paul.
Yeah, that's a great way to sum it up.
Right.
What came first, Darrell or?
Big question is, where's next?
Bring back the Rough Riders.
They'll fight each other for the seat.
Right.
It looks like Turtles are ready up the start line. Track's theirs. So you're saying Danny Cornell is on
I'm
the
not
sideline?
100%. I'm not sure if he was running today or not. We'll see.
I don't see his physique standing anywhere over there. Yeah, maybe at the hydrant? I don't know. Here we come. Hold on a second.
Physique.
Making the approach. Nice job driving in by Merrick. Gives Kenny a shot. Got water in a hose. Up at the top. Oh, they bumped heads. Did you see that? And he hits the target. No, it took him too long.
He struggled to hit the target there, Paul. Nice that you're checking out all the men's on the sideline.
Did they banged heads? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. Breaker man and
that's
nozzle
the
man
worst.
banging heads going in.
I always remember,
And for Westbury is 13.90.
Fourth, right?
13.90.
Decent hit at the hydrant, though, like you said. You know, play nice up top. That number could play.
That is Danny Cornell up at the hydrant off the sidelines.
Number 17, Teddy's boys from Oyster Bay.
I think he runs B-hose, Danny.
Cone of the day, 350 on the number, 722 handle. That might be his son, actually.
No, I don't think it is. I got to tell you what, props to Merck, yo. Did a nice job right there driving that.
50-22.
Doesn't get better than that. Maybe a little bit better on the 22, but he didn't have a lot of momentum. That truck really broke down.
That's another 13-2 if he hits the target.
All right, so Oyster Bay, we talked a lot about them in ladders and how good they look. See what they can do in hose. I think they were 6th in hose race last week, or maybe a 5th somewhere.
Let's see.
Sixth,
Teddy's were last 6th in C hose with a 14.32. And Teddy's boys had a bad miss. They had a bad miss in B hose, but yeah, on the cusp in C hose last week, just missing. Teddy's boys 708 3-man ladder today, 557. Wasn't good enough for a point in B ladder today. See if they get on the board here in C hose. That 1575 is the number to beat for 5th place right now.
12:45 Islip, the big number to beat.
Sweet run.
I think if they can put it in the low 13s right here, they're going to be moving in the right direction.
Yeah, so we got a 1307, 1383, 1390 are the numbers on the
Here
board.
they come. Making his way to the cone. He's at it. He's off into the break at the hydrant. They're off. Hand out. Water in the hose. Up at the top. It's going to be about a target here where this lands on the scorecard. Breaks it a la Joe Boy, but doesn't get it done.
Doesn't break it out
And
like
look
Joe
at
Boy.
Joe Boy. Look
Doesn't
at Joe
break
Boy
it.
standing over there. He's got his hands above his head. About to go have a conversation with his young protege.
Breaks it a la Joe Boy means the coupling comes off, Paul.
No, he was-
coupling didn't come off there.
It was that sense of style
Yes.
he was going with.
Attempted. Break.
I mean,
And for Oyster Bay is 22.21. 22.21.
401 to the cone, 803 handle.
So
Number 18, the Tomcats from
would
Baldwin.
you teach that with a
I was
new
just
team?
going to say, but you talk about the Joe Boy method. Like I would like to pick his brain. I never asked him, what are the benefits according to his
I don't
point of view?
see
What are the
any.
benefits to not yet make running with a breaker, essentially, just running with a
Agreed.
backup guy?
If
No, I'm
I-
just wondering. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just curious to see
But
what
if
he
I'm
has to say.
well, my theory is if 99% of the teams are doing it this
Yeah,
way,
right.
I think that's probably the best way to go about it. And it doesn't always end up like that. That's how you create better ways to do things, by going
Right.
outside the box.
Right.
But when you get a new team, shouldn't you teach it that way first?
I would think
The
so.
regular way?
That would be my approach.
And when the guy gets good, then you can maybe
Yeah.
teach him for when the other guy falls off the truck and isn't around, and you got to
Well,
get it done yourself.
It's definitely something a nozzle man should be able to learn when the guy's not there for whatever reason, whether he stumbles or whatever. However, the breaker man, that gives the nozzle man a split second more to do his job and one less thing to think about. He's got enough going on already. Grab the coupling correctly. Know that it's straight up. Hit it right with the knot. Hit the target. All those things are going on in his head. To teach it that way, to break it yourself, I don't know why you would teach it that way unless you don't have the athletes that
Right.
the guy can get there and
Right.
do the job. But especially with a new team, you would think There's got to be a young guy. He's willing to jump off the truck. You think you'd be willing to teach him how to do it?
My question is, how many times did Joe Boy do that himself in the 70s and early 80s before he even started racing in the backyard?
Yeah, right.
And master it before he even jumped on the truck.
And I was just, Lenny, you said a nozzle man should know how to do it. How do you even practice that?
Yeah.
You're not going to. Do you
Oh,
do
well,
that? Do you do a run like
practice
that?
by myself all
You
the
can
time.
run. You can just run in at it. You put
Yeah.
you put it together. You get back to like where the paint is, and you just run in at it and practice.
Always.
breaking
And
the
that's
seal.
enough. It's got to be on the side. You're not doing it off the back of the
I
truck.
did it
No.
every
Right? Yeah.
practice at
Yeah.
least a dozen times.
All right, here comes Baldwin. This is their initial contest of the day. C. Hose making their way to the hydrant. He's going to give him room to get it on. Hand out. Water in the hose. Target hit is going to determine. Oh, the breaker man slips. Now he has to break it by himself, and he doesn't get it done.
There you go. There's
Hey.
a nozzle man that should have tackled it himself
Yep.
and not waited for his breaker man. And it's a split-second decision, folks.
Right, that's the
When
thing.
you see in your peripheral,
Right.
if as you grab that coupling, if your breaker's not there in your peripheral, you go for it.
Right.
And you better tell him, if you see my hand down there trying to break it, just get behind me. Don't even come and
Time
mess
for
with me.
Baldwin is 21.42, 21:42.
But that's an example of where it would have, knowing
Number
that
19,
skill,
the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
having that skill right there might have helped the Tomcats.
Lenny, give us the definition of peripheral.
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 Peripheral. Oh, now.
Peripheral.
Okay.
But what's peripheral? You got a definition for that?
It's when your breaker man rolls down the street.
The school teacher's
and
picking
you gotta,
picking
you
on
know.
me for picking on him
Oh,
last week.
it's a combination word.
With the Civil War ending in 1864.
The
Here we
peripheral,
go.
the peripheral feel is when you use your left hand to feel for the breaker, and he's not there.
That's it. That's the peripheral.
Tito, get me tissue.
Yeah, you were off a year there, Lenny. 65. Come on, man.
Exactly. The guy, he doesn't let it in.
Come on. 1575 holding for fifth place right now. 1245 Islip, 1307 West Hempstead, 1383 Roslin, 1390 Westbury, 1575 Deer Park Bucks.
Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen on the line. They had a good shot in Sea Ladder that they needed. We talked about how they left the track happy. They ended up grabbing a point. Let's see what they can do here as it's still wide open for points in Sea Hose.
So, Twan, you said 1575?
That is
Still
correct.
fifth?
That is
Wow.
correct, sir. Let me double check that, but yeah,
We still got a couple players. We got a couple players left.
That is correct information, sir. Manhasset, Port, North Belmore, and the Bandits.
As good as our ladder contest, where we're not seeing the CO's contest we would want to
I
do.
mean, we're good with number one with that 1245, but then a huge drop off. You said it already.
I think if Manhasset plays the racing game right here, Stan's got to give him plenty of room to be able to run in. And the right here is going to be key on the slack man, because if you're going to drop him back, the slack man becomes a little bit more important staying with the hydroman. Let's see where that happens. Making their way. He's put him in a nice spot. Dead on. He's there. They're off behind. Running in. Water in the hose. He did it right. Here we go.
Do they play nice?
Target hit determined scorecard. And he hits it decent. I mean, I think there's going to be points out of that for the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen.
Nice, clean run from Manhasset right there. That's going to put him in the money.
371. It's going to be in the low 13s.
Time for Manhasset is 13.35, 13:35.
Good enough for third, not enough to bounce out in West Hempstead. So there, that would have been a big
Number 20,
tweener.
the Roadrunners from Port Washington.
Just give us a top five there, Twan. if you
Yeah,
can.
so I said Islip's in first, 1245. Then we got West Hempstead with the 1307. Manhasset goes into third with that 1335, and then we go to the 1383 by Roslin for fourth, and the 1390 for Westbury for fifth. 1 point.
All right, big shot for Port Washington right here. Port's coming off the heavy number of the day, never mind a contest with the 4 and B ladder. Followed it up with a triple snowman and C ladder. They got to keep the momentum going right here.
And more importantly to that, too, I mean, Islip's looking to get 5 here potentially. They're going to go to 14. If West Hempstead holds for second, that'll give them 13 and a half. So right now, a half a point lead potentially going into B-Hose for Islip over West Hempstead. Port Washington could play tweener here and separating Islip and West Hempstead just a little bit more. Obviously, though, Port Washington also 8.5 points on the day.
And capable of running that 12-4 as well.
Yep, last week heavy number in Hempstead of a 1255.
There's about 12 acres of tweener room right here as well.
Yeah.
Between 12-4 and 13-0.
The difference with Port Washington this week, they have, a couple more points. Last week, 6 points out of ladders. Didn't really run some heavy numbers today. Nothing but heavy numbers. 499, 888, and 2.5 points more than they had last week. So
Just like the previous teams we talked about, Danny's got to give him a chance to run in on that hydrant. He's got to leave him back. Can't drive it deep. That's the only thing you can't do right now, because a layup for them is going to be 4 points.
yeah.
So they got to play it right. At the end of the pack, you're playing the racing game. You want to run your shot, of course, but you know what? A victory wouldn't be too bad either.
Yeah.
Second place is wide open, like you said. So
Yeah, and that'll
just
give
lay
me-
your shot down, and
Yeah.
you know they can run second. Easy.
All right, Port making their way. Brings it in real tight. He's nice. He's over the cone. He's in the break. He's going to give him a chance. He does. And water in the hose. This is going to be a nice shot of it up at the top. He did bang bang at the hydrant. Off nozzle on target. That's a pretty shot right there for Port Washington.
Oh, you guys are going to be.
That is a pretty shot. It's the hydrant choppers. A right hand turn.
It's
for
right
Port
there.
Washington is 12.47.
Woo!
Baby.
Well,
Right there with Islip.
I thought it was an eyelash deep at the hydrant, and he did a nice job adjusting, but maybe that's where they
number
wanted to be.
21, the Rinky Dinks from North.
I
Belmore.
said that earlier, Len. I said that earlier. If you make that right hand turn and it's right there and you have that one step, you're surprised how great it was. What's the water on, Artie?
So listen to these numbers. Islip's 57 to the cone. Port Washington 57 to the cone. Islip's handle 703, 1245. Port Washington handle 706, 1247.
There
So
it
it's
is.
the
Good thumb.
it's the identical run except for the 300s, which
Yeah.
makes the difference of the 200s up top.
You got a steady thumb there, Artie. Good job.
Same water time through the hose apparently as well. So, throw that into the mix too.
So that just shows us two teams that are on top of their game right now, folks, and they're doing every little thing right. The truck is on the edge, the hose is on the edge.
I mean, you look at the line for Islip and Port Washington in the last three contests. Islip 521, 878, 1245. Port 499, 888, 1247.
They're going to want to play the game of like, let's add them all up together and see who wins.
Yeah.
Because it's like the difference in you got them by 0.22 in B, but then it's a tenth here. Like, it's.
All right, North Belmore, they can play with that 1307 as well. I don't know if they can run a 12-4.
Port's going back now too, looking at their three-man shot, going, we can run our
They
6-7.
needed a layup. You needed a layup.
6-7 and three-man would have got him 3 points or even 4 points.
So, Paul, they're lined up right on the curb, just like you liked it, right?
Yep.
And listen, North Belmore.
$12.99 last week.
Thank you, $12.99. 2 points at Hempstead last week.
Fades out a little now. He's got to bring it back in. He's getting to the middle track. He's got to give him running room now. He's deep. Right hand turn. Water in the hose. Oh my God! He's got a rate. They get there. Nozzle is on, and he's just right of the target. It's going to cost him the number he wanted.
Everything went right.
I'll tell you,
until the target
Sean
hit.
ate up the hydrant.
12. I think this is going to be in the 12-7s. If he
And
blasts
North
that.
Belmore is 12.99.
2 weeks in a row. Same number.
12.99.
$12.99.
So
Target hit the difference right there, guys. All
if
in the
he
target
hits
hit.
that target,
Yeah.
then it's a 12-7,
How-
maybe 12-6.
You think it's only a 3/10 wash?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it wasn't forever. He shot it right, brought it back, and hit it. So if it's 3/10, it's 12-6.
12-6, yeah.
12-6.
Number 22, the Bandits from
I'm
Farmingville.
sorry I didn't stay over there and get Sean's handle on that. They were in the 3.6s, but he ate up. He got off that truck with some speed and a lot of momentum up top for the guys up top.
And the hose was in their feet. Did you see that? The hose came out of the bed, way flaking up in the air, and I thought they were going to get caught up in it.
I'm with you on that, Paul. I saw it looked like it was flaking out a little bit early, dumping a little bit early, yet the truck was able to stretch it out, and they didn't panic.
Maybe get some bungee cords in that hose box, right? Hold that hose in a little bit more, right?
That's a worry if you're me, because
Yeah.
first of all, the back of that truck is very skinny. It looks like that whole truck. Were you ever
I
on
mean,
the one over in
Speedwagon.
Hempstead?
Yeah.
Were you on the back of that one?
Yes.
In Hempstead? And
Sure.
it seems like there's not a lot of room.
No,
But
it
that-
was a little tight, but
when that hose flies in the air, where are you going to go? Those two
Wow.
guys are really next to each other.
I know.
You know the difference too. Again, I haven't looked at their hose bed. You look at most of the Louis trucks. The way those hose beds are, a lot of them are angled down. They're pinched. They put the slots in. The way those things are built, it holds your hose in really well. I mean, I remember running on the old C truck that we had, and then when we got the Louis truck, the way we put the bed low to the ground and then angled it and pitched it down. Here comes Farmingville.
yeah.
Farmingville out the middle of the track. He's really going to have. Now he tries to get over. He's going to have a nice run at it. He's got water in the hose.
Double stick.
Still going to be a
Double
player for points if he can hit the target.
Eddie Jr. on nozzle.
And he hits it going across the face, left to right.
Nice swipe.
What's
I would say.
what's the fifth place number? 13-3.
83.
35.
35. Yep, Manhasset.
It's
That
going to
was
be
a-
close, I think.
A nice swipe on the target hit.
Time for Farmingville with the penalty. 13.44. 13.44.
Just outside. What was the number?
41. 4-1.
So they had a 9/10 penalty. So they ran a 35. It would have been a
900s.
900s, but that would have been a 35 also. They would have tied for fifth.
Correct.
Without the penalty. 41 to the cone, in danger of Never Land.
That's right.
Never Land being
2 100s away from a no time.
All right, so we're going to give you the rundown here. First place, at the end of the day, on a contest that we said wasn't too pretty, ended up with two heavy shots, number 1 and 2.
Squared up nice.
Islip, 12:45. Port, 12:47. Your 1 and 2 spots. Then we're going to jump down to that North Belmore shot. 12.99, third place. 13.07 West Hempstead too. So that was, we talked about it. That was Pat Cloudman doing a nice job, and he gets him 2 points by being alert to what's going on. And that 13.35 been Manhasset. Two shots in a row for Manhasset to get themselves the score. 2
huge points there for West Hempstead, keeping them in the mix. So the top 5 going to B-Hose is going to be Islip with 14.
Of the motor
I'll wait for Dudley to
hose
finish, and then I'll get back to
C.
that.
First place, 5 points, number 13, Islip. Second place, 4 points, number 20, Port Washington. Third place, 3 points, number 21, North Belmore. Fourth place, 2 points, number 14, West Hempstead. And fifth place, 1 point, number 19, Manhasset Lakeville.
So as we're going to head into B-Hose now, Islip Wolves have 14. We got Port Washington with 12.5, West Hempstead with 11.5. Bay Shore, not scoring in that contest, goes all the way down to 4th, but they're still in the mix with 10, only 4 outside of first place. And then the North Belmore Rinky-Dinks have 6. We're going to have Merrick, Manhasset Lakeville with 2, Hicksville, and Oyster Bay Teddy's Boys with 1. We'll get the official word from Dudley Moran in a minute. I guess we're staying on.
Yeah, halfway through the drill.
Being that our producer's walking away.
Halfway through the drill. I mean, you still got those 4 teams that are up there, but now you got North Belmore, 6 points. They're going to try to make a play for themselves to be in the top 5 at the end of the day here at the home track.
Yeah, North Belmore coming down top 5 last week. Actually, 3rd place last week in Hempstead with 10 points on the day for the Rinky-Dinks. Funny, 2 identical shots. You know, $12.99 last week, $12.99 this week. Oh, I thought you were leaving, Freddie. All right, when we come back, have a little B-Hose for you live on Top of the Arch. You're listening to the 2016 North Belmore Invite.
The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD racing bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The bill
All right, we are back. Halfway through the North Belmore invite. First team coming to the line and B-Hose is going to be the Bay Shore Redskins. In a top 4 position right now off 3 really good ladder shots. Heavy numbers for the Bay Shore Redskins heading into next week's state drill so far in all 3-man, B ladder, and C ladder.
Oh, sorry about that. Doing my best impression of what's a hot dog champ's name?
A food vacuum?
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, what's his name?
That guy.
Kobayashi.
Yeah, no, the other
guy.
guy.
I don't know. Oh, the American guy.
Yeah. He's won the past like 10 years.
Yeah.
Hey, this just in. Kyle Lewis, the newest member of the 4 Club, has become the first guy to be in the 4 Club that has to film B-Hose for his team.
Next contest to be run is the Motor Hose Class B. The state record is 7.55 and is held by West Hempstead.
How about that team player, huh? 4 and B ladder. I'm going to go grab the camera, film a little B-Hose for the team. Or maybe it was a punishment. Maybe they were saying, hey, get off your high horse and go film.
You do that next week. You don't have to film.
Yeah, right. All right, we got a race going, gentlemen.
Yeah, we do. Bay Shore's got to get back on it right here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a pretty big shot. We talked about big shots for Islip. We talked about big shots for Port Washington coming into that C-Hose. This is a big shot for Bay Shore, both confidence-wise and scorecard-wise.
What have they been doing to B-Hose this year, Paul?
You know what?
Number 3, the Redskins from Bay Shore.
It's been hit or miss, probably more miss than hit. A little inconsistent, but at any moment, I mean, they can throw a 7-7 down right
big
here.
number last year in the state drill.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah,
so
the winners of the B-Hose
right.
contest at the state drill last year, so why not do that right here as well? They're going to need it.
And haven't run B-Hose in a while, right? We have the rain out in CI.
Right.
So, I mean, when's the last time Suffolk has run this contest?
Well, if they went to Hempstead,
Maybe,
people have ran it there, but you're right. Goes probably all the way back to the Riverhead invite.
Yeah, the only Suffolk team there last week, North Lindenhurst, running B-Hose. So, yeah, it's been a while. What'd you say? The
Riverhead would be the last time,
there you
yeah.
go. Yeah, so mid-July.
Yeah, you're talking about a month in a drill.
I think they have an 8-0 on the board this year. Earlier in the year. whether it was at Selden or something like that.
Okay.
What's the shot of the? You have the shot of the season? CI?
No, I got to look that up. I don't know the shot of the year. I know.
Well, the one they took off the board at CI Invite was a pretty good shot. That got rained out by CI. What was that, 7-8?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in the 7s. I don't know the exact number though. Yeah, I mean, last week 809 won it in Hempstead, I believe. Fort Washington. That's what the scorecard says online right now, though. I feel like North Lindy might have ran a shot, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I thought North Lindy did too.
Yeah. If they did, it's not on the scorecard for some reason. But anyway, 7:52, the track record here at the Merrick track, held by the Patchogue 40 Thieves back at the 01 State Drill. The state record 7:55 by the West Hempstead Westerners was also run here in 2013 at this invite. And last year, 7:59 by the Hobos was first place in the contest. So some heavy B-Hos here over the past few years and really in the history of the
he's going to have to
drill.
drop them real good right here. I think they're out in the middle of the track a little bit. Maybe he likes that. But if he fades anywhere left, it's going to be a problem. They're back. He gets over. Oh, half-sticked it. Half-sticked it up there. Let's see what they get busy down here. Now he's got the nozzle on. He shoots left, right, then target. But that stick popped up on him back there. You know, sometimes, and I hate to say it, but that Nassau County stick, it's always been a little sensitive. It really does.
Time for
It
Bay
pops
Shore
back
is
up.
8.59. 8.59.
Twan, what is he saying there?
That's a new one to me.
He's
Are
not
you
missing
serious?
his words.
True story.
Highlanders
True story?
from Roslin.
True story, Michael?
That's a true story. I always, at Hempstead, it would happen a lot. If you didn't hold down, and always at Merrick, if you didn't hold down that stick,
Right.
it would pop back up on you big time. Whether it was the pressure at these tracks or whether it was the Nassau County gate was just had that little play in it,
Right.
where it comes back up real quick before it stays down with the water. Always.
Wow.
I'm telling you, for the longest time.
So you
There's
got
a-
nothing
That'll
to
be
aware of,
interesting
huh?
to hear from other people chiming in on that. Obviously, I can't
Well, you know,
say yay or nay, never being a hydrant man.
It also
especially never
depends
been-
on your shot. I mean, you know, he's coming in hot right there. You're coming through. You're going to see the team, like maybe it's going to be Roslin. They're going to put it on. Hydrant man stays right at the hydrant. It's not as hot. He's just holding the stick down. You don't know it'll pop up. But when you get that heavy shot and you're running through, it pops up.
What are we going to say, Art?
I had 240.
Okay. So that's pretty warm.
In today's standards, that's probably as warm as it gets.
Used to hearing 2 2s, 2 3s,
Oh
right,
my
Paul? That's
God.
the number you want to be at, right?
Dude,
now?
he took a
Stick time.
bunch of steps, though. I didn't.
2 2 2 1. Yeah, but that
I
truck.
wouldn't have guessed 40 by looking at it.
The way that.
Did he bring his arm into? I feel like he bounced
Yeah,
his
right
elbow
at the
a little
last
bit, you
second,
know what
I thought he
mean?
did,
Yeah,
but he
yeah.
caught it. You know,
Right.
I think that's an issue he's been having all year. I call it alligator arm.
Right.
And, you know, when you get in there, you just bring it in at the wrong second. But there's so much that goes into that. The drop,
Yeah.
being in the right spot. You know, if you take 2 more steps, then you tend to get in a running motion where your arm comes in. And there's a lot more to it than just pulling your arm in because, you know.
Yeah.
And then too much thinking, as we spoke about earlier.
When you're back, it is. Here comes Roslin. They're tight to it. And now the truck conks out.
Uh-oh.
If he throws water in there, it's going to hit the driver in the back of the head.
You got to just hope the truck's
And
not
they're
leaking
just,
right
yes,
now.
yes.
Yeah.
So
Dead
they,
stop.
I don't know what the issue is,
The
but
truck is
are they out of
70,
gas?
70 feet from the hydrant. First
But
length
you're
of
right
hose
about
is
the
barely
leaking.
out.
Yeah, you don't want it leaking on the track. That's the
he's
only
got
thing
it
right
started
now.
again, but he should pull to the left and get out of the...
He's waiting for his hydrant man to get back on a truck
Yeah.
now.
The officials should be pointing him, get over to the left side of that track.
They're basically rolling up their hose and putting
know.
the hydrant length back in. That's really all that came out. So
There's
hopefully,
the point. All right.
I don't see any liquid, guys.
No,
I
we're
think they're in
good.
good shape.
We're good.
That's strange, right? Right there. I mean, it just conked out.
No
Stop.
time for Roslin fair to complete the contest. Rule 1305.
I never pretended to be a motorhead. Is that what they call vapor lock, maybe? Where
Number
there's
5, the Bucks from Deer Park.
I don't even know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about. You
don't-
get a
don't-
little
then
breath.
Don't pretend.
I'm not pretending.
Listen, it could be a number of things. It could be the distributor cap. It could be the
Twan, you always go to the
Canuna
distri-
valve. It could be the
Thanks, Twan. Nice save.
the floats and the carburetor.
When is it always the distributor cap?
It's always the distributor
When you
cap.
go
Motor
upstate.
pump,
When
motor
you go
pump.
upstate.
Yeah, right.
When you drive all the way upstate
Yeah,
through a
right.
rainstorm,
We need a new distributor cap guy.
and then you get on the line and say, "Rip."
All right, Artie, what do you got? What do you think?
I think either his foot slipped off the gas.
But the truck died.
No,
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
And then he
so
turned the
you
key
know as
off
much
at
as
the
I do
time.
about
I'm not even
mechanics.
no, exactly, but I'm not even going to speculate.
Thought it could be a fueling issue at first. Thought he got it started.
Very,
All right, cranked right up, and they were able to pull off, so it wasn't a fuel issue. Although, if it was really low, Paul, like you said, that gas,
Sloshing
sloshes
around.
around in there. Could
Ah,
have been.
Deer Park Bucks. They'd like to get on the board right here. B Hose running a nice line to the hydrant. See if he keeps it. Comes in a little bit, which the hydrant man's going to love. Hand out, water in the hose. They're going to be real happy if he can put this on the target. Nozzle is, not on as you're seeing it at home.
And then
Now they got a blown coupling first, and
Now-
now we're going to
Oh, boy,
That's
boy, 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 boy,
a
boy.
conversation right there, Joe.
what's that, Lenny?
Well, how does the
Coupling.
coupling blow apart between the hydrant length and the middle length?
Yeah.
You
And-
never see that.
but
Again, we
here's-
always say I never saw that before.
But Lenny,
Expansion
here's
ring.
what you're saying. It's not. You've seen the hose pull out of the coupling.
No time for Deer Park
Yes.
Bay. Police contest rule 13-0.
Is that what happened?
No, but those two couplings somehow came
They
undone.
came apart, folks, after the hydrant length was dropped and the middle length. The back pressure, when the water got to the nozzle, created back pressure, and the coupling blew apart from the hydrant length to the middle length.
So what causes that? The expansion ring being loose, so maybe they didn't
No,
couple it
I
I
enough?
don't think they tightened
No,
it.
the coupling didn't come out, but it's either that or they used a national standard and a corp, and one just slid right over the other one
That's
with the back
possible.
pressure.
Sometimes they can go together, but they might not be biting
One
the right
works
way
good
if you
with
have
one
two
and
different
not with the
manufacturers.
other.
You're right.
Gotcha.
But we don't know, and that's a.
Weird.
If it was a cooler
Number
day,
6,
I'd be
the
trackside and
Termites
ask them.
from
But
New Hyde Park.
it's way too damn hot to be trackside. So
Yeah, well, good thing that it's hot because that extra water on the track is evaporating quite quickly, although there is a little bit of a puddle building up along that curve.
it's a major disadvantage, Twan. Talk about
Yeah.
that. Where that thing blew apart, you're not used to having water there.
No, I mean, so I guess it would affect the driver more than anyone else because no one's
Yeah.
getting off in that spot.
I
so,
don't think
you know.
this affects anybody, and I'll tell you why. You come out of the hydrant, the B truck's already got its running
It's already
speed.
got- yeah, so you're not gonna
It's going
spin
to run
out.
right through that, and
Yeah.
then you're going to be in your brake on the other side.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. It's very rare that we get water there, so we'll
Right.
have to listen to the trucks. Usually we can pick up on it, folks. If you hear the back tires break loose, you'll
Yeah,
hear
so
it over the air. And
We
we'll-
got
we'll
Woody
report it.
chiming in. Woody chimed in and said 782 North Lindy last week.
Thank you. Yeah, I
Thank
thought
you,
that
Woody.
they took first. Yeah, for some
Oh,
reason it's
it
not on the
did-
scorecard.
God,
but
we-
yeah.
We raced in Disney World.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure what the time of the year is, though. I mean, those things, I was looking on the fastest, but it for some reason, the website, it defaults to 2014, so I don't know. Anyway, sorry about that, ladies and gents. I'd like to get you those stats, but I do not know, contrary to popular belief.
You mean you couldn't? You
I
couldn't
don't know them all off the top of my
Twan
head.
knows
You
a
couldn't
lot.
find it on the website?
No, I clicked on fastest times, and it says 2014 for all of them, under hottest times.
Surprised.
So,
You know, we have a little bit of a window, I thought, but the officials are given the white flag.
oh, you know
to,
what it is?
Is this New High Park now?
I'm
New High Park.
I'm sorry. You know what it is? There are two tabs at the top, 2016 and 2014. So according to this, the
Come
fastest
on,
time of the
Twan.
year is North Lindy with that 782.
You got to get out of that summer school, Twan.
Yeah.
So New High Park taking the track here. Relatively dry at the hydrant, normal wetness by the nozzle, but now we have 50 feet past the hydrant. We have an area that's about 15 feet long that's pretty wet. See if it affects the New High Park termites.
They made the right-hand turn, but he double-crossed it on the hydrant. Now he gets it on, and now he's got the stick down. Not popping up because he's standing on top of it, up at the top. Water out target.
Yep, the aforementioned wetness did not affect them for different reasons. But we'll keep an eye on it for you. The track is drying very quickly, which is to everyone's advantage.
Well, it's only
And for New Hyde Park
140.
is 11.00. 11 flat.
You know, you go down. I mean, we're very fortunate guys up here. We get a nice breeze, and we're mostly in the shade. And you go
Stop
trackside.
bragging.
You go trackside. It is lethal down there. I'm telling you right now. I take my hat off to all these North Belmore people and our officials and
How about the
even
people
the
sitting in
fans
the
that
stands?
Yeah. Well, most of them are covered. You could see.
Yeah,
it.
people
Most
brought
of
umbrellas.
Number 7, the
umbrellas.
Stump Jumpers from North Merrick.
umbrellas, tents, and tarps. Most of our
Smart.
experienced viewers brought shade, but it is brutal.
Yeah, it's hot today, gents. You know, now that I'm looking at it, the hottest times of the year, speaking of hot, two of them went down today. B ladder, obviously, we knew with the 499. But that shot by Islip, that 878 is the new fastest time of the year in C ladder. Previously, it was 882 by the Flying Dutchman at Lindenhurst, which seems like a long time ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, it
You know?
does.
Long,
Think of all
long
that's
time
happened in terms of the
I
racing
know.
world since then. And most of all, I think that you have to capitalize the word injuries.
Yep.
This has been an injurious, or however you want to say it.
Tell us,
season.
Teach. Tell us.
What's going on with Michael? Is he getting back in the mix with climbing? I mean,
Rocking
what's
and
the story?
rolling.
That's what I'm hearing.
It's rocking and rolling.
Hearing them doing the old split duties. I don't know if it's true or not. A little birdie might have told me that.
I think if you show up next week, you'll find out.
Yeah.
Show up next
Or
week.
watch it.
How about that? New
All right,
York
North
State-
Merrick.
State Championship drill.
Stump Jumpers, they're here at their home track. They would like to lay one down. Currently 8:59 Bay Shore, first place. truck comes into the hydrant. He's off stick out. Oh, he wrapped it. He hits the coupling, goes back and gets the stick up at the top. He's got the nozzle on. Water gets there, and he hits the target.
You know, Paul, you know my affinity to that B truck right there, and they are driving it hard. They're not holding back. They're going for it.
Yeah, you saw the same thing in B ladder as well.
Time for North Merrick is 8.80. 8.80.
Good for North Merrick. I mean, you're coming out of the blocks this year after a hiatus and not racing, and you're running 8s and B hose. And you know what? If he hammers that stick and he hits the target like that, I don't know if he would have got the nozzle on, but if he did, you're talking
Number 8,
low 8.
Frogs from Carl Place.
Again, a lot of times we'll get a team that's coming back out or a new team, and they're going maybe a little bit slower, which I'm not saying is wrong, but these guys are going for it. And they got a great turnout of a crowd, and they were cheering them on.
244 when he connected.
Yeah, but that's not the stick.
That's not the stick.
That's when he hits it.
244 when he connects.
And that's what I'm saying. If he can throw that stick, they're players.
They're not doing this half-assed.
They had
Maybe that's why they got the support
If
from
they
their
had a
department in
decent
their district.
B truck, get down the track.
Is that half fast? Is that what you said there, buddy?
I didn't say that.
Hey, Carl Place Frogs are on the line here. 2 points on the day. They ran an 8:56 last week in Hempstead, which was good enough for third place.
Yeah, B-Ho's shot right now puts them into contention to go down the track. Right now it's North Belmore with 6 that's hanging into that 5th place slot. Carl Place scored in the state tournament last year and has shown improvement in pretty much every contest this year. Sean Brody driving for him, bringing it in at the hydrant. He's off running, and he's got water in the hose. Man, hit the target. Oh, the brake. He's going to have to brake himself. He's got
Good
the nozzle
job.
on. Oh, he did not have it on all the way.
Good track awareness, though, by the nozzle man, knowing he had to brake it himself. Lenny, I see you kind of throwing your hand in the air. Go ahead, man.
It came up a little short on him. Artie, I'm sure you could see that as well. Probably 5 feet shorter than where he wanted to be, but he was there. He was in position. He attacked it. I thought he had it, Art.
Yeah, I thought he did too. I started looking towards the
Carl
target.
Place is 16.40. 16.40.
What's the water on that?
275 handle. Thought they
ran for a long
Number
time.
9, Hicks from Hicksville.
a lot of hose at the hydrant, so that's why he came up short. He had a big loop at the hydrant and his feet.
But Artie, I'm sure you think the same way I do. Your breaker man is unfortunately not part of the race. He's down the track a little bit. You break it yourself. It looked like he had it on. I thought he had it.
Yeah, I did too. I actually thought he got a little bit of stream out of the nozzle and then it came off.
Yeah, I think so
So
too.
maybe he might only have that 16th of a turn in and it
But
popped
that's
on him.
exactly that's something we talk about. Or are your threads as sharp as they could be?
Yeah,
we
I
talk
mean-
about that. If you beat up the threads all year, folks,
Yeah.
these threads are built. I mean, Paul, you could probably chime in on this. To be at like a point, I don't even know how to describe it, what the word is, but after a while, you start rounding them off. When you start hitting them and hitting them and hitting them, they get rounded off and they don't hold as well.
Yeah, they don't hold as well. And you always, to me, you want to have a little bit of forgiveness, say, in your mark, but you also you want that 16th or an 8th of a turn. You want to feel confident at an 8th of a turn, it's not going to pop off on you in that hurry when it's coming up, where you really had to get busy up top.
But again, it looked like he thought he had it on. Art, he broke it himself. He thought he had it on, and it held for a split second.
And getting
but
back
not
to
long
Carl
enough.
Place coming up short, if you're going to get off the back of the B truck that far away from the hydrant and run that far, you're going to have a lot of hose back at the hydrant. All right, here comes Hicksville. He's off. He's bang, bang. Oh, stick popped up on him. Here we are. He hit it, bang, bang. Oh, this time the breaker man has no track sense.
Yeah,
he lost completely where he was.
Yeah.
Truck got a little sideways at the top end, Paul, and usually that helps the breaker man. But
Get a water on that? I thought it was pretty good.
I missed it. I don't know what happened.
Do you think the stick banged up, or did you just
Time
hit
for
it far enough
Hicksville
down?
is 11.69. 11.69.
I don't think so, Twan. There's
Yeah.
a lot of water in that dummy length. I don't
No,
think
it
there's a
popped
stick
up
issue
on
there.
him. No, it did.
Number
Did it?
10,
Okay.
the
He had
Rebels
his-
from Levittown.
I didn't-
It was another one of those bang, bang hits where you're running through and it just pops up because it's not going to stay down. It's very
Freaking
rare.
Nassau County. You know, Twan.
No, it's very
you guys can't get
rare.
your stuff together.
Listen, I'm a ladder guy, bro.
It's rare when you get a stick that people will keep missing, and that you're only going to get a half stick. That's hardly ever happens. But there is times when you get these certain gates and they pop back up like that. And I'm telling you, it's this gate.
Wow. So, I mean, does that mentally change your approach then, Paul? I mean, it's got to be in the back of your head thinking about that.
You got to
Like,
hammer it. You got to
Yeah.
almost like stay there a split second if you can. You
Right,
know, I
right.
mean, it's so hard to do.
Right.
Your style
you-
didn't lend itself to that, though, right?
Yeah,
No,
right.
I was.
You
I was-
weren't hanging around the
I
handle.
disappeared, but
Yeah.
you know, there is a way where you throw that handle and you just keep your hand on it a split second longer. Trust me, you
so
can.
you can do something.
You're keeping it down.
Yeah.
Oh, there's plenty of times I had to look back and there was a 3/4 stick, and it's like
No,
you're scrambling, but
when you're running 2-2, 2-1, that's going to happen.
there's times you leave your hand there a little split second longer and it works. Levittown coming up. Overall, we have 8:59. Bay Shore still leading the pack. Next is North Merrick with that 8:80, almost halfway through the scorecard. Levittown had a good sea hose going, but they just didn't finish it up at the top.
Right.
So this just lays itself out for Levittown to throw up a nice shot. See what you got.
Yeah, last week Hempstead, miss 15 and change, but 1, 2, 3 gets him 4th place right now. If that means anything to you guys. How about an 8?
Yeah, about it. Levittown, he just clanks off the front. Now he loses the coupling.
Yeah.
That's one of those where, you can't blame the slack man on that. You had your opportunity to hit it, and then that truck brings that hose down the track.
Yeah, he banged off it, Paul. He didn't drop it, but he banged off of it, and he had to come back to it. They're going to complete the run, but I don't
Time
think
for
it's gonna mean
Levittown is
anything.
11.34, 11:34.
All right, Islip coming to the line.
Yeah,
They
so
gotta see if they keep this going.
I mean,
Yeah, here we go.
Bay Shore's still holding out for 5 points right now with that 8:59. I mean, that they have 10 coming in, so the teams that are in the mix are starting to run now. Islip Wolves on the line, 14 points. They're your leader. Got to run a B-hose shot to keep a hold of that lead.
And their slash line outside of 3-man is pretty impressive.
Number 13, the Wolves from Islip.
No doubt about it. 5:21, 8:78, 12:45.
Chuck Treglia, Hydroman for the East Islip Guzzlers, was just wondering, I guess aloud through text, that all of a sudden Islip's really hitting those hose shots, and they recently have been practicing with East Islip. He kind of figures something going on there.
Went to the Merrick laboratories.
Yeah,
Laboratories.
lavatory, right at the periphery,
Yeah.
peripheral feel.
Oh, the heat. The Merrick labs got some of their hose.
Islip's got Mike, once again, he's got to give Heavy a shot to be
Is
able
Hev-
to put water in the hose right here.
Is Heavy running or Nick?
I don't know. I was just making the assumption. I don't see Heavy on the side. Do I?
Heavy is on the side.
So this is Nick Patch
Nick Patch.
running B hose. Heavy ran C hose, right?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes.
So an interesting
What's
call.
that? Is that a new?
Well, Nick ran real good when Heavy was hurt.
Oh.
Actually, Nick was the one who ran at CI, right?
At the
County. And he ran some pretty good numbers. So I guess they're keeping him going in B hose right here. See if it pays off for the Islip
I
Wolves.
think he ran 8-0 that day.
Competition isn't a bad thing either.
And it's good to have backups, right? Good to have guys that can run.
Well, it would be hard to change at this
Both
point with a
rounds.
week to go. I think you're solidified in how you're racing after this.
Yeah.
Making the approach to see if he gives him a shot. He does. He's off. I think he's out in the tracks. Oh, water in the hose!
Oh, the
Popped up
came
on him. Popped up on him. It's going to be about the target hit, though. Can he get that target? He does. Then they blow a hole. It looks like right at the coupling. That's
a
fixable.
coupling.
That's
a
fixable.
coupling. Yep, you could save that.
It's going to be first place.
It's not going to be that hard to be first.
Time
right
for
now.
Islip is 8.14, 8:14.
That hookup looked good at the hydrant,
Well,
guys.
once again, the stick popped up. He hit it heavy. When you hit that heavy number with this, I'm telling you, not
260
making this up, folks.
265.
So the Nassau Gate working up against the Suffolk teams here.
It's working against everybody. It popped up on Hicksville. I mean, it doesn't really know who you are, Lenny. With the exception of you, maybe.
I slapped a lot of things in my day. A gate was never one of them.
Jesus Christ.
Juniors.
We should probably leave it there.
Number 14, the Westerners from West Hempstead.
We have a workshop on domestic violence at the beginning of the year, right, Paulie?
He does have to sign a thing.
How many points West Hempstead got there, Twan?
They have 11.5 points and currently in third place in the drill.
Well, if they want to keep playing the game, with Islip getting right now currently a 5-pointer up on the board, still some good teams to go. They're going to have to play. Difference here is Pat's had a little difficult time compared to C-Hose running B-Hose, replacing Jonathan, who's an incredible hydroman to replace, probably irreplaceable if you're the West Hempstead Westerners or if Jonathan was on any other team. So, I mean, an admirable job has been done by Pat, but this has been the tougher of the contest for him. So, on his behalf, I'm sure he'd love to get a little mo hooking it up. I think if you're Kenny Brome, you got to give him a little bit of room to run in on this. Give him a shot at it. You got to know it's not Jonathan on the back of that truck. And you need, 820 guys? 4 points right now. I'd take it. making their way at the hydrant. He's off, arm out. He's got stick down. Up at the top, man. It's a first place shot. If he
They
gets
got
the
a
target,
chance,
Craigie's
Paul.
got it. Oh, I think that's the first place shot. Come on. That's kudos to
Yeah.
Pat right there, man.
They got a chance.
Kudos to Pat Cloudman.
First 7 of the day, maybe.
Time for West
No.
Hempstead is 8.03.
Wow.
8.03.
We got a game going on. I'm telling you, I thought Kenny dropped him great. He gave Pat room to run in. And did you see Pat's arm extended and his eye location?
Yeah.
He was like focused like a laser on that hydrant coupling.
250.
He was hitting B-hose whether anybody liked it or not today.
And then everybody else on that host team just does their job. You
Two-
know,
Oh, yeah.
you want to see those
Number
things happen
15,
for the replacement people.
Buckeyes from Merrick.
But the rest of that team is clockwork.
Second,
Dudley cursing over there? What did he say?
second best handle of the day.
He said Buck. Okay.
Buckeyes. Buck.
So I was going to put West Hempstead, obviously that's first place in the contest. They trail the Islip Wolves by 2.5 points. Now Islip currently in second place in this contest.
Tough
so
to get a tweener.
Tough to get a tweener because it's 8:03 to 8:14. So going to have to keep playing, obviously,
There's a
after
whole
this
10th
contest.
in there. There's a whole 10th. Come on.
Merrick Buckeyes on the home track. 8:03, 8:14. Bay Shore still hanging in. 8:59 third. They would love to squeak a point or two out of this. North
Yeah.
Merrick 8:80. That's your fourth place shot, and then it's a leap down to 11 flat by the new High Park Termites.
So you say Bay Shore looking to hang on. They were looking good out of ladders. They're struggling a little bit here in hose.
Well, I'm saying, hey, if
looking
they-
to stick with the pace.
They run an 8:59 and can grab 1 or 2 points out of this contest. You're like, hey, thank you.
Yep.
In my savings account.
Yep.
Right now holding for 3. And of the remaining teams, only Paul Washington beat that time last week. Obviously,
Yeah.
that's only 1 week, but food for thought.
Here come those Merrick Buckeyes. See what they do on the home course. He's in the break. They're off at the hydrant. Arm out. Water in the hose. Nice looking run if he can hit the target. Here they are. Broken. Water. Oh. Lenny, do you think he picks that up too much?
I was going to defer to Artie, but Paul, I would agree 100%. That's the first thing I thought. And I was known for picking it up maybe a little bit too high, but he picked it up so high off the road. And what we're talking about, folks, when the nozzle man grabbed the coupling and the breaker man went to break it, nozzle man had it way up in the air.
And
and
for
it's
Merrick is 15.32. 15.32.
it just might be needless motion. You just need to barely take it off the road, let the breaker man break it, put the nozzle on, so you got a straight on shot at the target.
I mean, if you're not watching it on TV, he looked like he was looking down the barrel of it.
Yeah.
It was
Lifted
way
it
up
up
there.
high.
Audio, because stick time on that?
I didn't.
And if you didn't notice, the stick popped up on that one too. And that probably actually helped them on the other end, give them more time to get the nozzle on.
Now the Nassau County guys are picking on Nassau County. Oh my
I was
gosh.
gonna.
Picking on him, I'm telling you a fact.
Number 16, the Turtles from West.
It was well known when we'd race in Nassau that this gate they would pop up, and it's been popping up for 10 years. I'm not telling you stories.
I was getting a baseball update. Yankees.
A-Rod playing tonight?
Tyler Austin, Aaron Judge in the lineup today. Their first at bats as major leaguers, back to back, belly to belly. Both hit home runs. A-Rod, who?
Yeah. A-Rod, that they brought up Austin for A-Rod. As soon as they dropped him, they brought up Austin. He was the guy replacing him.
Yeah, and Aaron Judge they brought up as well, and both of them first at bats they hit home runs.
So that
today.
means between Austin and A-Rod, that's 697. Now starting at third base for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays,
Yeah, right.
Alex Rodriguez.
Miami, more like Miami Marlins. You'd be at home.
No,
That's
he's
right.
got a DH. He's got a DH.
I
Can't
know.
live.
They're just the Rays now.
All right, so
Oh, sorry.
back to racing, guys. We have one of the most recognizable B trucks
Yeah, Westbury
on the
Turtles.
track right now.
We said it about C, and they ran a 1390, which they probably would do. They can hit that better than that. I think this is where we're probably going to see Danny Cornell, maybe. He ran P-Hose in Hempstead. Let's see what he does right here.
Yeah, I don't see him on the sideline.
Merck's bringing it in. Gave a good drop to Kenny Gass at C and B. Let's see. And he's got a little hesitation. He's worried about the coupling being on up at the top. Oh, they have a tough time, and Danny just doesn't have even time.
That's the breaker.
They were struggling with each other. It was a number that was going to get points.
It's funny. I stopped by. I think I told you guys at one of their practices, and it was raining or whatever, and I accidentally called him Billy.
Uh-huh.
You want to make a mistake?
Don't
Should
make
have
that
just said Cornell. No, don't make that mistake. Props to
Time
you,
for
Billy.
Westbury is 15.72. 15.72.
But I think their issues were with the breaker right there,
Yeah.
Art.
Yeah, no doubt. Danny got there and got set. He knew his breaker was, going to be there and supposed to do his job, and his breaker fumbled it a little bit, and you could see the frustration on Danny's face.
Number 17,
270.
the Betty's Boys from Oyster Bay.
270 was the handle. He had a little like hiccup on the handle, it looked like.
And Artie, you know, B-hose more than C-hose, and we talk about it, but you got time to do it right once in B-hose.
Yep.
You usually don't have the time as a nozzle man to take 2 shots at it.
No, not in B-hose. You know, C, truck gets down and you get a little time. B-hose, you're going to get there, get one chance to get set up, and that's it.
Well, B-hose, you used to have more time in B because of your hydrant man, right? Because he was a little behind. Or
Lenny, what's your best time?
7.6.
All right, 7:51.
All right. So now we're having a contest here.
Well,
Where are we going?
how many state tournaments?
Wow.
How many
Brotherly
Oh,
love.
How many
there we
state
go.
tournaments you have?
Look at
there
this
it is.
brotherly
There
love.
it
That's
is.
it. I'm off the arch. Come on, Fred. Let's go. We're out of here.
Hey, about 5 or 6 teams left to go in B-Hose. 803 West Hempstead, 814 Islip, 859 Bay Shore's third, 880 by North Merrick holding for fourth, and then we go to 11 flat by New High Park for fifth. Oyster Bay, Baldwin, Manhasset, Port Washington, North Belmore, Farmingville still yet to run.
Actually,
Flat,
yeah.
holding a point right now.
Bayshore's best day, same, is here in the same day. C-hose, B-hose, 12.476.
On
back
the
here.
that's a 22nd time, right? You figure
It's actually just over with like 20:03.
20 or yeah. That's another
All right,
number.
Oyster Bay approaching it. I like his line right here. He's off. Hand down. Whoa, water across the track. And the slackman dropped it.
The anchor, the slack man dropped it. Hydrant horse, anchor man, whatever you call that guy, dropped the hose. That's
Well, those two guys are looking at each other. And
right.
But they were both going for it. I mean,
Yeah, but
there's
that
no
might
doubt
have been
about
the thing. He might have gotten to a spot and put the hose down and then realized
It looked
going
like
down
it
the
was a
street.
bang hit the handle. I mean, he thought he had it. Unfortunately for the Oyster Bay fans, doesn't go down that way.
Time for Oyster Bay is 19.27. 19.27.
All right, Baldwin's going to come to the line. Just a little shout out to Harry Penny. You know, we're all thinking about. I think about him constantly every day, and you know, seems like maybe he's getting a little bit better all the time. You know, spirits up, and he's coming around.
Number 18, the Tomcats from Baldwin.
You think
Yeah.
about B-hose, and in my eyes, never a better B-hose driver I've ever seen in my life. That guy could drive it in his sleep. He could come out here right now, and he'll run a 7.7 for
Yeah.
you.
You know, we said something about a 2.4 before, Paul, and I said, gee, that's a hot number, and you said, yeah, for nowadays, and it seemed like, and I'm not trying to pat you on the back or anything, but you were 2.3, 2.2, 2.1.
Yeah, if we were 2.3, it was
Steady.
like, oh, what happened? You know, we tried to get a 2.25. That would be the number we wanted. And there's been a lot of ones below. There's been a lot of, a couple above.
Not too many teams live down there.
There's been plenty of water across the track in that situation.
You
But
watched
you know
a
what?
few tracks in your day, no
But
doubt.
they're also, when you're getting on the line and you got a 7.8, a 7.8, a 7.9, an 8.0. Look
Showtime.
at today. You got an 8.0, an 8.1, an 8.5, an 8.8. It's a little different.
A little different, right?
A
I
little
remember
different.
Harry last year at the state drill going wild after that Bay Shore shot.
Yeah.
you know. Hey, listen, and while we're talking about Harry Penny, this year's Survivor Racing pool, state tournament pool, make sure you get your sheets in. Come see Lenny on top of the arch or anyone at the St. James camp. This year, half of the proceeds are going to go to benefit Harry Penny. So, Harry, if you're listening, get well. What's the update on Harry? Anything
I was
new?
just saying,
Yeah.
he's coming around each day. Looks like he's, picking up a little bit better mentally and everything. I was just actually texting with John.
Right.
And God bless John for everything he does. John Penny, probably the best teammate I ever had in my life.
I remember you've said that before.
I've said it plenty of times. My brother's right there as well. But John Penny, just a great teammate.
He's got a lot going on with the whole family, right, Paul?
He does.
That's this Wildcat Survivor pool. We're trying to help out the whole family
Yep.
in general, but it's going to the Penny family, 50% to the winner, 50%
Nice.
to the Penny family. Play often. It's a
Yeah.
lot of fun,
Yep.
and we have a lot of laughs, and we talk about it all day during the state drill.
$10
But it also goes to a good
sheet,
cause. We
yep.
don't keep anything, folks, so we give away half to the winner, half to the Penny family.
$10 per sheet, multiple sheets encouraged, and no one has ever made it past. Motor pump, could you
how
be the
much
first?
do you know? We think we know something up here. None of us have ever won anything, right?
No, that's for sure.
I mean, if Tansy's wife can win, anybody can win.
I'll do the old if it woulda, shoulda, coulda. 2013, I'd have been 8 for 8 if it wasn't for New High Park and C-Hose, Fred.
Oh, Fred gets the hairy eyeball from Twan right there.
All right, here come the Baldwin Tomcats making their way to the hydrant. Off. He goes right down the middle of the track. Wasn't able to make the turn towards the hydrant as the momentum carried him off the back of the B truck, up the track.
Looked a
Tough
little
time
deep
here
there,
at the top,
Paul.
and really struggles with the nozzle.
Looked a little deep at the hydrant. Not sure what happened at the top end.
Yeah, you saw the nozzle man had to break it himself. Looked like he had some difficulty doing that. And again, it's probably like you would say, Lenny, just practice that. You said a dozen times per practice. Practice breaking it yourself on the
Time
side,
for
right?
Baldwin is 16.49. 16.49.
For what it's worth, most of my years I didn't run in ladders, although I did some throwing and some digging or whatever.
Number 19, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
But during ladders, I would watch the races and try and observe what my team was doing, but just taking dry shots. Artie, you must have done the same thing, right? Just lay out the nozzle length, the dummy length, whether you're breaking yourself or whatever, or with your breaker. Just go through the reps and do 10, 12, 15 reps before.
Yeah, I would even take it home and do a lot of that stuff at home and just practice and especially just approaching it, putting it on its edge, all different things to how it could come out, and just to make sure you could handle any situation, trying to be prepared for any of those.
And the edge, that was the worst, right?
There was on edge and where you have to go all the way around.
There was a certain edge where you had to go 3/4, and it's almost impossible. It's borderline impossible.
It's like you're putting your elbow down to the ground to try to get the mark up to you.
Your brother's over here as a hydrant man saying, there's no excuses.
No.
But meanwhile, we all know the hydrant never moves. Your coupling comes out upside down.
I was going to give you a good Harry Penny story, a good B-Hose story.
All right after
we'll wait till
Manhasset.
after Manhasset goes. Manhasset's on a little roll here.
Can't wait.
Points with the C truck today in both C ladder and C hose, 2 on the day.
Yeah, 13:35 for 1 point last event. Getting in the mix, needed an 11 flat or better. Still looking around at that top 5 in B-hose.
Here come the Minutemen. Making a straight approach. He's going to give him room to run out, and he does. Hands out. Water. Oh, it's in his lap. The water's in his lap.
Yeah, and it's across the track as well.
I thought he had it. It's on a track like this, which is a good stopping track, plus with the weather, it'll get cleaned up real well. Looks like that's going to be...
Time for Manhasset is 18.00, 18 flat.
It's an ugly B-hose day, guys.
Yeah.
Man, we got the 803, 814, 859,
yeah,
880.
Bay Shore's happy right now, quietly sticking in there with 3. They could use it.
That's right. It's a huge 3.
Next team on the line is one of those teams that are playing, though, as we only have 3 left to run. Port Washington, we'll get to that in a second. I was going to give you my Harry Penny story. So there's a little cleaning going on. So we come to the line, I believe it's in Hagerman one day. B-hose. Drops me back, and I'm famous if he drops me back. It's pretty much just, wipe it out. It's over, because then the thinking comes into play, the run and the alligator arm, everything's playing.
You ain't smart enough to think that much.
Road Runners from Port
So
Washington.
it all comes into play. So we end up getting a rerun.
Okay.
So we come around the track, he's like, what are you thinking here? I said, Harry, you got to give me like 6 inches. 6 inches more closer to the in the break. Bring it in 6 inches.
Yeah, because that's easy to do.
He looks at me. He goes, 6 inches. I said, yeah. He goes, all right, you got it. Let's go. We get on line. We run. It's like a 775. We go. We're all psyched up. We're back at camp. Now he doesn't know I'm behind him, and he's telling people to camp. I get on the line. This effing guy wants me to give him 6 inches, and he thinks I can do it. And they're like, well, what happens? He goes, I told him I did it. Turns around and sees me, not knowing I heard the whole thing. He goes, hey, I told you I was going to give you 6 inches.
Did you call him on it?
No, I said, thanks, man. You're the best.
Good job, Harry. But that runs in with everybody's stories about, we all want it to be perfect. And you want to tell the driver he can adjust that much. But you're right, especially with the B truck is one thing. The C truck, forget it. You couldn't even imagine adjusting a driver being that good. And Harry was one of the best. But to be on the back of the truck and ask for 6 inches, 6 feet, okay, then I could work with you. But 6 inches, I don't think so.
That's a great story.
True story?
And listen, Port Washington on the line, and in case you didn't hear it at the beginning of B-Hose, Kyle Lewis, 499 in B-Ladder, the newest member of the 4 Club. Number 12 in B-Hose.
I'm within 7 feet of the new member of the 4 Club up here.
In B-Hose, he is their
Look at those glasses. Look at those glasses, though.
He has just become
Where do you get a pair of those?
First guy ever to run a
Gay
B
men's
ladder
store.
and film B-Hose
What
in
did
the
you
same
say,
day.
Paul?
But this is a big shot. We said it about a bunch of teams. Islip stepped up with theirs. West Hempstead really stepped up with theirs. Port's got to do the same. Nobody's giving you these things on a silver platter. You got to earn them, and one of the ways is you got to keep putting up the times.
If they beat an 803, they take over the lead in this tournament. If my calculations are correct, that would give them 17.5.
Islip 14, Port Washington 12.5, West Hempstead 11.5, Bay Shore 10,
This
North Belmore 6.
They beat the 803. They're in the lead going into
Unlike
efficiency.
that big gap in C where you just, hey, let's just run an easy shot here. This thing's just going to run their run, and it's going to come out all right for them. Here we go. Here's the approach. At the hydrant, he's in, he's out, and he's got water in the hose. Stick pops up. It's going to be about the target hit up at the top. Nozzle on, and he hits it. It's going to be close, but that stick popping up is not going to work out.
You know, we underestimate.
They're going to be happy.
Oh, wow. All right. Audie's got a number over there.
Time for Port Washington is 7.93.
Wow.
7.93.
I'm telling you, with the stick, if that stick pops up halfway, it's a real good shot at 793.
That's your handle of the day
Yeah.
at 236.
Been working on it. He's always been working on staying tight to the hydrant and tight into the hydrant, running that straight line, getting that truck lined up correctly, and he's doing it.
I don't think we give enough credit.
Donald Smallwood.
North Belmore.
Donald Smallwood starting to not get enough play as a hydrant man. I mean,
Yeah.
let's look at it. He's got the second best stick of the day in C today. He's got the best stick in B. He's got 9 of the 10 points possible.
I was
in the
going to
two
talk
contests.
about Danny doing an awesome
And
job behind the wheel.
great
and
job
That's
today.
an oversight to a lot of us at times. We see these athletes doing their thing on the track. Sometimes we brush off the driver, and Dan Salerno doing a fine
the biggest
job.
question of the day is what's better, Port Washington's racing or Barbara Salerno's brownies?
Yeah.
Ooh, good question.
Both coming out of Port
I don't
Washington
know.
over there.
I know-
The brownies are pretty
Good.
good.
They
They're
all
top
up
notch.
here. Yep.
Danny,
Peanut
you
butter-
got a little work to do in pump, I guess.
Let's see what they can do the rest of the day because the brownies are almost gone and we're not even
Yeah.
at a B hose.
Three
793.
more, no more.
793 for Port. You go across Port today. I mean,
All right, look at
technically,
it, dude.
technically real sound though. They run. I mean, they're running into the hydrant properly. He's hooking up. He's hitting the target. I mean, look at the way they're running ladders. The way they're putting the ladder in the ground, letting
Yeah.
them go as a driver. Technically, they're running everything on point today.
And their day, I'm not going to give you 3 men. They missed in 3 men, but from that on, 499, 888, 1247, 793.
Nice numbers.
And
It's
not
an
to
old-timer.
mention, they ran a heavy number in efficiency last week with an 879. If they do that again today, they could lock it up early.
All right, North Belmore. They want to keep going. They want to keep scoring. They have top 5 on their mind right here today. Oh, he drops the coupling as he clanks off the front of it.
I don't know if he dropped it, but he definitely lost
Well,
it.
he lost it in his hands after
Yep.
he clanked off the front. It was a hard hit.
Thought the truck drifted out a little bit at the hydrant.
That was going to be the stick of the day.
And that's telling you something there about the athletes on the back
Time
of
for
that
North
truck,
Belmore is 10.18. 10-18.
Yo.
That was going to be 230.
huh? Wow.
Number 22, the Bandits from Farmingville.
So just to, fill you guys in, that 793 by Port looks like it's going to take first, and if it does, that'll bump them up to 17 and a half. They're going to take over the lead in this drill. Right now, the Wolves are holding for 3. They're looking to go to 17 points. West Hempstead's in second, so that'll bump them up to 15 and a half. And the Bay Shore Redskins still holding up for 2. That'll give them 12. Of course, there's one team left, Farmingville Bandits. But nice shot by Port Washington. Going to put them into first place in this tournament going into efficiency.
Yeah, Twan, they're keeping it close, no doubt about it. So we'll see what Farmingville does right here. I mean, the last team to run B-Hose.
880 is right, the number right here?
Yeah.
I mean, what's good for Bay Shore here is that they're going to score 2 points maybe.
They
Just
might.
everybody that they're chasing's in front of them.
Yeah.
But
part
that's
of
a problem. But I mean,
But you got something.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
You're on the pace
Yep.
still.
You still, yes, you stay in the pack, which you needed to do.
They'll be within 5 of the win, so moving forward. 5.5, excuse me. It'll
Yeah.
be 17 and a half to 12.
Yep. What time is it?
Unless the Bandits
Hey,
say something about it.
2:30.
Again, we know how Eddie likes to drive. Let's see if they got a shot.
Yeah, you got it. They got something going on. If he can hit it up here.
Oh,
A lot of running.
They got a
Long
boogie.
way to
He's
run.
got the water, and he misses it up there.
68.
Oh,
What's the number?
It's 80. They're going to get a point out
They're
of
going
it.
to get a point out of it.
80 is
Yeah.
for 1,
80.
but Bay Shore's an 859.
That's,
gonna-
that's going to be a 68, I think they said.
Time
Yep.
for Farmingville is 8.68. 8.68.
It's going to get him a point.
Takes North Merrick off the board, though.
Couldn't find the flap with the first water, but it looks like he's going to steal a point there, or Farmingville's going to steal a point.
So a big 2 points there by Bay Shore,
Yep.
gentlemen. Yeah. getting it.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a gift. Now, what do you do with it?
You got to remember, Bay Shore's got buckets still in their tank, so there's 5 points if you're asking me right there. Now, they need to get something done in efficiency.
Your
and pump.
attention, please. Oyster Bay will get a rerun due to interference.
All right, guys, that's something we were not aware of, right?
No,
was-
they had a miss at the hydrant. And I'm not
Was
sure.
that
what
a protest? Did somebody protest?
That's a
or-
good question. They didn't announce it. Oyster Bay went about 5-6 teams ago.
That's something must have happened that we couldn't see. They
And
did
he-
miss at the hydrant.
And the officials can come out and say, hey, we saw this. It was
Right.
blatant. You don't have to protest. It's rare, but it could happen that way.
I guess that's why you're not supposed to use pen on the scorecard, right?
Yeah.
Twan, come on, bro. How long you been doing this?
A couple years. But if they don't change the standings, it's going to be 17.5 Port Washington, 17 Islip, 15.5 West Hempstead, 12 Bay Shore, 6 for the Rinky Dinks will be your top 5, unless the Teddy's boys throw a monkey wrench at everybody.
That's looking at Ports. You were talking about that 20 flat before. What are they 20, 26, 20, 36?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Up in the 2020s, 2030s,
Yeah.
right?
So the number is 20 flat
flat
if you add B and C hoes together.
Yeah.
So they're 1247 and 793, which, oops, hold on. 1240. I got to pull out the calculator here. I'm in vacation mode, brother. Yeah, 2040.
20. Yeah, I was gonna say 30 something.
I mean, you got to run a heavy 7 to get 20 seconds.
Yeah, again,
You
we're 2005. It's a 1242 and a 763 here.
How many
Right.
teams have done that? Run the
That's-
2-0 combined.
That's a good question.
I mean, West Sable.
Come on, Twan.
I don't
You're
know.
not even
I'm
trying.
a ladder guy, bro. I don't know what
Supposed
that.
to
That
be
one on the
a-
top of
a
my head.
stats guy.
Oh, come on.
So anybody at home with nothing better to do on a Saturday afternoon, if you're listening to
I mean,
us,
Patchogue's done it because they ran a 12-4 and a 7-3 in the same day, correct? Up in Main Transit.
The 7-3 was at Hempstead at the
When is it?
93 State.
What'd they run up in Main Transit that year? 7-4 maybe? 12-4, 7-4?
Oh, what, at 92?
Yeah.
You guys want it? Hold
Yeah.
on, I'll go get that for you in a second.
That's pretty heavy that day.
so while we have people researching all of this, Fred, perhaps we want to pay some bills?
No, we got
We got
Oyster
Oyster
Bay.
Bay.
Oh, you guys want to
Bay.
hang in there and wait? Okay. That's
I-
true. Oyster Bay is back to the line. I didn't see them on the track.
Yeah, it looks like they had to just lay the hose, maybe.
Okay.
750 and 1241 that day, so 1991 it looks like.
Yep.
Yeah, it's heavy.
It's pretty heavy.
And that's because, you got to run a heavy 7 to get underneath 20 seconds combined in B and C hose. Mid 12 and a heavy 7. That's really what the number is, a mid 12 and a mid 7.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, you're really thinking it's how many teams are running the 7-5, so it's
Right.
really you got to run the 12-2,
Right.
12-3,
You gotta run the real low
and then
12.
the 7-7 is really to get there.
And the day they ran the 738, they didn't come top 5 in C hose. I'm looking at that score sheet now. Matter of fact, they ran a 1376 in C hose at the 93 State. So, but that would have been the day to really put a heavy 19 up there.
Yeah.
you
He
know?
was probably 5 steps past the hydrant and still made a 13.7.
Yeah, right.
I remember that, again, the 2005 that we put together, we only got 9 points. Patrick beat us in Seahawks.
Where was that? Do you know the tournament?
Here,
Oh.
at Merrick. 01.
That was a real big year here. There was
Yeah,
I was looking at the track records. A lot of track records.
01 is like a
that
great
year.
era, man. I mean,
Yeah.
you talk about having so many quality teams just running that day. The depth of the quality teams. Early 2000s, you got West Sable, New High Park, Islip, East Islip, Spencerport with John Short in his prime, Patchogue, with their second, phase of being a good team. They were good in the 80s and they were great again
Yeah,
in the early
Mike's
2000s.
climbing.
Right.
But there
right,
you go.
Mike Pinkney and
Yeah.
Hazeman on hot and high.
That answers your
Right.
questions about, how come you're running 2-2 water on? Well, you had to.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Not because we wanted
I
to.
mean, that's
necessarily.
I mean, there's so
Why did
many-
you dig
but
2-5
that's-
and be ladder?
Yellow
Well,
Hornets
you had
did.
to.
North
I mean,
Lindy just about to lose A-Rock the next year, but they were still,
Yeah, it's
high quality teams.
North Lindy,
so.
Bay Shore, New High Park.
And even like Roslin, County
Manhasset-
Point champs in 2000.
Manhasset.
Yeah, Manhasset with Preston.
Yeah.
It's a great era. Even like the Freeport Dead End kids in the early 2000s
Absolutely.
could
Yeah.
score,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember looking at all those split times and stuff and always seeing the flukes in B ladder and B hose.
Yep.
Their split times at the hydrant and the dig time were just so low. I'm like, well, we got to get here. And they're going, St. James don't run like that. We can't run like that.
Even North Belmore then, early 2000s.
Yeah, that's right. With Chris Gracia, good for that third man and
Yeah.
that climber. Oyster Bay Teddy's boys 21.92 at the 01 State, so taking
Right.
5th place.
And they could run some pump then.
Yeah,
when,
exactly. So yeah, you talk about the era that had the most depth statewide. I'd have to go early 2000s.
It's a pretty good year as Oyster
Yeah.
Bay takes the line now, Paul.
Yep.
Last team in B hose.
Yeah, got to beat an 868 to get on the board.
Making the approach, comes in tight a little bit. He's good. He's off. Hand out and water across the tracks. Not going to do it. It looks like he pulled his arm in and his momentum was going past the hydrant before he had a connection going down. A little top heavy, head heavy. Stumbling almost appearing, going over the top of the adapter.
You know, I talked to them downstairs a little while ago when we took a break, and I don't think they're teaching.
Time for Oyster Bay is 14.31, 14:31.
I don't think they're teaching to break it yourself. I think that's the position they're in right now with their guys, with their athletes. But always interesting to watch. He struggled a little bit there again, but really all for naught.
Yeah, I think that race right there, just looking at B-Hose, I think Darrell might want to just back it up a touch. Give him some confidence, let him get the water in the hose.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to be waiting for efficiency, boys. 3 to go.
Yeah, and we're going to have a 4-dog race for the win here.
Yep.
Port Washington 17.5, Islip 17, West Hempstead 15.5, and Bay Shore with 12.
Nice.
And then we have a nice race for 5th place. I mean, North Belmore's got 6.
Yeah, it's anybody's game down
it's
there
really-
right now, right?
But it's a huge drop-off after that. We go to 2
Move the
for
equipment.
Manhasset and 2 for Carl Place, so North
Results
Belmore
of the Motor Hose Class B.
seemingly having a lock on
First place, 5 points, number 20, Port Washington. Second place, 4 points, number 14, West Hempstead. Third place, 3 points, number 13, Islip. Fourth place, 2 points, number 3, Bay Shore. And fifth place, 1 point, number 22, Farmingville.
Dudley does a nice job as the announcer.
I just gave him a rundown. I gave it a rundown, Fred, if you wanted to throw it to commercial. All right. Live on top of the arch, 2016. North Belmore, everybody. We'll be back with efficiency. Hey,
Rosenbauer
good
Fire
race for the top
Apparatus
3.
is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group.
Fred sounds so convincing.
Let's count this run as the efficiency contest. The state record is 8.40 and is held by Central Islip.
All right, Twan has left
Number
the building.
3, the Redskins from Bay Shore.
Want to thank Twan, as always, for all of the stat excitement and the excitement overall that he got to see a 4 run live. Can't beat it, folks. Great day of racing overall, I'd say, so far today. As Bay Shore, we said it in the last contest, didn't work out perfectly for them, though they did squeak out a couple points, which could be important for them at the end of the day. This race, officially important as well.
They got to get busy, Paul. They want to get back in this.
You might hear the wind on the mics up here, but that wind is pretty much not downstairs. All right, Bay Shore's off. Here we go at the approach. Water in the hose. That's always a good sign for any team, right? The hose lay looks real nice up at the top. And, he waves left, right, left, and now he's on the flap. Frankie Sonnenberg finally sends the red flap forward.
Fortunately, he couldn't find the flap. I don't think that was the best hose lay either. However, had a shot for
Bay
a solid
Shore's
9.
9.97. 9.97.
Frankie actually struggled putting a nozzle on. He didn't have it on for the first 75 feet. Usually you get that nozzle on the first 2 steps.
Number 4, the Highlanders from Roslin.
Was that something you always tried to do, Art? Put it on right away?
Yeah.
Because I know in my early days I did, and then as I got a little bit older, I tried to get off the line and get my speed up, and then start.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
You know what
Lenny
I'm saying.
Gomberg just said I tried to get my speed up.
Speed.
They gave you a 25-foot start.
Were they towing you with a truck?
Oh my gosh.
You set yourself up, my friend.
I did.
Sandy's laughing at him.
Or crying.
One of the other. Alexis
What do you
crying.
mean? He's always been too quick.
There you go.
But seriously, Artie, did you put it on as you stepped off the line?
Yeah, stepped
or
off
did
the
you wait
line.
a couple of strides?
No, first 2 steps. My goal was first 2 steps. It was on all the way before I got to the hydrant. Put it to the one hand and allow myself to just go. Were there times where you missed and you had to correct yourself? Sure. But, I mean, less than 5 that I can recall, like, that stick out. I wanted to have it on and be at full speed as fast as possible.
If you were wondering, Lenny, I did the same. I'd put it on right away. Just in case you were wondering.
Well, nobody ever remembers you
on
a nozzle. So.
8:52 is the track record by both the Hempstead Yellow Hornets and the West Sable Flying Dutchmen.
Roslin Highlanders. Getting ready for the takeoff. They're off.
No points, but as we said, 6 points is 5th right now, so start getting points now and you could be a player, but not Roslin. Throws the water across the track twice.
319 across the first time.
Hose looks short, guys.
Yeah.
They got a little bit in the first length, but you're right. I still think he's short. Wait on the time.
We see our officials on the sideline. We're talking about hose maybe being a little short.
And for Roslin is 14.72. 14.72.
Guess they're not measuring it. They're just telling them where to drain it.
All right, we're going to go to Deer Park.
So talking about hose being short. In motor pump, we know it's an advantage to run with shorter hose. Is it an advantage in efficiency, or what do you think?
Who said that?
I'm asking you.
Short hose? Yeah, of course.
In efficiency, it's an advantage?
I would run, 144?
You
Absolutely.
That's the way you always ran, 144, a couple inches, and that's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah? Okay. So you were banking on your nozzle man to hit it from 6 feet back.
Yeah, it's okay because, the time that water takes to go through air versus the friction of it going through the hose,
Number 5.
you're going to make up some of that time over the distance.
I agree.
If you talk about physics.
Right. We're reducing the stream to, let's say, an inch, for
Right.
argument's sake, which is the orifice of the nozzle. Some teams a little tighter or whatever, but so it travels quicker
Through air.
Right.
Than it does through the hose. So that's going to make up the difference of you being 5 feet back. I would rather take my chance of 5 feet of water spraying through the air than 5 more feet through my hose.
However, and Artie, you can appreciate this a little bit more as a guy that ran nozzle a lot. You know, anybody that's closer to a target is going to hit it better. So now you're 5 or 6 feet back.
It's all relative.
It's an interesting conversation, I think.
Yeah, but this is a much different contest hitting the target than, say, B&C hose.
Deer Park ready to go. They're off.
Missed the start there.
Approaching the hydrant, and water is in the hose, first length. We got a little fluff in here in the hose. The hose heads up in the air, up at the top. Man, they really left it, but he hits the target on the run. Not a premier time, but it's going to be first place so far. Maybe.
Time for Deer Park is 9.28. 9.28.
That's not a bad time. I mean, it's not going to be. I expect you to see an 8 probably here today.
I think we're going to see at least one.
But a 9.28, I think, might get them on the scoreboard.
Yeah, this is the last 5 years has been Deer Park's best race. When they do score points, it's typically inefficiency. We've seen them run a number of shots. I think they even have an 8 in Hempstead. But
Number 6, the Termites from New Hyde Park.
They have the legs to get the hose out.
So we're winding down in these last 3 races, guys. Unfortunately for North Belmore, hasn't been a huge crowd out here today. I think the heat has a lot to do with it, but
I don't blame them.
No,
it's so oppressive down there that, I mean, I don't think people come into these drills outside of these night town tournaments thinking they're going to make any money, but it's got to be difficult to be sitting in the stands right now.
Yeah, and the thing with North Belmore they're doing too, though, they do get you at the gate, which is where they're going to make their money. So the stands might not be full, but could be people there. There are people that paid that are in camp.
Back at the camps, yeah, it's just brutal to sit out in the stands.
As everybody's got their canopies up today.
I paid
my $8. Happy to pay.
Here comes New Hyde Park. Looks like the Hydroman lumbering a little. Gets the water in the hose. Let's see if it works out up at the other end in terms of time through. Now they get caught a little bit, and he's spraying at it, and he hits it. But, yeah, that mid-length has a huge mountain in it facing the
I thought the guy in the nozzle length, whether it was the coupling man or...
And for New Hyde Park is 9.74. 9.74.
He's got to run through it a little bit harder and take a few extra strides to get that hose out.
If you ask me, but that's a 9.74 with the way they ran and he missed the target. We could see some big 8s.
So again, the wind is picking up, folks. I don't know if you can hear it on our microphones. Yeah,
or
it
feels
good.
On the ground.
Yeah.
North Merrick barely kept off the scoreboard in the last contest.
Number 7, the Stump Jumpers from North Merrick.
If you can hear
big local crowd here, right, for the Stump Jumpers.
Cheering on their heroes. And North Merrick, I don't know. They've come back strong with their team, getting 2 trucks. Yeah, they're only running the B truck right now, but the uniforms are uniform. They're all wearing them. Got the bright red pants and the blue jersey. You can just tell they're a team. You can see the unity.
I like the color combo.
Yeah, but they're serious. You can just see it.
Listen, I think I said this 2 weeks ago. They're running. First of all, they're running hard. Second of all, technically they run very sound. So whoever's teaching this group of guys knows what he's doing. I will say that. I don't know who it is, but they run technically sound.
Reminds me a little bit of the Time Bandits when they burst on the scene in the early 90s.
Time Bandits were good. When they burst on, they were scoring right out the bat.
Yep, here they come.
Well, they had the old-fashioned background.
Yep. Water's in the hose. First length guy falls on a little bit, but that water's booking through. If he can hit the target, he's going to be thrilled, and he's somewhat thrilled.
Like you said, technically sound.
It
the
is.
nozzle man looks like he knows what he's doing. The backup guy knows what he's doing.
And the red, white, and blue hose is always patriotic.
I was just
Good
about to
hose
say.
lay. We've talked about that week after week, but
Time for North Merrick is 9.26. 9.26.
First place shot right now, 200s up on the Deer Park Bucks. So
how about those
good
Stump
shot
Jumpers?
by the Stump Jumpers.
And like you were saying, they wear the dark blue shirts with the red pants, and then obviously the colors being red, white, and blue, and their hose, the hydrant length red, mid length white, nozzle length blue.
In proper sequence.
Yeah.
Yes. And got a good time. Anybody can show the colors, but not go hit the target or hook it up. Good looking run.
So 3 9s on the board in a row. 4 9s in the day, 3 in a row, 28, 74, 26.
So now, as I said, they're
Number
all
8, The Frogs from Carl Place.
All really wearing the team uniform. You guys, Bay Shore, known for wearing a different shirt, it seemed like, in every race, and maybe the Diggers had the same colored shirts, and the Throw and the Climber had different whatever. What went into all that thinking? Or none?
None.
Nothing. Wear what you want?
Be comfortable.
Wear what you brung?
Comfort. I was always a comfort guy.
Okay.
Carl Place sitting with 2 points. Got him early in the day in 3-man ladder.
Now they're getting, these two races the Carl Place can run. I mean, there's an outside chance they can go down the track. They got to hit this run. It's an important shot for them as they take off towards the hydrant. On the approach,
Sean
there
Brody.
is Water in first length. Water through the second length up at the
pretty
top.
good.
See what the target hit does, and he
Big
hits
eye.
it. All right, it's going to be close to that North Merrick shot, I think.
Solid shot right there.
Yeah. Carl Place with some green hose out there.
Time for Carl Place is 9.17. 9.17.
Be nice to hear Dudley be a little more excited about
The
a first
excitement
place
is killing us
shot.
over there. Just calm down over there, my friend. Keep it even. Keep it level, Dudley. So 9:17.
Number 9, Hicks from Hicksville.
And it looked like just your average good shot. I mean, it was a good shot.
Average, yeah, exactly.
Six-
Average is what I would call it.
6 teams have run. Bay Shore is in 5th, so they're looking at themselves now already. They're out of the mix. With the 12 points, they were in 4th place, so they're going to have to finish real strong pumping buckets.
Yep. It's going to be motor pump. I mean, they're going to do in buckets.
And again, we still have some heavy hitters in efficiency. You have a 9:17 Carl
Yeah.
Place, 9:26 North Merrick, 9:28 Deer Park, already set the pace.
We talked about coming into this contest that Bay Shore still had a shot for winning the drill, and now it doesn't become actually their shot. It's going to become the people that have the points in front of them, because if they
Yeah.
put up big numbers here, it's going to hurt the cause.
Yeah, Bay Shore will be playing for 2nd and 3rd, depending on what those teams do.
Oh, now we got a delay. It looks like the ambulance behind us
Yeah,
has
some
its
ambulance
lights on.
issues.
They got him. Went to put the air conditioning on, he hit the lights.
They just rearranged some ambulances back here, so always ready.
Nothing gets past Billy Edsel, I'll tell you.
Nah, he's pretty sharp. Well, unless it's breaking the coupling.
Yeah, past
on
the nozzle line.
track.
I think it passed him
Oh.
either, and some people supposed to say
I
anything.
can't wait for the ride home with him.
Hicksville's
I want to hear the explanation.
You want to jump in? I'll drop you off.
Hicksville's got 1 point so far.
Hicksville water on the track.
They're going to stick with 1.
Yep.
You see the rest of their guys just letting up, just going through the motions here, basically.
Little
Hoping
conversation on the arch before with Doug Chiz, and he was telling me how they lost the nozzle motor pump the other day. He got banged real hard on the knee and dislocated a finger.
Time for Hicksville is 15.80. 1580.
You're going to have to explain that. He got banged hard on the knee and
Yeah.
dislocated a finger?
Yeah, I guess when it ripped out of his hand, the nozzle, and then it came back, I guess, and whacked him on the knee. Good
Number
explanation.
10, the Rebels from Levittown.
Do you get it now?
Well, got banged on the knee and dislocated a finger. I mean, come on.
Levittown. Tall order for Levittown. 9 will put you on the board, but you get really confident. You have to be in the 9-2s or under at this point. Beautiful day. I mean, very, very nearly a cloud. If you look out to the west, maybe you got some thunderheads out there, but I don't even know if they're coming this way.
A couple of puffers out there, but nothing major.
A lot of talk about rain and starting this one a little bit early. Thought that was a great move by the Bay Shore Redskins, putting that out there, considering they had to leave early.
Oh, are they the ones that floated that idea?
Yeah, I thought it was great. As soon as I saw it, I was like,
The power of suggestion?
yeah,
Is that
and
what you're saying?
and it rolled through, and people, no, and as the day went on, and yes, and definitely in their favor. So smart move right there. Considering if they were going to leave at 4:30, it is 2:52. I still think they're making the whole day easy.
Yeah, I mean, they might not be here to go down the track.
No,
or anything
yeah,
like that.
right.
That
Levittown's ready.
the year West Sable won that, they picked up the trophies.
Yeah,
and
kept going right to the parade.
Yeah.
Approaching the hydrant, and water is across the track.
306.
Thought he got a little bit in the hose, Paul, but it just didn't hold.
Ooh, almost so there.
Whoa, something at the
Yeah.
top.
Well,
Well,
he just yanked him back at the height.
Yeah. Oh, now he puts water in his lap.
Now
Their,
he's
their,
really
their
ticked.
hose looks. Look where they're
Way
standing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on right here.
Look what the second coupling is, guys.
No,
It's
look at all that hose in the mid.
15
Look at the mid
feet
lane.
shot,
Look at the
yeah.
mid lane. Look at all that hose. Were they over in the last couple weeks? Got a no time for being too much hose. Then now they're like going back the other way.
I don't know.
Too much.
All I know is
Time for Levittown is 24.06.
See, I invite-
24.06.
Scored some buckets today.
See, I invite a bunch of those teams. Remember the couple in a row where I think over the nozzle.
all I know is that Hydra Man did not look happy with his turn on.
I was
man.
about to say the
Not
same
missing
thing.
once, but
I
then
was about to say
missing a
the same thing.
second time.
Listen, get me wet the first time. That's your job. The second
That's
time,
my fault. Yeah.
we got a problem.
So unfortunately, it happened twice. And they'll have a discussion.
Number
back at
13,
camp.
the Wolves.
If you do it a
from
third time,
Islip.
I'm hitting you with this couple.
It is.
Except for on a day like today, it's not that
Yeah,
bad.
it might feel good.
It's a little bit more forgiving. Oleon, not happening. What year is that? We were trying to figure it out last night.
80
at the bar.
1982 or
Yeah,
30.
83, right?
82 or 83.
I
It
think
was
it's
82.
83.
Might have been
What's Fred doing? Exercises over
I
there?
was just going to say,
What are you
Fred
doing?
is stretching
Warming up for
out.
pump. He's
for
warming up
motor
for pump.
Holy
Exactly.
God.
Our own
You're
Fred
gonna
Bensavenga.
pull a shoulder out, my
He's
friend.
stretching out here, and folks, those of you that don't know,
Flapping his wings like he's going to
He-
go flying off the arch.
he's part of the motor pump team for the new High Park Termites, and he's also a dancer extraordinaire, so he knows about stretching out and being ready.
Spent a little time down at Fatty's last night with Smoking Jesus in town. Copenhagen.
Is he here today?
82 Oleon.
82, okay.
No, he went. They went back up this morning. They actually came down and purchased Copeg's tractor and trailer.
Nice to see equipment moving on as we stare at the
First place 3-man ladder Oleon. Anybody?
What year? 82.
82.
wasn't St. James.
What you want the
I
time?
was running.
You want the time?
I want the team.
Okay, hold on. Islip, this is
I'm
a big
gonna say
shot. Hold on, guys.
Patchogue.
This is a big shot. This is a
Okay.
big shot. Not Patchogue. New Hyde Park. No, it's not New Hyde Park.
Patro got second that day. In
Hold on.
3-man.
Central Islip. Here we go.
No.
Islip. All right, they're off.
Wow.
17 points so
That
far on the
loop man
day.
went
Oh,
and
he
he put
missed.
water in his lap.
97.
Wow.
He clanked it.
You know, I think he kind of slowed up too much right there because even the first slack man and the first set of hose right there,
I thought the first
Blew a
loop man
hose there
was
now.
out.
but still, I thought he slowed up too much of the hydrant because the guy usually, unless he went faster than normal, he pulled it out of his hand.
So Islip missing right
Time
there.
for Islip is 13.77. 13.77.
So let's go back
Now-
to Artie.
Hold on, this
19
translates to a big shot here for West Hempstead. All right,
Sure,
1982,
sure.
first
back
place.
to 1982, Artie. What are we talking
Three-man
about?
ladder.
Man.
Hold on.
647's the number.
You guessed
East Meadow.
you guessed 3 teams already.
East Meadow.
How many
No.
guesses you want?
6 more.
647. Hang on. North Lindy.
No.
I'll give you guys one more guess.
Each?
No. Suffolk County. There's your clue.
Number 14, the Westerners from West Hempstead.
Bay Shore.
Lenny, you
You
could
sounded
You could
confident.
have at least looked at me and I could have said, don't even say it. Not happening.
I was trying.
The Villains.
Amityville.
Damn.
Shout out to the Amityville Villains.
That's the only major surprise team that wins a contest that that you wouldn't guess.
Go through the rest of the race. Oh, well, let's do it as we
All right.
cycle through.
Yeah, this is a big shot right
Efficiency,
here. We
that's-
said big shot for Islip. This is a big shot right here for
So,
West Hempstead.
so Islip had 17 points. They ran a 1377. They're going to carry their 17 forward. Bayshore is still hanging on with that 997 right now with 12 points. I just missed the start there.
Yeah, here comes West Hempstead.
Oh, and he goes
flanks
across. Craig goes across the
Oh!
face. Now gets
Now he
pulled out of
gets
his
pulled
hands.
off.
He didn't even get close to it, guys.
Gerard set up top, getting tugged back.
Wow, this is going to change the whole drill.
Well, not if Port Washington runs a shot.
So they're going to carry their 15 and a half forward.
Yep.
So 2 of
Time
them.
for West Hempstead is 14.29. 14.29.
Keeping Bayshore's hopes alive.
Yep.
All right, so we gave you Amityville won 3-man with a 647 and Oleon that day. First place B ladder was a 537.
Patchogue.
Correct. The surprise team in that mix, you wouldn't probably guess. Third place 575.
Hold on.
Ellesmere.
No.
They could run BOs. I don't even. No, they didn't do
He
it.
said surprise.
Not that it was, but you wouldn't.
At the time, yeah.
Merrick Outlaws.
No. Upstate.
I knew it was an upstate team, see?
Point Pleasant.
Main Transit.
Oh, really?
Transit, yeah.
Oh.
C ladder.
Quick story.
923.
We
first
got-
place.
Number 15, the Buckeyes
Patchogue.
from Merrick.
Correct.
I should not have been climbing, but Mike Etzel broke his ankle during practice. So they threw me in at 17 years old to go try and climb.
You just set up
We
some
got
good jokes
we
for us,
got
Lenny.
dropped. It had to be 100 feet short by Gene Shearing. Shout out to Gene. But we got dropped so short. You could hear
That's
the
a hell of a
people.
shout out.
You could hear the people laughing as we ran down the road. It looked like cart ladder.
Here they go.
Oh, yeah,
That short.
Merrick, water and hose right here. Target hit is going to do them well. Let's see. Oh, he waves at it way too much.
Yeah.
Still going to probably push Bay Shore out of the mix.
Yeah.
He was under. He was way
I
under.
thought he was in the 10s with that.
Let's see.
Time for Merrick is 9.74. 9.74.
With that hit,
Holy cow.
that was an 8 if he hit it. That was an 8 if he hit it,
Yeah.
folks.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so back to 1982, Artie. C ladder.
How many things can I do here? I got a stopwatch. I'm collecting money from Mike Geddes.
Wow.
Paying you for better publicity.
Have a seat, Mike. Have a seat.
He's got those frog shoes on, so I like him.
So,
What happened in B-Hose? You got off the truck at the timing lane.
Number 16, the Turtles from
running-
Westbury.
You were running Mach 5 to the hydrant. Westbury Turtles.
Just going back to Oleon, we'll go to
Yeah.
C Hose, 1342.
Patcho.
No.
North Lindy.
Yes. Islip Terrace took third in that contest.
Islip Terrace is good. Islip
Terrace
Terrace
could run
in,
the C truck
in
really
80 or
well.
81, Islip Terrace wins the county drill, don't they?
They
Yeah, I think
had the
so.
state record in
Yeah.
C hose for a little while.
Yeah.
B Hose that day, 807.
807. Islip.
No. Hill County comes to Westbury?
Westbury.
No.
No, here's Westbury.
This is Westbury.
That doesn't count as my guess.
Water's in
Water
the
in
hose.
the hose, but boy, there it doesn't look pretty. Is that Billy Cornell that dropped the hose 3/4 of the way down? And now he's just watching. He's not picking it up.
Like this, Paul. He's
Wait
staring
a
at
second.
it.
No, he was catching his breath. He wasn't
Up
staring
a
at
little,
anybody.
up a little, down a little.
What was Billy Cornell? We need to get a video on that.
man.
He drops the hose and he's running
Time
out
for
the
Westbury
last
is
lane.
1.58.
Oh.
11.58.
Billy Cornell runs out the last length of the nozzle, but he drops it where the first length guy drops his, and then tries to keep up with the hose, and then gets there.
Rescue on the track.
and then gets there, puts his hands on his knees, and watches.
And he broke the coupling, so he made himself
Number
look
17, Teddy's Boys from Oyster Bay Fire Company. Number 1.
I don't even know what else to say.
important. It's like he's an ambassador out there.
Maybe he thought he was running out the first lane.
He put his hands on his knees, and he was watching from 150 feet back.
Oh boy, it's that time of year, folks.
You're a little low.
That time of year. Billy Cornell's racing, state tournament. Get ready. I don't even know. Is he allowed on the grounds of Main Transit? Is there a wanted poster for him somewhere in that area?
He's allowed no matches, no lighter, I think is the rule.
So 974, fifth place Merrick right now. Had knocked Bay Shore out. That's the one that's holding
And
on.
here
With
comes
that.
Oyster Bay. They got a point on the
Carl
day.
Place sitting next to me right now, sitting in first place, 917.
Oh, that's why you're up here.
Oh, Geddes is feeling it.
That
huh?
and the cool summer breeze.
Well, he wants to talk about Bilal Powell too. I mean,
Back just
Looked good the other night, by the way.
just going back to B Hose and Oleon. I was Lindenhurst Snails, the 807.
B-hose, okay.
Bios, all right.
Ellesmere,
That when they scored?
fourth place.
I talked about that earlier.
I
What
was
was the
close.
853.
Okay, so here we go. 8:53. I'll get back to it in a second. Here comes Oyster Bay's Teddy's boys. Approaching the hydrant.
Darryl,
and he's got
backing up.
water in the hose.
Look at those red shoes.
I don't know if that's backing up. He's back there.
He's back.
Thank God the nozzle man does a hell of a job on his own.
He was back. Look at he's huffing and puffing. He's dying. Look at
The
him.
only person that can't make fun of Darryl right now is Billy Cornell.
No, yeah. Billy's like, you were flying, man.
That might get him in the mix.
Time for Oyster Bay is 9.17.
A tie.
9.17.
A tie.
So,
Tied for first. Look at Darryl.
so we sit up here on the arch in the shade laughing at these guys.
Nothing to do with it, that guy. He wasn't even like a guide to the nozzle man.
It's all in the shoes.
You got to be 44, 45 years old now.
Number 18, the Tomcats from Baldwin.
Darryl sitting down.
Somewhere,
over the guardrail.
Darryl and Billy should be in the same contest at the same time. That would be funny. All right, so here's my thing about Ellesmere. So Ellesmere breaks the Northern B-Hose record this year. I don't know what it was, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9.
What drill? I'll look it up.
We'll probably go back before their drill, the week before their drill maybe,
All right.
or at their drill. So, but it does. That's not even their best time ever, because they run an 8.5.
But they're a member of Suffolk County.
No, they're not. It wasn't in the
At the
northern.
oh, they didn't respect that.
And
They
it-
didn't show that.
But it's
Oh.
also the state drill. Do you know if a northern area team breaks a northern area record at the state drill, it doesn't count? Because a couple of years ago, Lake Placid, I think, ran like an 8.7. And that would have been the northern area B-Host record at CI or somewhere like that.
I was not aware of that.
Because they don't test it. When they break a northern record up in northern, they test it. I think they do it in western too, like
So
a
they
state,
don't-
like a state test.
But they don't trust the state drill
Because it never gets tested.
right.
All right, here goes
Oh,
Baldwin. Ooh, that was tight.
Yeah, no,
That
the
loop
backup.
man is way
Yeah,
out.
but he's also going to be the backup man, I think, here.
Oh, I was looking at the other end of the hydrant.
Yeah.
Oh, this kid's gonna have to. Oh, that could get us wet. Oh, 360 pirouette, and the backup guy's still not with him. You better
Yeah,
get with
but
him. He's
he,
gonna turn
he
the water
wasn't
back
the
on.
backup guy. He was running out the hose.
What?
They got to change the way they
He
run
was
that contest.
supposed to be the backup man. He's just not quick enough.
They almost knocked over the timing equipment at the start line, at the hydrant side.
The track
Time
committee
for
and
Baldwin is 18.01. 18.01.
seemed like the track committee and the officials appreciated a little bit of spray going
All right,
over.
man.
Number
Fantastic.
19, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
Oh, you were right. We almost got a little spritzer up here.
Yeah. Manhasset 2 points on the day. Let's take a look. Overall, 17-17 tie, Carl Place and Oyster Bay Teddy's boys. Now, if Oyster Bay stays there, they put themselves in contention for top 5. As well does Carl Place. Carl Place will actually be closer to top 5, maybe in at the current moment. So then we go down to a 9-26 is third, 28 is fourth, and a 74 is fifth. Is that right?
Well, you got to stop talking about top 5 because I was told last week you were jinxing everybody. Every time you said top 5, they missed.
Well, there's
And
a
now you
tie
were
for
jinx.
fifth. Merrick and New Hyde Park both have a 74, so still wide open for a top 5. Lenny, shot. Stays like this though, Carl Place. Let's see, you'd end up with a 4.5. You'd put yourself in the mix for coming down the track. We'll get you a map. You can find it. Let's get you out of here.
Ooh,
What?
touche.
you?
Mr. Geddes said they already know where it is. They came in 5th in the county.
Yeah, Google. All right, Manhasset. 2 points on the day. C-Truck gets them 1 each in those contests. Approaching the hydrant.
Mr. Start Stanley coming in.
That could be the largest duo at the hydrant of any team. At the nozzle, target hit's going to matter. Shoots it left, right, but I think he's going to beat the 74
Yeah.
the way it's been looking today.
Now, will Carl Place and Oyster Bay be given the opportunity to run off for
Time
that
for
trophy?
Manhasset is 9.62. 9.62.
Your new 5th place.
Am I wrong?
No,
tie,
they
tie
should.
for first place in a race, you run off.
As long as Darryl doesn't get a vote, because I imagine his vote would be no.
But yeah, Mike, I think that's something you guys should start considering as a team. As Mike is leaving the Arch now, and he's going to talk to his boys and go, "Hey, do we want to run off? Or do we want
Big shot here for Port Washington. We've been saying that with the Bay Shore. We said it with
Number
Islip.
20, the Roadrunners from Port Washington.
We said it with West Hempstead, and nobody's really come through. If Can Port come through, currently they are the leaders at the drill by a half point.
And we thought we'd see some 8s, and this is an opportunity to see 1 at least.
Well, yeah. Well, you got North Belmore as well, but yeah, we're down to 3 teams. We are almost at the end of efficiency as we're at 3:06
Yeah, this thing's moving along, guys.
here in the east coast of the United States of America.
Similar to last
Merrick, Long Island, New York, Four Towns track. Beautiful day. Hot. If you want to, not a fan of hot.
That's one
It's all
word to
subjective.
sum it up.
I don't think there's any other drills across the state today, is there? Is there nothing in Western, right?
Yeah.
We see Doc wiping off his brow.
So
Making
this
sure
is-
his team is ready to
Yeah,
go.
This is just, put water in the hose and get a decent hit on the target, and you're going to get some points.
Put the needle on the record.
I like that. Should have saved it for next week. All right, they're off. Look like a clean start. Approaching the hydrant. Water's in the hose. Here we go. 1 second length. It's going to be about the target hit. He's got to steady himself. And he hits it. I mean, I think that's going to be first place if the way this has been
Yeah,
going.
I think so
it'll be
too.
in the money, that's
yeah,
for
I
sure.
think that's going to be the number.
I'm going to find out right now. Talk to us, Dudley.
Time for Port Washington is 9.06. 9.06.
Not an 8, but it's good enough for first place. And I'm going to say they're going to take it and put it in the bank.
314 handle.
PWR.
314?
314.
Wow, that's an improvement. And they handled it. They were up there waiting for water, which is so important. Nice job by Anthony backing him up. He got behind him before the water got there.
Looked good. Good clean run for Port Washington. First place right now. 2 teams to go. And that's going to put them in a sweet spot.
It sure is. I mean, they're going to be up more than 5 with 2 to go.
Number 21, the Rinky Dinks from North Belmore.
All right, North Belmore, 6 points on the day, so they could use a nice shot here to help their day out.
I think
906, 2 917s, your top 3.
I think they're showing in the top 5 at this point, aren't they, Paul?
Yes, they're 5th
with their
currently.
6 points.
Yep.
So they'd like to build on that.
But that 17, which is now second or tied for Carl Place, is going to put them real close to them.
I'm trying to find it. So Ellesmere, you're saying, ran a BHO shot this year. Yeah.
I think they broke the BHO's record.
868
All right.
at their B Truck Invitational.
Okay, so that's it.
So 868.
But they ran an 858 in that state drill.
853.
853. Which I think they actually might have an 8.3 somewhere. And in that state drill, they were running with the mini pumper. That wasn't a B truck yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I remember that thing.
All right, North Belmore making their way. Water in the hose.
311.
Up at the front. Oh, he really had trouble in the middle
Sean
of it. Up at the
Corcoran.
top, going to be about targeted. He hits it. That could be your first place shot, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I think it's going to be just outside.
Really?
I don't-
Will it beat the 17 then?
I think it's going to be close.
Time for North Belmore is 9.01.
First place.
9.01.
I was later than I knew I missed the target. I had 25, and I knew I missed it. I didn't think I missed it that bad. So there's your first place shot.
So North Belmore getting it done on their home track right here, folks. There was a couple of rinky-dinks splattered all over the track at the end of that.
That's going to
But
get them.
it was all for a good reason.
That's going to get them to double digits.
Absolutely, yeah. No, they're in
Yeah.
it now. They're in it.
So
And you know
901.
what? They had a tough ladder day. I thought both ladder shots they were deep on their home track, which is surprising.
They got 3 out of 3 man with the 690 and 3 out of with the 1299.
Yeah.
Now they're on the verge of getting 5 here to get in the double digits.
But they were deep in both B ladder and C ladder.
But you can see some pep in the step of these rinky-dinks right now.
Yeah.
Number
Again, we've
22, the Bandits from Farmingville.
They
We've
go
been
down the
talking about
track.
them all year
They
as
go-
being a team that's on the up.
This
And,
would be what, their 3rd time down the track in a major motorized this year?
Yeah, and then listen, they're 3rd in county points, I
Yeah.
think, in Nassau
Right,
County.
right,
so
right.
you know,
It's not a surprise.
No,
per
it's not a
se,
surprise
but it's
at
a
all.
team we see growing
On
and
the
getting
up
better.
and coming, yeah.
and I was talking to Sean yesterday. He was in, and he even says it. He goes, if we bring our practice shots, he's like, and he says the 12.9 and the 9.0, and he says some of their other numbers that they're showing are even better in practice. If they just hit in 4 or 5 contests, they're, even more of a serious player.
Well, I'll let
Right.
you in on a little secret. If every team could bring their
Yeah,
practice shots.
and that's listen. But
Imagine the
I'd
drill
have-
we'd have.
I'd have 15 state championships.
I'd have 49 records. I'd have.
everybody wants to mail them in, obviously, but you have to have.
No,
you
but
gotta
if you
start
don't do
by
it in
doing
practice, right? If you don't ever do it in practice, it's
You
never
can't
going to
even-
happen
you
on
can't
tournament
bring
day. I agree.
That's what you're trying to say. All right, Farmingville. Bandits, they're staring at 9-2 to get on in the money. Oh boy, that was. Oh, I was gonna say, did he actually caught water like motor pump? And then he had it on and he took it back off, and that's not going to help their cause here
Well,
up at the top.
I'm not sure why, but yeah, they turned it back
Well,
off, and then
the
she
coupling
turned
came
it back
off.
on, and then the coupling was well. I thought she turned it off before.
No, I don't think so.
Time for Farmingville is 11.11. 11-11.
A little crazy at the hydrant there. On
So
and off,
North
on.
Belmore is going to get first there. Second place is going to be Port Shot, 906. Third place is a tie, 917 for Carl Place and the Teddy Boys from Oyster Bay.
So no runoff.
And in fifth place is going to be 926, getting North Merrick on the board with a point.
Yeah, 928 Deer Park on the outside looking in.
Give you the total rundown in a second. All right, so total points with 2 to go. Port's going to have the lead here with 21.5. Second place, Islip 17. Third place, West Hempstead 15.5. Fourth place, Bay Shore with 12. And then that fifth place, we got a little bit of a battle. Well, not anymore after the 5 points, I should say, from North Belmore, because North Belmore goes to 11. So it looks like the top 5 is secured. What the final order of those 5 will be, stay tuned to find out. We're going to wait for the official scoring from Thomas Moran. And then we'll hit the motor
Move the
pump.
equipment. Results of the efficiency contest. First place, 5 points, number 21, North Belmore. Second place, 4 points, Port Washington. Third and fourth place tie, each get 2.5 points. The Call Place Frogs and the Oyster Bay Teddy's Boys. Fifth place, 1 point, North Merrick.
Freddie, you gonna pay some bills, or you?
We're all sitting here texting, forget we were on the air. Fred, we're done. We're going to commercial or what? We'll be back. Maybe. Fred?
He's doing cameras.
What's he doing? He's doing yoga, getting ready for motor pump. Can't see.
Yeah.
All right, now we're going to go to a commercial. We'll be back.
I just woke him
Not
up.
every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs
turn me
tens
off.
of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes
Artie, turn me
windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments, as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demo, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team Racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience.
Next contest we run is the motor pump contest. State record is 5.47 and is jointly held by the West Islip Raiders and the Central Islip Hobos. Number 3, the Redskins from Bay Shore.
All right, Bay Shore's going to take the line, 12 points. Second half of the day, not as good as the first half, but they need to get back on it here. Pump's been turned around, they say, in practice a little bit, but we said it earlier. Practice doesn't count for much. You got to bring it on the day. The day's here today, so let's see what they got.
Mathematically still alive, need 10, need Port not to score to get to the top spot.
We said that in efficiency about these guys, and they really got to step it up now, Motor Pump.
Bay Shore, Islip Town Parade tonight. One of the teams leaving. I believe Islip will be scampering out of here not soon after the tournament's over, but Bay Shore will make the day. I think that hour move-up time really helped them because push this back an hour and make it 4:20, they might not make buckets.
See a couple of
guys ran on the track right there. I don't know. They've been given the flag already. We'll see what happens.
Might be some Baldwin guys. Or
anytime it's in front of you, there's always some sort of discussion about it.
Yeah,
it was definitely in front of them after the white flag. They're making the approach. We'll tell you if they want to rerun or not. Yeah, he misses the hydrant, so they might complain about it. I don't know if they're going to get it.
They could try, Paul. I mean, that's not unheard of. We all saw it, you know. Somebody ran on the track when I was given the white flag.
172, handled down.
Time for Bay Shore is 8.03. 8.03.
I'll put that in small writing. Roslin's going to... no, not Roslin. Roslin's not going to run motor pump. Looks like next team up is going to be the Deer Park Bucks.
So what's your feeling
Number
on that,
5,
guys?
the Bucks from Deer Park.
What's your feeling on that? They hadn't left the line yet
Yeah,
when that individual kind of danced out on the track
I don't
and then
think,
went back off.
to me, it's a protest. I mean, you know, it's so subjective because did it affect your run? If the truck was already moving down the track,
I know what you're saying.
That's 100%.
They're getting a rerun, I think.
Yeah, I think so. If it was moving down the track 100%, it's a rerun. The fact that they never left the line yet and the guys were off before they did, that's going to be the argument.
I think they're asking for one. So
Yeah, I see a guy down there with the last name Coward.
it's a Wildcat. Redskin.
He's
Wildcat.
a Redskin.
I joke. Shore.
But Bay Shore definitely saw it. I'm not sure exactly how the ruling is going to be, but we saw it, they saw it, and see what happens.
Yeah, it seemed like they were pretty aware pretty quickly of the situation.
I think Ippolito went out there. He's actually sitting over there. He ran down there and told them right away.
Yeah, Frankie was there as well.
All right, Deer Park.
Deer Park, one of the handful of Suffolk teams that made their way out.
Yeah,
they were on the score sheet, though. They entered the drill.
Yeah, 9:28 in officially right outside the top
just
five.
outside. You think 9:28 is usually going to get you a point.
Yep.
So I don't see any Redskins hanging out by the timing truck.
I don't either.
But I think they were granted what they wanted, is my guess.
All right, here we go. Deer Park Bucks. Water in, water out. Let's see. Lined up. Nozzle down. And he hits the target. I mean, it was really looked like a little bit in slow motion.
thought it
From
was like
getting
a-
the stick down all the way coming through.
Yeah, the stick didn't look like it went down all the way right away, Paul.
186, 420 through the truck.
Nice hit on the target.
Not a number
Time
you're
for
looking
Deer
for.
Park is 7.49. 7.49.
Optimal time through that truck, 3:1:30:29. Fours, not so good.
Just a tricky contest, though. You know, there are weeks you run a 7.4, you get points, and there's another. You know, the next week you run a 6.4, you don't get points. So
But it's also, and Lenny, you're a pump guy. It's also so much more than about what you do.
it's the course.
the course, the pump, the pressure, the whole bunch of things.
Yeah, but this track has lent itself to some really good motor pumps, so...
Let's see, I don't know if I have all Twan's notes here.
I got him.
I can see. Let's see if I can decipher what he was doing in summer school this week.
Track record 579. 579. Copeg and Yellow Hornets. Yep.
Jointly held.
Last year, the last few years, a 6'6",
Number 6, the Termites from New High Park.
6'3" last year, but you got to take into account that CI, they can run a 6'3" anywhere. But after that, it's been 6'6". So
yeah, it does seem like this track pump
Got
wise
worse.
has gone away.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a little surprising, and you guys can probably tell me better than I know, but this pump house is similar to what Hempstead has, correct? So, I mean, we'll keep an eye on that. I see some of the guys from the Redskins down here below the arch. I don't know if Joe was the chief judge today.
He is.
Paul?
Yeah.
Okay.
Joe
So
and
they're
Raul.
discussing things with the chief judge. Again, we didn't want to pass on anything earlier. I thought their grievance was being heard without a protest. Apparently, it's not now.
Lenny, if you were, is your father a glassmaker?
No, why?
Because I can't see through you.
Oh,
New High Park approaching the hydrant. He's off. He's got some speed. He sticks it, but he doesn't throw the stick. He's momentum carried him to pull the stick the wrong way. Now he's shooting at it. He hits it. He was a little left, a little right, low, and then on it. But
Low sevens.
at the hydrant, his momentum pulled him, and he used the stick to keep himself up, not throw it.
any
Time
fans?
for New Hyde Park is 6.90. 6.90.
And despite all that, they run a 690. So, we're saying that maybe there could be a decent time here.
Any old school fans of motor pump, whether you liked watching the Hempstead Yellow Hornets or the New High Park Termites. Termites back to the slide.
I can't
Nozzle
get a
man
gander.
just leaving his feet and sliding.
Can't get a
15
gander
feet.
on whether Bay Shore's going to get a rerun or
I
not.
don't think they are, judging by their body English right now.
You throw in a protest. That's what I would do.
I don't
If they
think
don't
they've
give
done
it to
that. Yeah, I don't think they've gone.
Well, they're running out of time. You only
What's
got
the rule? 10 minutes after your run is logged.
Anytime the interference is in front of you, they got rid of the interference like behind you. Like if your C truck was halfway down the track and someone ran across the start line, it used to be you could get a rerun on that. And I know the interference call has become much more subjective since all those days.
Right.
And now that's down to did it affect your run? Like I said,
Number
the fact
7, the Stump Jumpers from North
So
Merrick.
it's more of a judgment call.
yeah,
now?
it's become that completely, and more of a fact that if it's in front of you, but if you don't leave the line, and I'm not saying in motor pump, it's even in BNC hose. If it's in front of you and you haven't left the line, and then you still accept the track and you go, because you know what the argument was the last couple of years? Well, you had an opportunity to stop the whole thing and reset and start over.
And-
You saw it before you left.
And honestly, they did. They could have rolled off the line and said, we want another minute or whatever.
So that's been the argument against giving you runs. That being said, hey, it's in front of you, so who's to say what interferes with somebody
Yeah.
who's on the truck? So
And-
you could always put it in. Now that
Way
we're
handled.
way here late. Up at the top, he's pumping heavy. Water out to the right.
Just
Back
looked
side
like,
to the left, and
looked
then
like
he
the
gets
stick man just went too far by the hydrant and couldn't get back to the handle.
I think it's another one just like the previous shot with the momentum.
Time for North Merrick is 8.77. 8.77.
Time.
These guys are using the stick to hold themselves up as opposed to throwing it down.
Right.
Okay, just get a text. Hold on. Let me bring it back up.
It's not supposed to be a stopping device.
Right.
Okay, so why the track record is in the 5s is because at the time of those shots, the pump at Four Towns was not working correctly and a pumper was being used. You will not see the track or state records broke today because it's different from when those 5s are run.
So what you're
Jay
saying is
Podowski.
the track records were set when there was a pumper here as opposed to the pump house.
I.e. Bay Shore holding the hand time efficiency record here when we put our pumper in the tournament because it went bad at this track, and we made sure that we left early at the
I could
nozzle.
see the difference on a hand time record. I'm not sure about a track record. If that's
But he's
the
just
best
saying,
I've
obviously,
ever
that
run here.
this
Number
pump.
8, the Frogs from Carl.
Obviously,
Waite.
he's saying this pump house can't do the work that the pumper that they were using in those drills and at those times could. You're not going to push that number. So you might be looking more at a Hempstead situation where you can run some heavy hose, which we saw here today, some decent hose shots, decent efficiency shots, but you're not going to get the heavy pump
I don't know.
number.
I still think a track record is a track record. If you set the track record in Patchogue and they use their pumper number 1 this year and pumper number 2 next year, it's still a track record. So
Well, that's the way it is. But then,
But if you go from electric to gas and those different kind of things, and the pipe system's different, that could change the way the water gets sucked out of the pump.
still a track record to me.
here comes Carl
Carl
Place
Place.
Frogs, 4.5 points on the day. They would like to improve that lot. Pump 690, first place, coming in with good speed at the hydrant. He attacks. They got water in the hose, better than most so far today. Straight line. If he can put this on the flap, he's going to be happy. Decent. He was left-right target.
Looked like he stumbled over the nozzle a little bit, Paul, but he got back to it and got in position. So let's see what they get.
Time for Carl Place is 7.84. 7.84.
Thought it was better than that.
That being said, it looks like
4-3 through the truck.
looks like Bay Shore is
It's
filling
been a
out some paperwork
formal
behind us.
protest.
Yes.
You know what's crazy about that formal protest? You've already given your argument, and you didn't get anywhere.
Yeah.
And now you're protesting, and then you want to get somewhere.
And then you get to the grievance committee and all that stuff. So it's a process.
Well, I mean, again,
I'm going to give you the unfortunate part of it. It's going to come down, like we already said, a judgment call. And the judgment of the officials, or they would have just given him a rerun, was that it didn't affect your run. That's
They would have given it to him already.
not knowing
That's
what's
what
being
you're saying.
said down
Yeah.
there, but have being in those meetings for a lot of years. I'm assuming that's what's going on.
And before it even gets to that grievance committee under the protest, that's that or another official needs to come to the chief judge and say, hey, listen, I saw this. I don't know if you guys took this into account yet, blah, blah,
Well,
blah.
I would imagine that they've acknowledged that, yes, we gave you the white flag. And
Yes, somebody stepped on the course.
Local committee, whatever they were, stepped out on the course a couple of steps. We all saw it.
Number
However,
9, the Hicks from Hicksville.
However, they had not left the line, and there was probably, I don't know, I'm guessing 15, 20 seconds, Paul, before they actually did leave the line from the time that individual got off the course. So, like we said, it's a judgment thing. I think in years
All
past,
general judges report to the timing truck. All general judges to the timing truck.
I think in the past it was a little more firm. Yep, somebody on the track, boom, you get a rerun.
It was,
Like
but-
you said, now they've changed it a little bit, and it's more of a judgment.
And it really was because it got out of control. Like I said, people were protesting a C hose shot when they were already past the hydrant, and someone crossed the track up at the start line.
Yeah.
And then somebody on the team said, "Hey, somebody was on the track during your run." And that's where they started to really tighten up that rule. All right, here comes Hicksville Hicks. Making a methodical approach. Now they're off at the hydrant. Water on. Oh, he blows it past the truck. He really rode that truck long, didn't he? Like to the last second.
Yeah, and then he went down after the water got blown up the hydrant there. A little side to side there at the nozzle. Now the flap goes up.
Hold it up, gentlemen. You have overtime.
As every week, overtime, even though there's no other overtimes in any other race, is still overtime in motor pump. Safety factor. Currently 690 by New Hyde Park is in first place. Then 749, 784. So you sure can't blame Bay Shore for wanting a rerun, as the numbers don't look good as of now.
Last call for the 50-50 at the beer booth. Last call for the 50-50 at the beer booth.
So Hicksville will carry their 1 point into buckets. Sure, not the day that they were hoping for coming in. 1 point at a B ladder with the 5:40. Again, we go back to the early part of this drill. Seems like a long time ago. 499. Port Washington, B ladder.
But it has
Number 10, the Rebels from Levittown.
you say you just give a Port stat line?
Well, I was going to give I'll go back to the Bay Shore. 622, three-man ladder is the win. 499, B ladder, the win for Port. 878, the win in C ladder for Islip. The first three ladder contests, heavy numbers. Some of the heavy, obviously the 622, the 499, and the 878, best shot of the year. So very heavy shots. And then we went to a 1245 by Islip. They followed up that 878 with a 1245 and got themselves 5. And then we went to the 793 of Port Washington, and then a 901 of the host, North Belmore Rinky Dinks.
Levittown's about ready to go. All guys are on the back of the truck, feet off the ground, arms in the air.
Gary Sham style.
Yeah. A little less authority on this Levittown Rebel.
Gary's got a long sleeve going so they could see it.
Making their approach off. Stick down, water out the side, lined up to the target, water out the tip. Right, and then on it.
Just what you said, Paul. Everybody getting to the right spots, and it was methodical. Not quick, but everybody knew where they were going.
Time for Levittown is 8.71. 8.71.
All right, now we're going to get to some heavy hitters. Islip. 17 points on the day. Little misstep, I believe it was in efficiency, right?
Yeah, efficiency. They ran the 1377. They had to miss the hydrant.
But Pump has been one of Islip's more consistent, better races this year.
Yeah. Yeah, they run some nice shots.
Yeah,
Now
Matt Rodden up at the top.
Again, coming here, you don't know, again, with this pump. So what can you push?
Hey, I'm saying if you hear like a 6.5 right here, I think that's going to be a good shot. I mean, just like we said, looking back at what's been going on here, CI like
Number 13,
with that
the
pump.
Wolves from Islip.
637 last year, but they could do that anywhere. Before that, it's 6.6, 6.6, and then 12 is 6.1 West Sable. But I think that's the pumper, right?
I think that's what he's saying, yeah. Now, just go back last week at Hempstead, they ran, Northland, he runs the 6.2.
Yeah.
I mean, does he murder the target?
Murders it.
And do they go, a little bit of hesitation?
Yes.
At the
They
hydrant?
ran it the way
said
you're
that.
supposed to run it at Hempstead.
We said
CI
that.
style, a little hesitation almost, and then get on the gas, allow you to get up the street maybe a little bit.
You got up the street a little bit, murdered both ends. You had great
They-
water on, great water out, and then the first drop.
They ran Weir Street Motor Pump.
But what a great end number.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
but
There ain't too many numbers you hear like that over in Hempstead.
But
No.
they did it the only way you can do it there.
Yeah.
So.
You think about, too, the Hornets, like, they ran some heavy pump shots with that slide, and we're practicing with that deficiency, you know? How do you get good at it?
I agree.
But you know that was a better pump track for a long time too than it is today.
I don't remember it being a good
Patrick ran 5s there.
One.
Yeah.
That's one. One's more than none. Islip.
That was back with the 2-foot
Big
nozzle.
shot right here for the Wolves. If they can be in it to win it at the hydrant. Sticks it at the top. Puts it down properly. He's on it. And, he didn't get first water on it. The water stream is between the flap and the stanchion. It was inside the triangle. He hit it with that stream, but not first
Time
drop.
for Islip is 6.63. 6.63.
You got to say that's the number to beat. I mean, 663. Could he have hit it better? What if he hits that 6.4s?
Yeah,
Maybe
all right.
a little better.
Couple
6.5?
Twan's telling me the same. Yeah, we got it, Twan. Thank you for the text. Just going back to that. Now, here's this track, right? So he sets up nice. I got 158, and I got about 5 flat out, okay? Which I think is the pump. I look at that water from the nozzle tip to the target. That's not what Islip's truck can do.
Nope.
If that's the same run in CI, he murders that target.
Yep.
Number 14, the Westerners
That's what
from
he's saying.
West.
Because
The water's not getting down the road.
right, he runs it. They ran it the way they run the contest, and if they run it at a CI or a Lindenhurst, that's a heavy 5.
Right.
But here, they don't get the blast that you get out of those tracks, so he can't get that number.
I don't know. So sometimes we have some unsung heroes out there. I thought the turn-on man looked impressive. I don't know why.
I thought they both looked good. He
so in
stuck it.
control,
Yep.
and watching what was going on. Again, his body under control, grabbing that hydrant, wrapping around, and just.
All right, West
really doing his
Hempstead,
job well.
they need a big shot right here. 6-6, the number on the board. Off the truck at the hydrant. He eats the water. Eats the water. It's going to be about the target, and he jumps on top of it, straightens it out, and the target hit. I mean, similar target hit to Islip. So in terms of time, I thought their water got down the track a little bit better.
I don't think he gets Islip.
He's 7 feet over the line, too, guys. He got
Time
out.
for West Hempstead is 6.48.
Wow, he does. Huh?
6.48.
I thought, like you were just saying, Audie, I thought the water jumped down the track for West Hempstead better than it did for Islip. A lot better.
Yeah, it definitely did.
Nice job by the hydrant man and the turn-on man catching that water. He had water coming out. He scooped it, as we say. Right, Lenny? 6:48. So there, West Hempstead putting themselves back in the game right here for a big ending at the North Belmore Invite.
Jay Podolsky just chiming in again. He said, you just can't get volume out of this pump. Whenever they did it, you just can't get the volume of water, he said, to run the heavy pump.
So now Islip probably has a different size pump than West Hempstead, and that might be the difference of throwing the water down the track.
Right, and West Hempstead runs where?
At Hempstead, so they're used to doing that little. You're right. Big shot. You know, West Hempstead, if they could ever come up with a pump that's consistent, the pump team that can run those heavy numbers, that's probably the one race they've been lacking for a long time.
Yeah, well,
basically because of where they practice. I always say.
Never been a great race for them either.
Just a little update in terms of
Number
the electric.
15, the Buckeyes from Merrick.
The electric pump versus the pumper. When West Sable, Michael Merrick chiming in on the phone here, when West Sable runs the 6-1, that's on the electric pump here. So now think about that shot. That's a hell of a shot. We'd have to find out officially if Copeg shot was off the pumper. When did Jay, do you know when they, if you're listening still, when they put the pumper in? After 2011?
Jay,
the electric pump?
I think he's still listening, so...
All right, Merrick Buckeyes come to the line. 648, 663, 690. Your top 3 times in motor pump. Bay Shore ran already, but they're waiting on an outcome from the officials as to whether they will get a rerun based on interference.
They didn't formally announce that, did they?
Yeah, they called general judges. They didn't say there was a protest from Bay Shore. Here comes Merrick. Water's in the truck. Now it is.
Truck's
oh,
way
man,
out
he
the
gets
middle.
way up the track as they wait to pump, and he hits the target, but... You know,
sevens, I think.
6 in one, half dozen the other. You know, you're better off getting faster water and not getting so far up the track, if you ask me.
Truck's out in the middle a little bit more than most.
I.e. water through the air is quicker than water.
Time for Merrick is 7.65. 7.65.
That's 765, currently 5th.
Pumper was used for Copeg's shot.
All right, so then it goes to the electric pump the next year, and West Sable still knocks down a 6-1. Now, has it been tinkered with since then? I don't know.
That's why I said at some point you have to say track record, and that's it, not pumper record, you know.
The year that the 579
Number 16,
by
the
Copeg
Turtles from Westbury.
tied the track record because they ran off of a pumper that day.
Oh, you know what? That's the day. No, there was an electric pump at that time. They had to bring the pumper in. Didn't
Yeah,
the pumper
that's what I'm saying.
The electric pump went down that
Right,
day.
so
Now I remember it happening. Right, and they had the pumper. It might have even been like North Merrick's pump or somebody like that. They had it here and they brought it over there. I
Like
remember
used
it
to,
now.
didn't Bay Shore's pumper fill in 1 or 2 years?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the year we broke
Yeah.
the hand-time efficiency record. Our pumper filled in here.
Here comes Westbury. 3 6s up on the board. 765, 5th place. They approach the hydrant. It's got water in. It's
Too
got
flat.
water out.
Too flat.
Up at the top. Target, it is on it. So I think this could be in the money for some points. I don't know if it's a first place.
Mid-sevens.
765, currently 5th.
It's going to beat that.
Time for Westbury is 7.27. 7.27.
4th place currently. That's going to move Deer Park to 5th at a 749 as the lucky dog. Oyster Bay Teddy's boys going to make their approach. I'm going to gander Bay Shore's not getting a rerun.
It doesn't look that way.
There's been no announcement. What are you seeing back there at the timing truck, Paul? Anything?
Mo yelling at Joe and Arella. Not yelling.
That would not-
yelling's too severe, but he's talking loud.
That would not lend itself toward
If
things
I'm in
going their way.
If I'm in their position,
Just
I am-
walk away.
No, I'm not. I'm arguing
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah.
I want a
Who
rerun.
wouldn't?
You have to. It's in front of you. But I could see the official's point of view too.
Yeah.
But I'm arguing it because I want a rerun. Absolutely. And you know,
But if they've already told you,
Ugh.
this is our opinion, then
Well,
you're
you're not.
preaching to the choir.
But maybe you're not satisfied with their reason why.
no, and then that's when
Number
it goes to
17,
the grievance
the
committee.
Teddy's boys from Oyster
How is
Bay.
the rule written, and why was it written, and X, Y, and Z. So
Danny Cornell just comes by next to his son on the back of the beach truck. Proud daddy right there. Proud daddy many times over as his daughter, reigning softball player of the year.
Yeah.
Long Island or Nassau County, heading to Hofstra.
like I said, I popped in on one of their practices this week. He says, "Yeah, this is my son. My son's racing." I go, "That's nice to meet you. How about your daughter? What'd she
Yeah,
get on the
yeah,
track?" She's quite the athlete, Sarah.
Quite the athlete.
Saw her in Newsday all summer, really,
Yeah,
right?
congrats. All softball team. I mean, just congrats to them, the whole family. It takes a family.
I got some shade over here from Lenny. Just give me some shade.
Oh, Jesus.
Second best shade next to Billy Etzel.
It's always got to be about St. James. All right, as long as you're talking St. James, shout out to
Hey,
PJ Tower.
I see him. I see him
who's
in the house.
PJ.
drinking a Budweiser.
At least we're remembering
I
them.
think he has his child with him as well.
Yeah.
So lots of cowards in the
I
house.
saw Phil playing Grandpa before.
Yeah. He's still there. He's right in front of him.
Yeah, there he is playing Grandpa.
That'll calm him down if he doesn't get the protest, right? Not like a grandkid to.
Oh,
dose of
something happening
reality.
here. Truck
Yeah.
issue.
Oyster
Oyster
Bay
Bay
is on a 20-minute breakdown.
pushing back.
The hydrant man runs up to take the adapter off. Did that trip the lights?
Did they leave the line?
I don't think they left the line.
No, they never
but
left the
Your
line.
attention, we had a protest from Bay Shore. Rule 601, interference. General judges have met, and it has been disallowed.
So there you have what we've been talking about, folks.
We surmised correctly.
The
Yes.
emphatic
You're good
Tomaran.
Surmisers.
Number 18, the Tomcats from Baldwin.
So I guess it comes down to you better prove it affected your run, and if they couldn't prove that, which apparently
You know what?
they couldn't.
It's quite honestly, it doesn't affect your run, but it's so unfortunate that when you're in that position, because you never want to say, wait, I want to start over, because you're already all, you get a little amped up, you're ready to go, you want to run a run, and what do you do? And it just sucks.
Well, to see somebody walk across the track, it does. It breaks
Oh,
your...
he didn't walk across the track. He jumped over the guard.
halfway. Well, he was halfway
Stepped
out.
on the pavement.
He made
He's a
it
few
out there.
strides out,
No, he
but-
made it out there.
But it makes you think about one more thing that you didn't want to think about.
Yep.
You're already in your zone.
Exactly. And when you're in that zone, it's so hard to say, hey, let's reset. And then if you run a 5.9, you're like, nothing matters.
Yeah. I'm paying for that guy to go upstate.
Yeah.
Go get him a hamburger. Bring him to the Kunz barbecue.
No smoke signals today.
Nothing.
Been looking back there, looking for something.
Rinky Dink's got the lights going on there, bro.
All right, here comes Baldwin. Tomcats.
Started that day in Sea-Hose. Didn't run the first three.
Getting those RPMs
Making
up.
that approach. Now he's running without a turn-on man. Suction man's going to put it on the hydrant and turn the water on.
Dougie Flint style. Oyster Bay back in the
but
day.
a little slower than Dougie's done it in the
Yeah.
past. And shooting that target, and he hits it. Hey, they're out there. Look how many guys are on that truck right now.
Yeah.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4. One guy was the discharge, one guy's the suction, 6 guys.
6-man motor
Time for
pump.
Baldwin is 8.30. 8.30.
I think it's actually 7, but it's still a valiant effort.
Is it 7?
The driver would make 8. Yep.
Okay.
But again, a valiant effort. And it's great to see him on the track.
I'd give you a little rundown. Total points or times in this event. 648 West Hempstead first. Islip second, 663. 690 by New Hyde Park hanging in there third. 727 from Westbury fourth. And 749 for Deer Park is fifth.
And it looks like Oyster Bay got it going. They jumped back in line behind Manhasset here, so they're going to jump in before Port. Go Manhasset, Oyster Bay, Port, and it looks like Rinky Dink's made the turn.
I was going to say there's still a couple teams
Number
out there.
19, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
But I would say any one of these 5 teams can run a 7-4. Manhasset, 2 points on the day.
Yeah, going through the races, this has been maybe the poorest numbers-wise of the day. Efficiency shaped up to be pretty good with the 290s, 291s. Most of the contests pretty heavy today.
Yeah, I think impressive times overall
Yeah.
for 1 week before the state, which we can't wait to get up there and see our friends up in Western, Main Transit being the hosts again. How many is this for them now? 5 or 6?
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
How many times Main Transit hosted the state drill?
90's the first one. 90,
I think this
92,
is gonna be the
94. I don't know.
90.
2000. 2000. 2004. Well, how many are you saying it is?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Every 4 years.
I'm
now.
saying it's 7.
Well, at the
No,
beginning
it's
they
more
were
than
doing
that.
it every
Think it's
2
more
years.
than 7?
Yeah, at the
It's more
beginning
than
it was.
7.
I know that Bay Shore hasn't run a C contest there in probably about 16 years. Last 2 times there, the C truck breaks down coming
They
around
still
the
got
start line.
They still got an axle laying somewhere, don't they?
Jeez, a couple. It's insane. It's just ridiculous. There comes Manhasset Lakeville. And water in the hose. Let's see. 7-4 the number. He's lined it up, he thinks. He's shooting at it. Now he shoots left, right, low, right under it, tickling it. Finally gets it to go up.
Yeah, he, like you said, Paul, he was a lot of left, right before he brought it up. So, not where Manhasset wants to be in motor pump.
Time for Manhasset is 8.95. 8.95.
Oyster Bay for their rerun will be next.
Not a rerun there.
Oh, their attempt, right? You're right. They stepped out of line. Just got a text from A-Rock, and this makes sense. You know, he says back in the day, and Lenny, you might know this, once again, being a pump guy, most of the teams ran with those small hail pumps, and they worked okay with these electric pumps. As opposed to today, you see these guys going with these huge pumps. And that makes sense, you know. You could run with those small hails pretty much everywhere.
This will be Main Transit's 8th.
Number 17, the Teddy's Boys from
8.
Oyster Bay.
Main Transit goes 90, 92, 94, 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016.
So this will be their 8th.
8th, yeah, 8th in the last 26 years, I guess.
That's what I said.
As opposed to Hempstead, who has 9.5.
Right.
We established
Oyster
that
Bay,
last-
749 by now they
What,
definitely aren't going to run.
A lot of smoke there. boys.
I hope they're not leaking something. Just get it to the side. We got 2 more teams to go, 3 more teams to go.
Yeah, so what we're talking about, folks, if you're not watching, a big puff of smoke coming out of Oyster Bay's truck right now as they are on
He
the
starts to
line.
back up. They're going to make the attempt, maybe. I don't know. I didn't think the truck sounded good in B-hose at all. I thought it ran lousy. I didn't think it sounded good, and now maybe this is the issue that led to that.
This will be something to watch
But
right
Daryl's
here.
trying to keep it.
It's like he's trying to keep the idle
He
up.
is. He's trying to keep it alive as they make their approach. He's going to be able to transfer it into pump and get a pump going. I don't know. Here we go.
This'll
They
be
approach the
interesting.
hydrant. He's got water going through it, and no, he can't.
Smoke
It's out.
shoots out the-
He just as soon as he lost the idle, it was gone.
It's actually
Hydrant pressure,
Oh!
and he almost got it on hydrant pressure.
It's
Come on,
Daryl's
keep it
actually
on.
running nozzle.
Hold it up, you have overtime.
Pull it out!
I think Minnie's driving.
Is he?
So again, folks, as it pulled up to the hydrant, a puff of smoke shot out the grill, like
Yeah.
the truck just went. That was it.
It's got nothing to do with Minnie driving. Don't get started, Lenny.
No, I didn't say that. But Teddy's boys making every effort to try and get a run out of it. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. For them.
No.
Dal Ronaldo backing up in efficiency, running pump nozzle. Who is
Right,
this
guys?
guy?
He did it last week,
That
didn't he?
first burst of water almost got the
Hydrant
flap.
pressure.
Hydrant
Oh, we got a
pressure,
chair down.
Oh my
yep.
God.
We got umbrellas flying around at the starting
Officials
line.
chair and umbrellas.
Usually Billy's holding that down.
Yeah. Without a problem.
So, again, we're seeing a lot of things, folks.
They're gonna have to
push this
this.
thing off.
And you
Yeah.
got to hope they're just not dropping stuff. 3 teams to go. I don't know what the issue is.
Let's just get it off the course.
We do see them doing a little cleanup back at the start line, or at the hydrant rather.
And
We
it's
got
not,
the towels
it's
out.
not in a spot that should be. That's under the truck, so it should be a spot that's not going to compromise anybody's run. Look at Rizzo. He's everywhere, helping him push it off. Daryl riding. You don't see Daryl pushing. He's actually riding on the back while 40 other people are pushing as hard as they can. Skateboarding it. All right, so Port Washington, big shot for Port. I mean, you're looking at, right now, if it stayed current, 5 points. That's going to put West Hempstead within 1 of Port Washington going to buckets. You got Islip. They're going to also have a half a point down if they get 4 right here. And then after that, you have Bay Shore and North Belmore still to run. So
Bay Shore and North Belmore really. North Belmore's run's going to
Right.
indicate. And North Belmore can run a little bit of buckets too.
Right.
So that's going to be indicative of what Bay Shore is going to be looking at going in for that 4th or 5th spot now. And then,
But
again, we'll see what happens with Port here.
Port's the shot. I mean, Port has the
controls
destiny
controls
in their
themselves.
little palms.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, so we're looking 648. So if they get 3.
They would love 3. They can. If they hear the number 6 and it's lower than a 90, they got to be happy as anything.
So 24.5, but that would give.
They haven't been knocking
20
down
and a
Pump
half.
this year. If you think of the 8 races you run, Pump's probably not is the worst of them for Port Washington. 3 man's up there, but Pump could be a little bit worse.
Just doing the math, if they get 3 and go to 24.5, West Hempstead wins and gets the 20.5, so there's still only 4 out. So they have a chance to win. Islip gets to, and Islip would still have a chance mathematically because they would get to 20.
Yeah, Islip's going to be ahead of West Hempstead here still, as long as they're 1-2.
Number 20, the Roadrunners from Port
Once again, much like efficiency,
Or
this
21,
This is going to be put water in the hose and let's have a shot at it.
Yeah, I mean, you
Very
just
important.
get points and try. So when you go into buckets, you're at least up 3 or 4. Put the pressure to make those guys win contests. So see what happens here. Donald Smallwood driving.
Overall, it's been an impressive day. Their slash line going across the board for Port is pretty impressive. I know we mentioned it earlier, but so is Islip's, and West Hempstead and Bay Shore's got a pretty good slash line at the beginning of the day. So we'll see if they can continue it right here. Port Washington going to make their approach. Just making it in, coming in. They're off the truck at the hydrant. Sticks it. Let's see if he can get it down in the right spot. There it is. Water out, and he's on it. They're going to be real happy with it.
Seemed like he pumped a
They're
little
going
bit
to be
late.
real happy. It's all right. I think it's still going to do. I don't think it's going to be in the 7s.
No, I don't know if it gets to 48. I think it's going to be around
Time
the
for
60.
Port Washington is 6.58. 6.58.
It's a tweener.
It's a tweener, and that's a hard tweener. You didn't think they could get in between those two. But a 6.58 is what they need.
So is that by design, guys? It didn't seem like he pumped right away.
I think they were being really safe, my opinion. I don't think that's your state tournament shot.
No, it all depends on how much you need it, and what are you trying to
Well,
accomplish.
Port's I think running 19 in the state, so they're going to have to put up their state shot. It's not going to be like your Point Pleasant and you can go run a 6.58. You know what I'm saying? You're on the top half of that scorecard.
So
Port
hearing it from their fans.
Yeah, hearing it from their fans back at camp there.
And in the stands.
And the stands over there on the west side.
Some happy road runners right there.
Why wouldn't they be? It's a hell of a day.
Going to be back-to-back weeks up in the 25 range. Not easy to do.
Nope. But it's the consistency now.
Yeah.
2 weeks in a row, you're throwing consistency.
And what a
out
time
there.
of year to do
Right.
it. We're not
Very-
talking June here.
Very hard. I don't care what tournament it is or where you're going. Very hard in 40-point
Number
drills.
21, the Rinky Dinks from North Belmore.
If I'm Port Washington, you enjoy the night tonight. Whether they even don't win the tournament, enjoy the night tonight. But when you go to practice on Monday, it's got to be about, hey, just stay loose. Let's just run our practice. We're doing well. Let's not change anything right now.
Exactly. Now you're not
Let's
changing
not change a
anything.
thing. Let's just run. Let's just run.
Go do it.
Yeah.
Just do what we did the last
We
few
know we're
weeks.
good. We know we're consistent. Let's stay confident. Let's stay happy. We'll stay fun. Let's go upstate. And you know what? And I say this, let's not overdo it. You get there on Thursday. It isn't Party Central. It's winning the freaking state tournament.
Oh, it's a business trip.
Party Central is Sunday when you go down the track on Saturday.
And at this point, guys, and correct me if I'm wrong, you maybe double check some of your equipment, your hose, your couplings, your
You're
knobs,
triple
all
checking
that
it. You're
stuff.
triple
Yeah.
checking it. But like Artie just said, this is a business trip.
Here
This is not a
comes-
party.
Here comes North Belmore.
Good speed.
I love the speed. I love the water.
Oh,
Oh, the discharge.
We had this
What do you got? What do you
conversation.
got?
Sean and I had this conversation yesterday. He missed in practice the other day.
Hold up, you have overtime.
And Sean and I talked about it yesterday at work. He stopped in and he said he missed the other. And he's like, I had to talk with him. I told him, you have to put it on. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a change there for them. I think he missed last week in North Belmore, maybe.
I think
I mean,
so.
at Hempstead, too.
What was the water on that? It looked pretty good.
66. So they're going to carry their 11 forward. Bay Shore carries their 12, so they're still in that battle. Farmingville still to come.
That leaves one team here in the motor pump contest, the Farmingville Bandits. They roll up to the line. I'm not sure, Artie. What do they have? 1 point?
Farmingville has one. They got an 868 B hose got in their point.
All right, so they're looking to build on that, and they could use some confidence right here.
We have,
Absolutely.
So you got the 748,
Number 22,
7.
the Bandits from
Well,
Farmingville.
fifth place right now is a 727, but they scored in pump last year or efficiency.
Efficiency, I
Efficiency?
think. Yeah, B hose now and efficiency has been where they've scored. Yeah, so 727 is Westbury holding on.
Yep.
Would it be their first points of the day?
And 690, New Hyde Park's guaranteed points, but will it be 1, 2? We're going to see in a second here.
Yeah, and that would New Hyde Park is going to get on the scoreboard as well.
Listen, Port's up 5 with 1 to go. They got to put up a bucket shot. They got nothing on them. This is right now. You attack the ladder like it's the state tournament bucket shot. You need to win it.
Finish.
Because you got nothing to lose.
Finish.
18 teams here. We're going to look at 11 with points so far after this race.
The Farmingville really meandering in, making their way. Water on. If he hits the target, it's going to be points. He does.
Ooh, pretty
I
good.
think it's points. 727.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's going to push that 27 out of the. That's what the one he's going to push, I think.
Thought he got up off the nozzle.
Time for Farmingville is 7.06. 7.06.
There's
Came
your
off the
fifth place.
Came off the nozzle a little early. I'd like to see him stick with it until the driver has shut down a little.
All right,
more.
so first place is going to be the West Hempstead 648, but Port Washington gets done what they needed to get done, 658. Second place. Third place, Islip 663. Then fourth place gets New Hyde Park on the board for the first time today, 2 points. And in fifth place, that last shot by the Farmingville Bandits, that's going to give them 2 on the day. Going into buckets, Port Washington is going to have a 5-point lead over West
So
Hempstead.
solidify the tie.
Tie at least for first, and a 5.5-point lead over Islip. Beyond that, it's Bay Shore versus North Belmore for fourth and fifth. Bay Shore 12, North Belmore 11. Bay Shore, the preeminent bucket team, I would say, in New York State right now. Man, they'd love to put up a 5 and get their number all the way to 17. It looks a lot better than 12. Gives you a little bit of confidence going into next week. But if you're Port Washington, it has been a very long time and a pretty decent struggle to overcome the West Hempstead Westerners. You know what I'm saying? And West Hempstead, it's come down to buckets a bunch of times, and West Hempstead's been beating them out. So I'm not saying it's not going to be dead even today. Good possibility of it.
Yeah.
But
No, it's
Port
been.
has to be thrilled with their day.
Now, Port last week, North Lindygo went 28, Port went 25, West Hempstead 23, correct? So, again, Port goes back-to-back weeks. Again,
20s.
25.
Yeah.
And
Move
trying
the
to approach
equipment.
30.
Results, the motor pump contest. First place, 5 points. Number 14, West Hempstead. Second place, 4 points. Number 20, Port Washington. Third place, 3 points. Number 13, Islip. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 6, New Hyde Park. And fifth place, 1 point. Number 22, Farmingville.
All right, let's just, before we go to commercial here, they set up buckets. Let me just do a couple slash lines. Islip, they don't get the points at 3-man you'd think they would normally get. But, boy, they get 4, 5, 5, 3, nothing in efficiency, and then 3 in pump going to buckets. So a decent day. But Islip has more points out there that they could still get. West Hempstead goes 4, 2, 3.5, 2, 4, nothing in efficiency, and then 5 in pump. So West Hempstead, I mean, I think there's a couple more points for them out there as well, though they might lose some with a 676 and 3-man. But an 888 highlight of the day for them, as well as the 648 in pump. Islip's highlight, 878 and a 1245 in COs, 2 heavy numbers. And then you go down to Port Washington, also out of the mix in 3-man. I don't think anybody expects them in 3-man at the state drill. But then their numbers are, on the back of a 499, 5, 888, 3.5, 1247, 4, 793, 5, 9:06, which is good enough for second, and a 6:58 good enough second and pump. So they go 5, basically 4 at second place between second and third. 5, 4, 4, 5, 4, 4.
Well, that's how you win drills when you score heavy. And I still think if they look back at the 3-man, the 749, they know they can beat the 697. Say so. They know they could. They should be looking at. They could be looking at 28.
To me, for them, it's not just the drill and all the thing. It's the numbers across the board.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Listen, very impressive. Not many people can run those numbers.
That's as good a scorecard as you're going to see over the last 5 years. And you've seen a couple from West Sable. You've seen some scorecards like this from Central Islip.
Right.
But outside of those two, a scorecard that goes across the board like that?
No.
There isn't too many.
No.
All right, Fred, we're going to do a commercial. We're getting ready for buckets. We'll be back for the finale. Stick with us.
Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings.
Everybody.
Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group.
All right, we're back for buckets, everybody. Bay Shore milling around the line as they have to leave and head to the Islip Town Parade very quickly after this drill concludes. They might not even be able to make it down the track. They're solidified in top 5 spot. But they're battling out with the North Belmore Rinky-Dinks for that 4th and 5th, though Bay Shore, as I said earlier, the preeminent bucket team in New York State right now, I would say.
They're looking to help the local committee. They want to move this along.
Yeah, they do. And Islip's not far behind. I don't know what Islip's deal is, if they have to rush back, if they have help from their department. But
I heard they didn't have to necessarily parade if they weren't done. But
really?
That's a rumor.
Okay.
Kudos to their department if that's what they told them.
I agree with you.
However, if you can make it back, make it back.
So now we're going into the winner. I mean, Port is solidly guaranteed at least a tie for first, and the only people that can catch them are their nemesis for the last few years, the West Hempstead Westerners. And West Hempstead's been in this position before where they needed to put up a first-place shot, and they've done it time and time again. So it should be interesting in that way.
Well,
where is that town tonight? Is it West Sable, maybe?
Yeah, it's in West Sable. Town Parade, West Sable tonight. I think they start, down by and go past the golf. It's down by the bar there, O'Reilly's, and I think they go down past the golf course into the files. To me, ideally, would be march through Sable to their files, but you're really going through someone else's district.
You talk about the Town of Islip Parade and the teams from Town of Islip, Bay Shore, Islip, whoever, trying to move it along. Bay Shore is the only team on the track.
Yeah,
I mean, they're on the line and ready to go, and we see a half of a Westerners team, a couple of frogs hopping down, but there's not many other teams out there.
I'm going to try to get you guys first bucket.
All right, we'll lay low.
What kind of havoc the wind plays on this,
Lay low, Paul.
A little swirling.
No coaching.
Making the approach. Get your ladder climb.
Al Pugh coming up.
On, and it's a good set. This is just what they wanted. First bucket's making his way to the top. It's it. Down. A little bit out the back.
881.
All right. Good roll going here. Doing a nice job. He's a little out the back.
A little bit out the back.
That's 9's in, 10's in, 11. They're in 11. They got to be real happy about it.
But out the back
real happy.
A little bit.
Very happy, boys and girls.
Real happy, and a little bit out the back.
Very happy.
Especially on the first half.
Start with a 1 or a 2, Art?
It starts with a 2, but not many people are going to be able to run this 2.
No, I told you they were the best bucket team in New York State. Yeah, team record.
Team record.
That's a team record right there. Team record.
That's the way you finish the drill the week before the state.
What do you want? What do you want? Some bravado? I could find something worse than that.
So Paul getting a little ribbon from his ex-teammates, ex-team.
That's been a long time in the making for that team record, I can tell you that.
That team record is
1990.
90 or 92.
91. It's in that area right there.
So what was it prior to a
2075 maybe?
Yeah. There's a 2099. That's the third 20 in Skins history. There's a 2099. There's a 2075 or 77. And then now the 2061, which is long overdue for that bucket team right there.
So what was the number right there?
2061, 881 first bucket.
And I think they filled right at the beginning of the middle of 11. I mean,
Middle
as soon
of
as 11
11
went in, that light tripped over there. I could see it.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a
Hey,
good
congrats
run.
to
Let me
them.
know.
Hell of a shot. I told you they were the best bucket team in New York State. They attacked it right there.
Look at
Here
this.
comes Roslin running with very few guys.
8-man buckets. Let's see how they do.
Pusher and 3 carriers making the attempt.
I like it.
Hold it up. Something. The clocks are even up. 8 guys are going to make you do it again.
You don't want to have to run it twice. Hadn't thought of that.
That's
At least they stopped them before they really broke their butts.
That's even worse.
So Bay Shore setting a team record of 2061.
But more importantly than that, it's a hell of a shot, especially with these new bucket barrels.
Yeah. And it's a great way to go off to the state drill.
Absolutely.
The last run of the last tournament.
I mean, it's going to give them 17 points on the day, where their middle of the day basically collapsed.
Yeah, 10 out of the first 15. Then they had the hiccup in C hose, got 2 points in B hose, and now going to finish real strong, like you said. The 2061.
So the tradition in Bay Shore is when they break the team record, the guys that used to be on the team record that are no longer on the team record, i.e. me, as you can see the reaction.
And your brother.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm a part of that.
What, you don't count him?
What'd you do, carry a bucket?
I was a bucket carrier on that one.
No, I'm trying to remember. I know he wasn't on the ladder.
Oh.
I know he wasn't on the ladder. But anyway, so we'll fast forward. But you got to buy a beer for the team, a case of beer, whatever. So I try to find the cheapest shit you can find out there, and I'll research it this week.
When you guys run a 19, let me know.
Those guys will be shitting
Here
during the
comes
state
New
drill.
High Park.
Don't drink it till after the state drill. All right, first bucket. Climb. A little tough time getting set. Now they're set.
Nice rhythm now.
Yep.
Right down the middle on the dump.
This really is a stiff wind.
Yeah, it sure is. Coming from west
Yep,
to
right
east.
in the, well, I'd say more
the-
from the south, right in the face of
But it's in the dumper's face, you're right.
2797.
Seems like took a lot of buckets there. All right, 27.97. I don't know if that's coming through like earlier in the day. North Merrick's going to step to the line. Think back to that Bay Shore shot. He puts it down in 8-8. Probably, I'm trying to think how you can get to a 19 from there. You could probably get that to 8-5. I don't know how much you can improve on that. They attack the ladder.
You got to do the CI 847.
Yeah, and then you got to. You can't be spilling out the back that many.
Yeah,
I think
he
he
spilled
could
a
have
little
dumped
bit
it.
out the back.
But it
Could've
went on
dumped-
11, I think.
But I think
so
it was a settle on 11. But it was definitely before even 12 went in.
Yeah.
But I think if they can knock out that number right as the 11th goes in, then you're talking. Now you're in that realm.
I'm not sure what you know about a 19, but anyway.
North Merrick. Want to talk state champs? Okay. 1-0. Buckets are making. They even have the buckets taped in the uniform style. You'll see in this line. I like it.
They're serious.
Yeah, they are. Hometown crowd, give them a little.
Bottom guy, though,
Pep.
Paul, look, he's grabbing right on the middle tape every bucket. He's supposed to give the guy the other half of the bucket.
Dumper left one in. He got it out, but I'd like to see the dumper leave the bucket in there straighter. He's collapsing it and kind of like pushing water out.
Yeah, he is.
So, folks, what I'm talking to Paul about is most teams will put a center stripe on the handle, whereas you grab one side, the guy above you is grabbing the other side. Unfortunately, that guy plucking him from the hoister, he was grabbing him mostly in the middle, not giving the other guy a chance to get a piece of the handle. And the more on the side you are, Paul, you're tipping it a little bit. You both want to be close to that center tape, but not on it.
Just a couple of things. One, I think, again, there's potential there with that whole run.
29.96 for North Merrick. All right, Artie, what do you say?
And again, I'd like to see the dumper, somebody work with him a little bit on the way he flips the bucket and holds the bucket in the barrel.
Talking the drain?
Yeah, it's probably one of the hard. And listen, dumping's not an easy thing to do. Don't get me wrong, but if he could learn to flip a little bit with more finesse and hold that bucket over and drain the water, he's kind of really collapsing the bucket as he flips it and pushing it out, say at like, if the back of the barrel is 12 o'clock, at like 10 o'clock he's pushing a lot of water out. The other thing real quick, Bay Shore with that 2061, West Hempstead's got to beat that to tie.
Yeah, it makes it real difficult.
Real
I don't know if
difficult.
they can do that.
Here
All right, here
comes
comes call,
Carl,
please. Ladder climb is, middleman might get his slips right there. Now he's going to get himself in place, and they're going to start pushing him. Something's going on with the pusher underneath. Something happened. He's wearing goggles, and something got in his way in his nose, but he's really struggling, right? He can't breathe. Something's going on.
He walked away.
He did.
And look at the wow, another
guy standing in
bucket
there.
carrier has stepped in as the hoister.
Well, it's that kind of day, you know.
I've never seen it.
Me neither. But kudos to him for doing it. And he's actually not doing a bad job pushing him up there, right?
He's in a good
He
position.
really is.
So something happened with their hoister.
That pushes the Wally Pip of pushers and buckets for Carl Place.
Never
Luke
seen
Eric
it
just took over.
before.
But I don't think he could breathe. He ran away. I don't know where he went. Got hit in the nose or something.
I really didn't see it. And he's wearing the goggles, so you would think it was
42-12, but I personally think it's the goggles that caused the issue. I think if he wasn't wearing the goggles, there was not going to be an issue.
perhaps.
I didn't notice fully from my angle. Did it look like he looked up and got water?
No, it had to do with his nose. Something happened with his nose. He couldn't clear his nose, like he couldn't breathe, or
Almost like he sucked in water.
yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, did he look up? Because that's a
No,
pusher.
I
You
think
don't ever want to look up
yeah.
into the pusher.
No, I think the water hit him coming in. All right, here goes Hicksville. That was a 42-12 by Carl Place. Hicksville, 1 point of the day. We said earlier, Doug Chiz, a little hurt, lost the nozzle of practice, so that's going to, hurt their day. But they have to be a little disappointed with 1 point on their day for
Artie,
Hicksville.
you got like a charter member of the Pushers Club over there. You should check with them and the announcer there and just see what could have happened. I mean, we all know Dudley's in that club. I think he might have started the club.
Is
So
he?
I think so. I thought
The
it was
Sponge
him
Club?
and RJ.
The Sponge Club?
Oh, he's listening.
At Hicksville.
Ooh, running start.
Yeah, they're off. Making their way. Climb is on. 2, 3. The bottom man struggles a little bit to get to his spot. Now he picks it and they're coming up to the top.
I don't like him looking up on everybody.
10:51.
No reason to look up.
Yeah, I'm with you. I will say this, Lenny. They're not spilling too much water on the
No.
now, the top guy a little bit. But
We
they-
noticed last week these buckets are sealed really well.
the buckets are coming up. They're not spilling any water.
For
out.
10:51, the final time's not going to be that bad.
No.
They don't lose much water
I
out of
don't
those buckets. Hats off to the Hicks. They got some kind of good sealant going on there.
24:57 for Hicksville.
On a 10:51, so you take a second off the
Yep.
dump. Now we're at a 23:57.
Yeah.
You clean it. You're a low 23. You clean it up.
Yep. And you know what? I think at the state tournament this year, a low 23, a high 22 is the possibility of placing, which unfortunately isn't really great for Bay Shore because Bay Shore's going to, I believe, get 5 points in buckets. But the problem is, where's that team behind them that's going to help them out? You could have a whole second delay to number 2 now.
Well,
And that doesn't help you when you win the contest. You need a couple people to get in between. And I don't know if there's enough bucket teams anymore. One of those races, we talk about it each year, how some races come and go, right? Bucket seems to like gone. Levittown Rebels, dig into the ladder. Struggling now, top man. Dumpers up, middle man now struggling. Therefore, the bottom man will struggle. Making its way.
1.
15:94. Methodical
Putting all the water in.
is.
Got one hung up on the top rail of the ladder.
Yeah. He's trying to get another one hung up there if he keeps doing that. Oh, he just hit the top man in the back with the bucket. I hated when that happened. That used to happen at Patchogue with the wind coming off the bay.
Yeah.
He almost hit him right there. See that? He almost hit the middle guy in the head with the. I remember. And now
Yeah,
look,
he's rubbing
top
his
guy
head.
is rubbing his head. He just got hit with the handle.
They're going to have to wear helmets.
Helmets. We're going to go back to the camp and have a discussion about this. Right? 40-86 for the Levittown Rebels.
We've talked about it before in buckets. A 40 is so much more taxing than a 20.
100%.
It's unbelievable, folks.
The 20's
It's literally
the,
twice as
the
hard.
20 or 21's not taxing at all.
No, that's flow.
You're 100% correct. All right, Islip coming to the line. Islip, a team, if they can get a bucket shot in the 22s, I think that's a good shot. They're going to need it at the state drill.
Islip, this shot from Islip, to me, they shouldn't be worrying about what it does for their final of the drill. Let's just put up a shot that we know we can put up for next week.
This is the state tournament shot, and I said that about Port Washington, that when they run this race, they got to run their state tournament bucket shot right now. That's what Islip has to do.
Look at it the same way. Have that mentality. I mean, you can never recreate what the state's going to be.
If you hear a mid-22 here for the Wolves, they're going to be thrilled because they could use those points. That could be 4 points upstate, attacking the ladder unbelievably.
So many good
Give me that
athletes.
first bucket because it's coming up. Here it is. It's
Looking
up
good.
and it's down, Artie.
896.
All right, so they're a little bit behind Bay Shore, losing a little bit more water.
Good pace.
Good pace if they can keep this going. They're spilling a lot more water than Bay Shore. I don't have a number because nobody's counted, but it's getting close. They're going to be happy with that. Islip's got to be happy with that.
It's going to be mid-22.
That's what I'm saying. I think a mid-22 for Islip
Actually,
can help them
better
win.
than that. Better than
That's
that.
going to help them win the state tournament. If they run that run upstate, and they need a couple points, they win the state tournament. 22-09. You figure they could probably dump that in 8-8, even though I thought they attacked the ladder. You're talking a high 21.
I thought between Josh and the dumper, they were losing a little bit of water on each bucket. That's
12?
something they can
Took
look at.
12, I imagine?
Yes.
But something they can look at on the video if they can clean that up a little bit.
Yep.
I think
I do it in 11. That's,
again,
that's
where I'd really love to stand over
But, Artie,
there
just give us that time again because they can't hear it out there.
2209.
22-09. They had 20 points coming in.
896 on the dump. 2209. 20 points coming in, like you
Now,
said.
I
look at Jake, the way he dumps, and Jake's a big guy. He's dumping more at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
He's losing some water almost like on the back flip at 1 o'clock of the barrel of 12 o'clock's the back.
Now, West Hempstead is in a precarious position. To win the drill, they have to beat a 20-60. It's not going to happen, I don't believe. But I also think they have to run their state tournament shot right here.
Well, you
Because
watch them
they
go
could
for
be
it.
needing the points.
You watch them go for it, right?
Here we go. Climb, climb, climb. Andrew's on at the bottom. First bucket's coming up. Give us a number, and it is down.
925.
9:25. But I'll tell you, the pace is quicker than Islip's is.
They
And
got to
he-
do it in 11.
I don't know what they're spilling on the ladder, but he is putting them in the barrel. He's mashing it. He's got great bounce right here.
End of 11,
End
I
of
think.
11.
It doesn't get
Oh, it's not getting Bay Shore?
no, but it's between.
Yeah, it's definitely.
And it's a good shot.
And I'm saying that West Hempstead's got to be happy with that run because that's a run that can win them the state tournament. 21-40. 21-40. That's going to give Port Washington the overall drill, but 21-40 has the potential to give West Hempstead the state tournament. It's a hell of a shot.
So 2140 gave up 4/10 to Bay Shore on the dump. So there's a big difference there.
And Bay Shore's clock went out way earlier than West Hempstead.
Earlier, yeah.
He threw 12 down, but it didn't count the 12.
Right.
But as he was mashing it, it popped up. Bay Shore's popped up before he ever turned that 12 bucket over. And you can see a little bit of the spillage on the ladder. He wasn't spilling anything up here.
Nah, it looked pretty clean.
Did a hell of a job.
So now buckets, you got a 2061 Bay Shore, 2140 West Hempstead, 2209 for Islip are the top three right now.
All of a sudden became a decent contest.
Yep.
All right, Merrick Buckeyes on the line. Making their approach.
a nice climb
And
right
they're on, yeah.
Dump will look
Yeah,
good.
I think this is going to be in the 9s.
966.
All right.
They got to keep it going.
Look at this.
A little bit out the back.
Yeah, 12 o'clock. That's better.
Yeah,
Top guy on the ladder coming a little too far off the
I
face of the
agree
arch.
with you.
Got to go a little more along
But
the
the
rail.
buckets look pretty full.
That was
buckets, that's a
overall-
decent run.
Yeah,
Not bad.
overall, that was a good run.
It's going to put themselves in the mix right now.
How about them Buckeyes?
5th place it's going to put them.
25-24. 25-24 for the Merrick Buckeyes. I'll give you a rundown top 5 in a second.
All right, so as Paul is looking at that, Artie, I mean, we're talking about some decent bucket times here. I mean, obviously the Bay Shore shot at 2-0, but I don't know. Is it, like you said, Paul, maybe this race is going away from us a little bit? Like, you had to be in the 21s to score years ago, right? I mean,
Yeah.
And even then it wasn't a guarantee.
Yeah. But this is actually better than I thought it was going to be.
No.
Westbury's going to take the spot. Here's the rundown. Bay Shore, 2061, first place. 2140, West Hempstead. 2209, Islip. Then we jump down to a 2457 by Hicksville. And a 27.97 is your 5th place shot by the New Hyde Park Termites currently.
I mean, you got to think, Lenny. We got 3 heavy shots there. Port can run a shot. CI's not here. What's North Lenny going to put up?
West Sable.
West Sable.
Yep.
So there, we could see you could see a 22.5 maybe not get in.
Again, we see the man taking it from the hoister right in the middle of the handles. You take a side.
Buckets are coming up, lacking a little bit of water when they get to the top here as well. You'd see that water line is pretty far below the rim of the bucket. 32?
Ooh. Little dumpage.
32.70 for Westbury, 32.70. What do you want, Merrick? Who do you want? Merrick was a 25-24.
Yeah, they're saying, obviously, guys, if you're listening at home, it's tough to pick up the audio, so we'll try to... It was the last couple, 22.09 Islip, 21.40 West Hempstead, 25-24 Merrick, 32.70 Westbury.
And I'm corrected. New Hyde Park's not running 5th. That 25-24 by Merrick is now 5th. 25-24.
24.57 is 4th.
Looks like Farmingville's heading out to the Islip Town Parade.
The hot dog wagon's leaving.
All right, Oyster Bay Teddy's boys. 3.5 points on the day, but showing improvement. I mean, we propped them up a lot at the beginning of the day, Lenny.
I talked to Fuzzball a little while ago. We said we saw that little puff of smoke come out of their truck there during motor pump. He said he thought there was some issues with some filters there, so I'm not
Dirty filters.
quite sure what that means.
All right, ladder climb. Little struggle for the top man. Bucket's there. Now it's coming up, and it is down. Let's see how the buckets are full.
I like the way they're coming up the rail.
Yep.
Looks real good.
And he's putting them in. And the bucket water line is pretty good at the top of each one of these. And he's definitely putting them down.
Still like to see some
Now,
tape on those handles.
he didn't need the last one that they had a little struggle with.
Still like to see some tape on those handles,
Yeah.
Paul. We talked about it last week, and one would think they're a little slick, but Oyster Bay obviously likes it that way.
26.54. That's going to have them outside the mix. 25.24 is 5th. That was 26.54. Baldwin not running. Manhasset Lakeville takes their spot.
But again, for a team that has not... For a
Run
team that
buckets
has
in a
not
long
run
time.
buckets and competed in a long time, to put up a 26.54 as your starting ground, you got something to work with. I mean, they ran a 7.08, a 5.57. They ran a 9.17, and they've run a 26.54. There's a building block.
I saw, like I said, mechanically, the way the buckets came up the rail, the way the guys were going. I mean, it wasn't the fastest pace in the world, but again, mechanically, it looked good. It looked clean. So, a lot to work with there.
All right, here comes Manhasset Lakeville. They're up. The middleman slips.
Top guy looks a rung down, maybe? A rung low?
No.
He's good?
Yeah, he's in the right spot. It's
I
just
don't know.
doesn't. Yeah, he's in the right spot. I mean, look where his arm's bringing that bucket right at the top there.
Buckets don't look very full.
No, they're spilling a lot right here at the top. I mean, it's pouring out over the side. I think he's grabbing that bucket on the edge. He's dumping water out as he brings it up. And you can see, yeah,
The
when
middle
bucket-
guy is hardly doing anything because the top guy is a rung low. I'm telling you. Usually that middle guy.
Maybe he's a rung high.
Nah, it didn't look like it. He was getting them in his waist and lifting to his shoulder.
41-26 for the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen. All right, so the North Belmore Invitational Drill winners, the Port Washington Roadrunners, 25.5 points before they go to buckets,
How great is that?
take their spot on the line. Now, as I said earlier, we said it about Islip, we said it about West Hempstead, we said it about Bay Shore, you know, you got to run your state run right here
Yeah.
because the bearing of where you fall isn't really mattering that much in this contest, but it can have implications to the state drill.
But don't take your foot off the gas, right? I mean, you
Absolutely.
got this far.
Absolutely.
I think they want to beat the 2209.
Yeah,
would
I
be
mean-
their benchmark if that's what you would want to do.
They can do that. They're in that
Yeah.
ballpark. It would need to be a really good run.
Well, they got that speedster on first bucket.
I don't think he ends up to be first bucket.
Oh, no, he gets lapped.
Yeah. Maybe by 2 people.
Just the shortest distance.
Yeah.
So the Roadrunners with an impressive day. Going to finish it off right here in buckets.
All right, they're off. Up. Top man struggles. Let's see. Here comes the first bucket. They still can get points on the board here. 25 is the number to beat.
11-16.
Let's see if they can now run their contest. He's out the back.
Yeah, he's a little deep on his buckets.
They're obviously rushing him.
Sometimes you get that slip on the ladder and you try to make up for it.
Yeah.
The
All right.
pace, the
They
pace,
did it in 12, I believe.
The pace can
It's
get
going
away
to get
from
it.
you.
It's going to put him in the points. It's going to get him points.
But you get that slip on the ladder, and all of a sudden you try and pick up the pace, and
Guy
reality is it's hard to do.
$24.49. That's going to be
Fourth.
It is fourth. You're right.
So
That
it's
moved the Hicks to fifth.
Guarantees themselves a point, at least in the contest, with one team to go.
Yep.
North Belmore's been running some 23s.
We were talking last week. I mean, North Belmore is a hair out of really putting together a real good race in this contest. We were saying if they can get it to a 22-9, I mean, you're looking at maybe points in the state drill. Possibility.
Yeah, I think they ran a 23-1 last week. Maybe?
Yeah.
Sitting 11 points. They have locked up, I think, 5th place.
And put on a nice show here today.
The 20th. I think the 19th or 20th drill they've had.
All right, they're off.
The team with the lead bucket man getting a running start.
They attacked the ladder. Oh, the bottom man slipped. Now he's got to set himself. Let's see how the pass goes.
11 flat.
So it's a little better than Ports at this point. Let's see. Out the front a little bit. Now he's got it down the middle. I don't know if that. No,
I'd like to see him drain those a little bit better, Artie.
so I think it's 12.
They had to go to 13.
Yeah.
I don't know if
It's
he
going
got.
to be out of the money.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I don't know if he got maximum drain out of those. That's a position I've never really put any time into. I filled in once or twice in practice. Hard job, man. You got a lot going on.
25-57 out there if you can't hear the score.
As the dumper, I mean, you're reaching over to grab the bucket, then you're transferring, then you're dumping, then you're counting, then you're flipping. I mean, there's a lot going on there.
Top 5 in the contest. Give it to you in a rundown in a second. All right, so let's give the rundown. We have 5 points, Bay Shore with a 20-61, a new team record. Then we go down to a 21-40 for West Hempstead, second place. Third place, a 22-09 from Islip. Fourth place, Ports 24-49, and fifth place, 1 point, 24-57, Hicksville Hicks. Overall for the day, in fifth place, with 11 points, is going to be the North Belmore Rinky Dinks. In fourth place, with 17 points, the Bay Shore Redskins. In third place, with 23 points, the Islip Wolves. In second place, with 24.5 points, the West Hempstead Westerners. And as we stated earlier, the winners of the 2016 North Belmore Invitational Motorized Drill, 27.5 points, the Port Washington Roadrunners.
26.5?
They got
27
two
after.
there.
They
Yeah,
got
two.
2 there? 27?
So not a bad drill in terms of numbers-wise across the day. Still waiting for the official results from Dudley.
We saw some pretty good shots today, guys. A couple of eyes opened. Anybody home listening? We definitely had some ladder shots up there.
Yeah, oh, I thought the times today were phenomenal.
Yep.
Can I do the time rate?
So there you saw the official
Points,
or heard,
that's
rather,
points for the
official.
race. Now they got to give points for the overall.
One more shout out. We'll be upstate.
Yeah.
Collecting your Survivor pool entries. Can't wait to do that.
Yeah.
The more the merrier. We've given about $1,000 away.
Guys, if
each
you see,
year,
I don't know if you
so.
guys know that here's the winning trophy back here for this drill is an outhouse.
Yeah.
It's a miniature outhouse, which is their logo. The Rinky Dink logo is an outhouse with a moon on it, and they have an outhouse with a moon on it as the trophy that you win for winning total points in this drill. So Port Washington, and they will be a new winner of this drill as well.
Yep.
Guys, and just quickly, what did you get out of today? Anything?
I think both. I think Islip still got it going down the track. I mean, we're a week away now. Islip's got it going. They didn't lose momentum. I would say that. I think Port Washington gained a ton of confidence, even though they had a great week last week.
Port is exactly where you want to be at this time.
I think West Hempstead's got to be happy. Happy with the pump shot, happy with the bucket shot. I think West Hempstead, considering they lost a main cog in the machine, and Jonathan Perot, it's got to be real happy going forward. And I think Bay Shore's got to be happy overall. I really do. I mean, struggled in the middle of the day, but some of the numbers they put up is numbers they're going to need a week from today to put them down the track, if not better.
Started out strong and a nice finish. So, just fill in the blanks.
I mean, pretty much it's exactly what, I have the same feeling. Bay Shore, the thing that to me is important for them, they got the
Total points for the drill.
Just let Dudley talk here.
In 5th place with 11 points, the North Belmore Rinky Dinks. In 4th place with 17 points, the Bay Shore Redskins. In 3rd place with 23 points, the Islip Wolves. In 2nd place with 24.5 points, the West Hempstead Westerners. And in 1st place with 27.5 points, and the winners of the 19th annual North Belmore Rinky Dinks Drill, the Port Washington Roadrunners.
So that Dudley wraps it up there. Just to say, Bay Shore scored in the ladder events, which has been somewhat of a struggle for them. They didn't hit in their hose events, which they've been stronger in. And then the 3 teams, Islip, West Hempstead, and Port, have all gone back-to-back tournaments in the mid-20s. So they're all running pretty strong going into the big week.
Yeah, and then that leads us to what I think is going to be a very competitive New York State track.
And you're looking at West Sayville and Central Islip, which will not have run in a tournament in 3 weeks.
And let's not forget Point and Henrietta and
North Lindenhurst.
And our upstate, North Lindenhurst.
And Lindenhurst.
Lindenhurst.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting weekend next weekend. Exciting Saturday.
All right, Fred's giving us the end.
Yep.
Look, he's ready to go.
Well, let's thank the producer Fred Bensavenga, Juan Simone, Lenny Gombert, Artie Susskind, yours truly, Paul Susskind. A real good racing day here in North Belmore, leading us into the biggest day of the year.
Next time you hear from us, we'll be in Main Transit.
Everybody get up there safe. Look forward to it. Have a good evening, everybody.